So, Joseph, well, once he was fit, he's definitely going to make the Guyana Harpy Eagles team. Good defensive shot, getting everything behind the line of that one, Johan Jeremiah. 25 years old Grenadian, and 9 first-class matches, 409 runs, a highest of 80, averaging 25.56 with 350s, and scored that 60 and 29 in the first and second innings against the Red Force this season. Made his debut right here at Providence in 2023, so should be a little familiar territory for the youngster.
Looking to pull a short ball, and it might have come off the pad. We'll wait on the signal of the umpire. Yes, he touches the leg to signal a leg by, so one without loss.
Yes, and Sean Imran Mokan, our friend from Berbice, making his first-class debut in cricket in the Regional 4-Day Championship. Congrats to him. Hard work does pay off.
Yeah, well, he began umpiring in 2006, and this is his first on-field job in first-class cricket. Congratulations to him. Played for Burmine and then played for Police. I remember playing against him for Police when he played. When I played for Burmine. Good left-handed batsman.
And this is nicely played by Damil Evelyn to get off the mark. Should complete 2 here, very easy. Short rising delivery, but heading down the leg side and well played off the hips.
And a slightly slow pitch, not the fast pitch that we would have had the previous match. So on top of it, as you said, and turned it down towards the backward square. And it's good to see them running well early in the piece.
Yes, and this is a new pitch they're playing this game on. The previous one is standing one pitch away towards the eastern part of the ground. There is some greenery on that pitch. It looks good. Of course, there might be a little bit moisture there as the sun dries it out. It's going to definitely get harder and quicker as well, right outside the line of the off stump. Other matches going around the region today. Red Force, they are at home again, or are they moving? I'll just try to get that schedule for you in a little while.
And
yes.
Barbados playing at home in a day-night match.
That's a West Indies Academy they're coming up against at Kensington Oval.
With a pink ball.
Yes, and that was a delivery. Just throwing down the leg side once again. And here we have it on our screen, thanks to you, Matthew. Barbados versus West Indies Academy. That's Kensington Oval, 1 p.m. And we certainly will update you with that. And the Windward Islands, they're taking on Trinidad and Tobago, 1 p.m. Arnos Vale. And Leeward's Hurricane against Jamaica Scorpions. That game starts at 10 a.m. at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Thanks, Matthew. So we have fed you listeners. 1 over completed here at the National Stadium at Providence. It's 3 without loss.
So 2 matches in this round are day-nighters with the pink ball. The pink ball, it's best to bat in the day, in the natural light. It swings around a lot when the place gets dark and the winds springs up.
Yes, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I thought they did exceptionally well batting the pink ball when they played the combined campuses and college. I think they ended on 303 on that first day. So they scored a lot of runs against it. They call it the Rosemary. That's a pink ball.
Yeah, most of the teams. It's good to see the big scores. Trinidad had 2 centurions. Guyana had 1, almost 2. Savory got 99. Blackwood got 100 for Jamaica. So it's a lot of good stuff we've seen in the first round. 7 5-wicket hauls, including 3, I think 7.
So Ronaldo Ali Muhammad, outside the line of the off stump. I was very impressed with the development I've seen, or I am impressed with the development I've seen of Ronaldo Ali Muhammad. In the first innings against Barbados Pride, 2 for 36, and in the second innings, same figures, 2 for 36 and a splendid 35 as well. So the all-rounder is just beginning to come of age.
Yes, and no Niall Smith, who had no ball problems in the first match, so Mohammed is going to give him the ball to open.
Pitched up and on, driven, that's gone down towards the backward square. Just struck the single once again, just straying a little. And it was good to see in the opening round of the 4-day championship that there were victories in all the matches.
Yeah, all the matches ended, 2 ending in 3 days, the Leewards match and Guyana match ending in 3 days. And how it was going, I thought the Guyana match would have been an epic battle going into the 4th day.
Yeah, I agree with you. Barbados crashed in their second innings, 112 all out. And then the brilliance of Tage and Matthew came to fore. Oh, that's a good-looking shot. He walked into it and turned it nicely. Versami Pramal is after it. And 2 comfortable-looking runs. Well played.
Yeah, and this is a lightning fast outfield. He didn't really try to hit it too hard, just timed it, found the gap, and got 3.
Yeah, so results from the first round. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they defeated CCC by an innings and 75 runs. That's a huge victory as well. And Jamaica Scorpion won by 178 runs against the Windwards Volcanoes. Leewards Hurricane, well, they hurry up. The CWI Academy, they won by 403 runs. That's a huge margin. Should get a single. Came off the bat. There were 2 songs down towards the deep backward square. Any signal coming from the umpire? Well, he's going to signal leg bys.
And that's the first signal from umpire Mukan on his debut.
Yeah, took a deep breath and then went into action.
Almost like a ballet dancer going up on one leg.
Well, he's a teacher, you know. He dance a lot up in the quarantine. Harpy Eagles, they defeated Barbados Pride by 10 wickets with a day to spare right here. Pitched up a little bit more tight here from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. And Sean, with the return of Tevin Imlak and Kevin Sinclair from Pakistan, it was a foregone conclusion, and with a fit Shamar Joseph, that they're going to come into the side.
Yes, obviously the test players would automatically be back. A little bit disappointed though that Moti opted to play in the T20 league, but that's his choice. End of the over, it's 7 without loss.
Yes, you know, the world is going through changes. Cricket has evolved so much, so many T10 leagues, so many T20 leagues, and, you know, players, they've been contracted. Of course, it's a case of employment as well. He will be paid for his services there in Abu Dhabi. That's the Abu Dhabi T20 league.
And the career of a player is very short, so you've got to maximize whatever income you can get.
Yes, and I think Cricket West Indies, you know, they have been very liberal. They understand the different scenarios, and these players had to be given no objection certificates before they are accepted by the various leagues. So that in itself says, you know, the understanding is there. Wow, you're striving there, get the delivery right up, but a little bit on the middle and leg stump there, Joseph. And with 3 slips, a gully and a backward point, he will be thriving to get it more on the line of the off stump.
Guyana leading so far, 23.2 points. Trinidad and Tobago second, 22.6. Jamaica third, 22.4. And the Leewards fourth, 22.5. Those are the teams that won in the first round.
Yes, and among the top 4, you know, from the 4th to the 4th is just about 1 point, how much? 1.6, 1 point around there. And these decimals are of vital importance. They have come into reckoning because of the bonus points.
Yes, and I'm very pleased to see the first innings points coming back in the Shell Shield days, and after it was 16, then 12, and then for the last couple of years, there were no first innings points. But first innings points give you something to look forward to, and then you could win.
Yes, and Joseph with a brand new Kookaburra ball in his hand. Still hunting his first wicket, early days in this game. We're in the third over. Now that was a good delivery, but very compact here is Damil Evelyn. Everything behind the line of the ball, almost looking like a Anthony Bramble, Sean, out in the middle.
Yes, I'm very impressed with these two openers. As you said, they had good scores in the first match in a losing cause, and seemed to be well equipped in technique and skills.
And Damil Evelyn, a youngster, just 23 years old. And he hails from Barbados. 6 first-class matches, 347 runs, a highest of 73 with an average of 28.91 with 350s. Had 21 in the first innings against the Red Force and a fine half-century in the second innings under pressure, 57. So there's some promise here for the youngster.
And it's good to see some of the young players coming through this year. They began last year, and it's nice to see them coming through and performing.
It's down the leg side once again, straying in line this time, Shamar Joseph. And it's amazing how Shamar's career has taken off. I first saw him in the inter-county matches here in Guyana at Everest, and he bowled splendidly there. Had a good knock with the bat too. Always a smile on his face, and he's a very physical, strong youngster.
Like his brother also
Yes.
plays for Everest as a fast bowler. He played for Demerara, Shamar played for Berbice.
Wow, could have taken the bat away at the last moment a little quicker. Much more bounds. The over has been completed. It's 7 without loss.
Yeah, good conditions for batting here at Providence. Nice northeasterly wind blowing across the ground.
Yes, and after round one standing, there you see it. Harpy Eagles 23.2, just ahead of the Red Force on 22.6, Scorpions 22.4, the Hurricanes 22.4, and coming down, Pride 5.4, the Volcanoes 4.6, Academy 3, CCC were playing here at the bottom of the table, 0.4.
Yeah, but Guyana must not get complacent playing CCC.
Yes, I agree with you. You can't be complacent whatsoever. It's another cricket match, and there are quite a few youngsters here with lots of talent. That's the reason why they have made the combined campuses and colleges team. So it's another day, different kettle of fish to fry, and you have to ensure that you work yourself into it.
Looking forward to see the off spinner, 23-year-old Avinash Mohabir Singh.
Yeah.
He really impressed me last year.
Wow, that's a beautiful delivery. Cut back into the left-hander there, Jeremiah. Didn't take the edge. Yes, Sean, you were at St. Augustine last year. 7 against the Harpy Eagles.
Bowled like how Luke North bowled in this game. Like the old-time off-spinners, flighted the ball, looped it, varied the space, and got turned.
Yes, and he has been a revelation, Richie Loknaut. Well, that's a fall shot. He was looking to get it through the covers, maybe a little bit of in swing. He dragged it on towards mid-on.
Yeah, looking to hit it on the offside. The inward movement closed the face of the bat, and it went down to Luke North at mid-on. So Ali Mohammed showing that he has moving the ball both ways laterally.
Yes, and he did that against Barbados Pride.
That one comes back in, but a little too wide to test the batsman or challenge the off stump.
Yes, and so far, Sean, nothing big to shout about. CCC openers, of course, we're just a fourth over. Both these guys look very solid.
Mohammed in his second over, wide of the mark, almost close to a wide. Umpire Mukan in his first match at this level has a close look, then says, "You're okay, Ali Mohammed."
Yes. And Sean, we talked a little about that Barbados game here against the Harpy Eagles. Where do you think Barbados went wrong?
I think they batted badly in their second innings. Of course, Luke North bowled very well. So the combination of good bowling and bad batting by the agents.
And some shake-up in that Barbados Pride team. The over comes to an end in here. It's 7 without loss. Evelyn is on 4. And his partner, skipper Johan Jeremiah,
Yes,
he has gotten 1.
Yes, Barbados without Reefer, who was the captain in Guyana. He's gone to coach in America.
Yes, he has made himself unavailable. And with Braffett coming back, that's Craig and Jomel Owarikan. And they've brought in Shaquille Kamabach and Jamar Ifil, the young fast bowler, with James Holder, the off-spinner, Chimar Holder, and Matthew Jones left out.
I'm a little bit surprised that the off-spinner was left out. Shame Holder bowled pretty well against Guyana.
Wow, that's a good delivery. Had some pace and carry too to Tevin Imlak.
And Joseph is incrementally increasing his pace.
Yes, and I think once he begins to get control, you're going to see Shamar Joseph bowling much more quicker than when he started. I think one of the things that went badly against Barbados Pride in that game, despite their score 346 in the first innings, they did not play time wisely, T-I-M-E. You get bowled out on the first day, you're asking for some trouble.
4 half centuries in that game, and as you said, bowled out with 3 overs left on the first day.
Good looking shot, just turned it away down towards long leg. Richie Spice Loke North is in the way, can't prevent the single. So they rotate in the strike nicely. We haven't seen any flamboyant shots so far. Maybe an opportunity has not yet presented itself.
And it's always an advantage to the batting side when one of the batters are left-handers and the other one are right-hander.
So Jeremiah, the skipper, just takes his guard from umpire Patrick Gostard. Good to see Patrick Gostard coming yet again to Guyana.
Yeah. Back of a length and push it into the offside. He gets 1. So again, rotation in the strike. The bowler will have to change their lines and maybe their lengths too. You're bowling to 2 different types of batters.
Yes, and the ball is coming off a little bit slow on the pitch. I don't think that's anything to worry about. I think it's a good cricket pitch from what I've seen. I was out in the middle and I spoke to the curator, Habib.
Very good curator.
Oh, he's edging and the catch taken by Imlak, diving away towards his right. And the breakthrough has come here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Daniel Evelyn caught at the wicket of the bowling of Shamar Joseph for 5 from 13 deliveries.
Yes, Guyana striking at 9 for 1. A big wicket there for Shamar Joseph. He's back. Imlak is back from Test cricket in Pakistan and a good wicket. Find the ball left and found the edge and the catch was taken. Brilliant stuff.
Yes, that's a wonderful delivery. And I think it was just a matter of time before Shamar Joseph picked the right line with his away swingers and it paid off. Just couldn't keep the bat away. And the edge found. Now, when Joseph begins like this, he can be very, very dangerous.
Yes, he came into prominence at the international level. Got a 5-wicket haul in the first Test match he played in Australia, but the big one was when he got 7-wicket haul with a fractured toe.
Yes, and this one, Sean, didn't move a lot, but moved enough kept the bat hanging there, maybe undecided, Damil, and he paid the penalty.
It's not the big movement away that gets the edge. Those look good, but most times they miss. It's the little movement away that finds the edge. And West Indies winning that match, spearheaded by Joseph. For the first time in 27 years, they beat Australia.
Yes, and there was a new self-belief into the West Indies team after that. And the way that Joseph bowed to the Australian spectators will long be remembered. You know, they praised him, they clapped him, they enjoyed his bowling.
Very confident young man.
Sadiqi Henry, 30 years old Jamaican, he has come out into the middle. 6 matches, 263 runs, the highest of 73. Averaging 23.90 with 250s. He's going to take his first delivery here from Shamar Joseph. Wow, that's a good delivery. Maybe just coming back into the right hand. A good pacey ball too. Well played in the end. Running off the thick outer part down towards that short extra cover region. 250s against his name here, Sadiqi Henry. Scored 21 and 15 against the Red Force, and no doubt he's looking to have much more here, but you have to spend time out in the middle.
Yes, of course, when you now come in, you've got to get bat and ball, assess the conditions, the pace, the bounce, the light.
And successful overs come to an end for Shamar Joseph. It's 9 for the loss of 1. And that's the over in which the Harpy Eagles have gotten success. And no doubt that surely is going to motivate Ali Mohammed from this end. But it's important to spend time at the wicket. Sometimes you cannot blame Damil Evelyn, who's gone for 5, the lone wicket. That was a delivery that was right and sound.
Yes, he had to play at it. And unfortunately for him, he got the edge. And well taken by Imlak, who I thought had a very good test series in Pakistan, kept very well.
This is what you call a teaser. I think that was deliberately bowled wide of the off stump, as close as possible to the wide line. See if he's going to be tempted, the left-handed Jeremiah. Well, he's not going to be tempted.
We saw him employ that similar tactics to refurb when Guyana played Barbados.
And by no stretch of the imagination, I'm comparing Ronaldo Ali Mohammed to the likes of Glenn McGrath. But McGrath was one of those bowlers, I'll tell you after this. Much closer. That's a good delivery, but well left alone by Johan Jeremiah. I recall Glenn McGrath, Sean, bowling so often against Brian Lara. That was real competition, and many times he would draw the ball wide of the off stump. Lara leave it alone, wide of the off stump. Gets one a little bit closer. Lara is going to go after him. Sometimes he gets his wicket, and sometimes the ball with all grace and class disappear to the boundary. But he's getting the away movement here, just a little. I think just the, and you mentioned it, Sean, just the kind of movement that a bowler needs. Need to get it a little bit closer, though. If you're going to start with that outswinger, start somewhere just outside the line of the off stump where the batsman feels that he has to play. And there is where Ali Mohammed is normally at his most dangerous.
Not as fast by any means as Joseph, but swings the ball, moves the ball off the seam both ways, and that could be disconcerting for a batter, especially a left-hander.
Yes, once again, outside the line of the off stump. But this is a patient game. It's 4-day cricket, and the expectation is you're not going to come out in a blaze of glory like T20 unless it's a plan of your team. But here is where you just settle down, giving his, himself some time to pick the bounce of the delivery, understand what the bowlers are trying to do to him. Johan Jeremiah.
Again outside the line of the off stump and no shot played. So it's a battle of attrition. That's why I like 4-day and Test cricket. That's my favorite formats.
But that's for the purist.
Yeah.
You have to understand the game before you enjoy that game. I think the shorter format created for maximum entertainment in the shortest possible time, keeping up with a changing world where some people just live for the fast and furious.
Well, they've even got T20 now.
Yes.
T10.
Yeah.
Slightly squared up, ball left him, and in behind it, played it out towards backward point. And he gets a single to keep the strike. So the over is completed. It's 10 for 1.
And I like the way that he played the last shot there, Jeremiah. Didn't look to push at the delivery, expecting the little away movement. He waited on it and then stroked it down towards cover. So he's growing in confidence here. If you have just joined the broadcast, let me remind you that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, through their skipper Tevin Imlach, called correctly at the toss this morning and deciding that the Eagles are going to bowl first. The Eagles, leaving out Niall Smith, wasn't at his best. We saw him quite a number of no balls and then turned into a short run. So he's going to recuperate from that, along with the young fast bowler Thaddeus Lovell.
The shot doesn't find the gap, but still gets it enough to get a single. So again, rotation in the strike.
Yes, and that's good to see. And a tumbling save too by Matthew Nandu, patrolling the extra cover region. And in comes Tevin Imlach. He's the captain of the Harpy Eagles team, along with Sinclair, that's Junior, Kevin rather. And Shamar Joseph recovered nicely, fully fit after suffering an injury. What beautiful scene there. That's a plane heading towards the Eugene F. Correa International Airport at Ogle. Not far away from here, maybe just around 20 miles. Oh, there's protection down at long leg. Richie Loknaut in the way and just a single. Rode that one nicely. The timing was good. And for the CCC team, they've brought in as a 14-man just to give the youngsters some time to mix with the CCC boys. Jonathan Rampasad, the Barbician, that's good to see. He's not in the 11. They have left out Calvin Marcus and Romario Greaves. Nicely played. Just going further down the leg side, and Jeremiah getting on top of it and collecting a single. This is good cricket that we are watching here.
Yeah, in addition to Thorne, who's got a toe injury, the left arm spinner Adams and the off spinner Junior Sinclair left out of the squad that was played in the first match to accommodate the returning players, Joseph, Imlach and Sinclair. And Guyana had a headache because, we'll get back to that in a second after this delivery. Good ball, came back, and in the end played it quite well, taken by Imlach. They had a headache because Richie Loknaut got the man of the match in the first round, so they couldn't drop him to accommodate Kevin Sinclair. So they've got two off spinners and a left arm spinner in Pomal.
Yes,
but both Sinclair and Loknaut can bat.
I think there should not be any question whatsoever with this 11.
No. Nice shot.
Because the thing is, at no point here, Guyana would have been playing 4 fast bowlers. They already have 3 in the makeup here. One of them is an all-rounder that can bat. And mind you, Shamar Joseph is very good with the bat in his hand as well.
And even though Loknaut had the unfortunate distinction of being out for a duck in his regional 4-day debut and his first-class debut, when he plays local cricket, you can see he's a batter. He got some centuries for Everest.
Well, he'll have 2 things. One to remember, one to forget on debut.
2 to forget. Nice shot. Straying on the leg stump and flicked fine. And long leg couldn't get around, and it goes into the boundary. I think that's the first boundary of the morning.
Yes, and that was well played too by the left-hander. Got nicely inside the line. Shamar Joseph 1 for 12 in his 4 overs so far, and yet to pick up a wicket is Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Has been, I think this little period has been won by Guyana, 18 for the loss of 1, merely because they have picked up that wicket. And that's a green stand we always talk about here.
Yeah.
Some fellas out there, we can count them, 1, 2, 3. And 2-5, 2 police officers there watching the game as well.
Yeah, well, their job is primarily to see that the crowd doesn't invade, and so they're relaxing because there's no crowd.
Yes, and they're going to enjoy their stay here at Providence. Good to see them relaxing a little bit in the cold.
Some countries deliberately send police officers that don't like cricket.
Well, I'll tell you, all the police officers in Guyana like cricket, so that's not an option at all.
That's again on the line of the leg stump and clipped away. We've seen a lot of flicks from both batters.
And that's because of the line that the bowlers
Yeah.
are bowling. And once again, we see here Henry just waiting on the delivery, and that was well played. Kept it down, good technique to the ball coming back into the right-hander.
So the CCC is made up of a combination of campuses. Mona in Jamaica, Cave Hill in Barbados, and St. Augustine in Trinidad. Loose shot, didn't move the right foot across and just looked to drive.
Yeah, that's a moment, Sean, of indiscretion. You aren't getting to the pitch of the ball, and Johan Jeremiah was looking for that expansive cover drive. Well, it missed the bat, lucky for him.
In the past, Guyana, the University of Guyana was also involved. Remember Guilford Moore and the young Chattagoon, the youngest of the
That's
three
Ramnarain Chattagoon?
Yes, the youngest of the 3 Chattagoon brothers. Mohammed loses his rhythm, aborts the run, will have to walk back to his mark. Lucky thing he's not Michael Holden. He would have had to walk back to the boundary board. I saw him run off the boundary board at Border.
Yes, I don't think Michael will mind that at all, because he was such a pleasant person to watch him run up alone, the whispering death.
Yeah. Lovely shot, but straight to the fielder.
Yes, good looking shot, came off the meat of the bat. The only thing bad about it, it went straight to
Joseph.
That's Shamar Joseph down at cover, and he fielded well. So he's beginning to get close and beginning to make the batters play more often than not. Good sign here by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Clouds above going, preventing the sun from shining through, but no threat of rain.
Yes, and the fielding here, this field set, 2 slips at gully. There is backward point out at boundary, there's extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Matthew, doing a fantastic job here, our technician, ensuring that we call the field for you. So nice.
Yes, expert in his field.
Wow, that's a good delivery again. That's the line and length that he bowled consistently against Barbados Pride, and he's just beginning to touch down in that corridor.
Jeremiah will want to say he left it, but I'm almost sure that that ball beat him outside the off stump.
It was Carripier, the left-hander, left-hand orthodox, that destroyed the CCC in the second innings. 7 for 40 from 24 overs.
Nice shot again, but straight to the fielder. So he's not finding the gap as the over comes to an end. It's 19 for 1.
And that last ball, Sean, should have been put away if he had taken it to the left of Jacobs. I think the reason why he got it straight to Jacobs, because the body didn't came across, that delivery, so he hadn't control as far as placement is concerned. And when you are struggling to get runs, and every bad ball that comes, well, then the onus is on you to ensure that you put it away.
So there was a mixed bag in the first round. 4 centuries, as I said, 5 wickets all. And yes, it's becoming slightly overcast, but no immediate threat of rain.
Yes.
The clouds still white and fluffy. And there are patches of blue in the sky. Good delivery again, outside the line of the off stump this time. Well in control, no shot played.
He has to be careful with the one that is coming closer. There is where he's dangerous. He's one of those international bowlers, Shamar Joseph, who normally will clip the top of the off stump. And that will tell you the line that he bowls. And looks spectacular. Has beaten so many fine batters with that delivery.
Yes, when I looked at him prior to the first match practicing the day before, he seemed fit enough to play, but decided to give him an extended rest. Nice shot on the line of the leg stump, too full, and too much into the pads, and working it away down to the forward square leg position. He gets 3.
Yes. That was a good looking shot. Once again, he just milked the bowler. All he had to do was to get the body in line with the delivery. A nice wristy shot down through forward square all along the ground. Long chase for Macho Nando, running away from that mid-wicket region. Couldn't prevent the third run.
And
so
that was the in-swinger. Played it with the inward movement in total control. So he's 9. The CCC captain. Good delivery again. This one moved away. The same direction he bowled to the right-hander, but now it's the left-hander, and it moved away from him.
Yes, and good outward movement as well for Shamar Joseph. This youngster placed his tiny village of Barakara up the Kanji River on the international scene. The whole world, cricketing world, was gripped on Barakara because of Shamar.
Yeah, spends most of his time in New Amsterdam. And now he's come down to Georgetown. As I said, plays with his brother at Everest. Everest has a lot of international players now. Timo Paul, Hetmeyer.
Richie Loknath plays some cricket for Everest as well, Sean?
He plays for Everest, the Chandra Pauls.
Yeah.
His father still plays club cricket when he gets the time. Chandra Paul's father, Tej.
Oh, that's Mr. Cricket. He's going to play cricket until.
Leon Johnson wants to play again, wants to play second division for GCC.
It was a short lifting delivery, but heading down the leg side. He essayed a hook shot there, Jeremiah. Didn't make contact, but the ball made good height. And I'm happy if Leon can come back and play at least second division cricket. Listen, this guy has tremendous skills left. He's still a good batsman, and if he can rub off something that on the youngsters and they can absorb it, it augurs well for the cricket.
Now a businessman doesn't have the time to play 2 days, but the Georgetown Cricket Association has this rule. Lovely shot back and punches it away down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot on the back foot, just short of a length, a little wide, and made the most of it.
What a fine shot to bring the over to an end here. And we certainly watched this, got back on the back foot, and lovely looking flowing punch shot out through square cover and towards the boundary for 4. That's going to do his confidence a lot of good. That's the media center here at the National Stadium, Providence, you're looking at, and part of the what we have come to know as the red stand, because it's painted with red. And very light grey clouds, lots of white as well. No threat of rain. The morning has been gorgeous so far.
And lots of blue in the sky. I was telling you about the rule that the GCA has. They say that when you play at the inter-county level or Guyana, as Leon Johnson did, you have to wait a year. But with the standard of 4th division and 2nd division cricket in Guyana, you need your players to play. You don't have much of them. Good quality.
Yes, and I don't know if that, has been written in stone.
Yes, it's in the laws of the
Yeah, no, it's
GCA.
there. I know it's there. But with the case of someone like Leon Johnson, he's not going to play first division cricket. He's not going to play for his country at competitive regional cricket, for that matter. And here is where youngsters can benefit from Leon Johnson, not only with his ability to score runs with the bat, but a man's technical class.
He shot again, back and steers it away. True backward point for 4.
And he played it as late as possible there. This time it's Siddiqui Henry. Well played, youngster. We should look at this again. Just stepping onto the back foot, picked it on the up, opening the face, cut through a third man, and away she goes. Well played.
So he's gone into double figures. He's on 10. The skipper, Jeremiah, he's on 13 and it's 30 for 1. Even though they lost an early wicket, these two looking good.
Yeah, I want to say hello to Sunil Joshua. You're seeing all those screens on this scoreboard on the screen, the scores. Sunil Joshua is scoring for, Cricket 360. And he's doing a fantastic job. Thanks to you, Sunil Joshua. And that was a good delivery, Sean. Right on target. Well played, Henry.
Yeah, I want to say good morning to Red Sporera in the island of St. Lucia. He's looking at the feed. And also to James Stratman in Antigua. He's also looking at the feed. Strange enough, he's not looking at the Leewards game.
Wow, beaten outside the line of the off stop. Yes, says umpire Imran Mokan. And that's the first wicket he has put out in regional first class cricket, the umpire. And Henry has to go. Joseph gets 2. It's 30 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, good delivery, nipped back and trapped him well in front. He was on the back foot. And a good delivery there from Ali Muhammad. Sometimes I call him Muhammad Ali because he was my favorite boxer.
I did mention Joseph. Where did I get that from? It's Ali Muhammad, and we were making the point. Once he gets it in that corridor, he's going to be very dangerous. Not a tearaway fast bowler, but somebody who can really create a lot of problem in those areas. So the second wicket has gone. 30 for the loss of 2. Well done, Ronaldo Ali Muhammad. He has picked up another wicket here. And CCC now, they're just on the back foot. The middle order will have to really come good if they're not going to be bowled out here today. And we are yet to see the spinners in operation. We have 2 fast bowlers. They're unsung. And my take on it is that the skipper, Tevin Imlach, will continue with the 2 of them for a little while more. We are just in over number 10 and they've bowled pretty well.
But you wouldn't want to bowl Joseph for too long, now coming back from an injury. We might soon see Pamal into the attack because he's good with bowling the newer ball as opposed to Luke Knott. Or we can maybe see Sinclair because he's more of a defensive bowler in one-day cricket. He bowls well.
Yes. So there are options, and that's the strength of this Guyana Harpy Eagle team. Early days in the competition, but these boys are going to be very, very hard to beat at regional cricket. They're batting good, they're bowling good, they look a very, very fit bunch of cricketers. And there's an air of confidence among them.
Nice shot, hard into the ground. Spectators catch. But there are only about 5 of them here.
Yeah, Shakiri Paris is an attacking player, the youngster, and much is expected of Shakiri Paris. Paris scored a half century in that second innings against Red Force when they were bowled out for 207. He got a 50.
So even though the teams that lost, they had batters that got 50s.
Yes.
Which is good to see from a regional perspective.
Yes, 3 of them. Well, that's good judgment there. Standing tall, Shakiri Paris. The end of a successful over here for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. It's 30 for the loss of 2.
And we've seen the aerial shot of the Providence Stadium. And also, this used to be a cane field. Many people might not know that. In 2006, the construction work started. It was built for the 2007 World Cup. And since then, they've played 3 test matches on this ground.
Yes, and Shaqiri Paris, who has just come out into the middle, made his debut just last year against Barbados. Pride, 21 years, played for the West Indies at the under-19 level. Also played in the recent Caribbean Premier League, CPL. Played for the Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders. 3 matches before this, 123 runs, a highest of 50, averaging 20.50. 20 and 50 against TNT Red Force. Not a bad match for him.
No, not at all. And as I said, Pamal, who was more equipped to bowl the ball with a little bit of shine on it.
As I know you have your contacts within the Harpy Eagles setting, so you called it correctly, Sean.
No, I just called it
kidding.
because he's the bowler most likely to bowl a new ball.
Yes, it's on snick with what the Harpy Eagles have done over the years. Force over of spin, very tight Primal. In the previous game against the Pride, I thought he didn't start it well.
No, he bowled too many bad balls.
Yeah, too many
and
bad
too quickly.
balls. They were put away. Second innings, he came back nicely though. The Primal that we know can be very, very dangerous. Oh, that's a good looking shot off the back foot and pick the gap. Might very well get to the boundary. No, it won't. Well played by the left-hander. Just waited on it and punching it off the back foot.
Too short again from Pamal. You got to bring the batters forward when you're bowling on any kind of pitch, especially a slow pitch. Let him drive. Much better delivery there, bringing him forward. There's it with that little bit of spin out towards the forward short leg on the onside.
Yes, from all and the Vintra Bishu, many years, tormented regional batters.
That was after Magaril and Nagamutu.
Yes, they hunted in pairs.
Yeah.
And when Bishu, the leg spinner, left the scene, Gudakesh Moti
Yeah.
came into the reckoning.
And before that,
Oh, that's a fine
bad
shot.
ball. Yeah, too short and swept away with disdain. In fact, hit the boundary very quickly and bad delivery, bad line.
Yes, and he was very quickly to get everything behind that one and played it beautifully. The right leg came right down on the pitch, picked the bounce nicely to the right of Tejnara and Chandrapal at short backward square and gets the boundary.
Well, good afternoon to Derek Kalicharan, who's in the United States of America, watching the feed. Himself, Roger Harper, and Clyde Butts formed the attack in the 80s.
Yeah, Derek was the leg spinner. The over's been concluded here by Veerasamy Pramal. 36 for the loss of 2. Jeremiah is a 19, and he's continued to grow in confidence. Henry made 10, and Evelyn, the other one out, made 5. Shamar Joseph 1 for 19. Ali Mohammed 1 for 9. Pramal force over cost him 6.
Yes, we've seen a good opening spell from the 2 fast bowlers. Well, one wouldn't want to call Ali Mohammed a fast bowler. He's a Brits medium pacer, tends to depend more on lateral movement and swing than pace. And he bowled well though, got one of the wicket as you said. Shamar Joseph back from shin injury, got the other one. Brilliant catch taken by Imlak. As I said, he replaced De Silva in Pakistan and did a fine job behind the stumps.
Yes, it was excellent keeping by Tevin Imlak and made a valuable 35 in that second innings.
Good shot, looking to lift his head. And maybe a slow ball. That was a wasteful shot. Looking, if he'd gotten out, it would have been disastrous for CCC. Why would you want to play a shot like that in a 4-day game?
Because he played some CPL T20 matches, maybe the habit got into this 4-day game. It was not on, especially when you're not coming down the track. If he came down and reached it on the pitch and he connected, that would have been a maximum. Has to be careful here, Shaqiri Paris. While you want to be aggressive, you have to have discretion as well. Your team has lost 2 already. This is only over number 12, early on the first morning of play in a 4-day game.
Well, Imlak has come up to prevent him from going down the track and
Yes.
playing those types of shots. Let's see what he'll do now.
That's a brave movement.
Nicely played though. Ball pitched up.
Looks very elegant there, Sean,
Yeah.
standing tall. And driving into the offside field. Tage is there. Can't get past him. And there's an air around Tage. He looks such a different cricketer than what I saw in some first division matches in Guyana, shorter format as well. He looks very, very confident. Yes, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is feeding him with deliveries that are pitched right up. Has to be careful when he pulls back. The length of the delivery and get it to cut back could be a prime candidate for LBW here.
And I love the variation from Ali Mohammed. Slow balls, in cutters, outswingers. Wonder if he bowl a bumper. Pitched up and well stopped inadvertently.
Yes, that was a good shot. If it had gone past Ali Mohammed, I think both guys, Premal at mid-on and Richie at that mid-off area, would have found it difficult to save that one.
In the first match, he stopped the ball with his boot again.
Yes.
And I was saying that if that ball bounced an inch, his ankle would have been crushed. And crushed.
Well, he hadn't enough time to get down. That's the reason why he had to use the boots there. Pull back the length of that delivery, but a little bit too short.
And that was a bit quicker.
Yes. No, he's given good services to this Harpy Eagle team, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
When he plays for GCC, he likes to pong the ball in, even on slow pitches.
At Border, we saw him bowl a lot of bouncers in local cricket. Well, this surely came off the edge of the bat. It's an educated edge. It's going to go all the way down towards white third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, it left him late. And luckily he got some bat onto it, opened the face, but it went off the outer half of the bat, and 4 is 4.
Yes, 40 for the loss of 2. So he got it all around the ground, no problem there, but has to be very, very careful with the way that he plays those shots. Paris?
Yeah, so he's now gone. That's his first shot. His
Scoring
first
shot.
Scoring shot. His boundary is off the mark with a boundary. And an auspicious boundary though, fortuitous in some ways. But he's still there, and that's the important thing. 40 for 2.
Yes, and that's one of our national photographers, works with the Chronicle newspaper. John, your boy, we just saw on the screen.
I didn't see him. Nice shot. Straight to the man though. Pamal starts another over.
What's the name of your photographer at Chronicle?
No, that's Narayan.
That's Narayan.
Yeah, but he's not at Chronicle anymore.
Oh.
He's working for the West Indies. He's working for, I think, Sports Max.
Sports Max?
Yeah,
That's a big promotion.
yeah. He's retired from Chronicle now.
I didn't follow that one.
Yeah.
We served yeoman years
Yeah.
there at Chronicle.
Yeah, and he's an expert taking out cricket. And maybe ask him to send me some pictures for my story in Chronicle.
I think there's a price tag that is attached to that.
I don't think it would be for me. If I get 1 or 2.
Yeah, he's always a pleasant
Yeah.
fella. Lots of experience.
And he has a son also that does photography. talking about photography, I must say condolences to the friends, the families, and the cricketing fraternity of Colin Bones Cumberbatch.
Yeah, photojournalist,
Yeah,
passed
along-
away in the wee hours of last Friday. Wrapped on the patch, shot for leg before.
Might
Well,
be going down leg side.
yes, nothing wrong. 40 for the loss of 2. And you mentioned Bones Cumberbatch, Sean. Covered West Indies cricket for decades, home and away, all parts of the world. And was also a regular member.
Yeah, going down the leg side.
Peeling off the hands of Premal, but no way a catch whatsoever. The offer's been completed by Veersamy Premal, 40 for the loss of 2. And Colin Bones Cumberbatch was also a regular figure on Good Morning Jojo show in Antigua.
Yes, along with King Frankai, who got him into photography. He's actually from Guyana, but he spent most of his life in Antigua.
That's Cumberbatch or Frankai?
Cumberbatch.
Cumberbatch.
Yeah, Bones.
Well, Guyanese are all parts of this world, you know, Sean. They're making a difference.
Yeah, himself and Gordon Brooks was the photographers in the good times of West Indies cricket. And Gordon Brooks has a son who's taken over from him. Covers regional, international cricket for the West Indies Cricket Board.
And this is the guy we were talking about.
Yeah, that's Narain.
Narain?
Yeah.
Modest man, loves to wear that slippers, his track pants.
Yeah.
Might have borrowed somebody's t-shirt as well. That's our dear friend, so we can't get ourselves in any trouble or whatsoever. 40 for the loss of 2, and the bowling rate here by the two Guyanese fast bowlers has been good. 13 overs sent down so far, and we yet to complete the first hour maybe after this over.
6 overs. This will be 7th from Ali Mohammed. As he again misses his run. And will have to walk back. It's a relatively short run up. Starts his run maybe where the 30-yard circle will be in the one-day game.
Yeah, and we just cannot run the risk of letting him know. We said, well, not myself, but Sean said he's not a fast bowler. He's going to tell you, distinguish that I'm a medium fast bowler.
well, military
Lovely
medium.
fella. Military medium.
Yeah.
Did he work with the army?
No.
No, he didn't. But that's a good delivery. Came back a little, but a little bit too much outside the line of the off stump. Get it a little bit closer, and then the headaches will begin to take place.
When Roderick Lovell bowled in Barbados, I said that he was part of the GDF team, and Donna Simmons, the lawyer who was a commentator, she said that's why he's bowling military medium.
Yeah, Donna, wonderful lady. Had the privilege of being in her company in Jamaica at Alpart.
She was the first female on the BBC commentary team.
That was a little bit sharper as far as pace is concerned, and made good height too. Went through to Tevin Imlak.
So I want to say good afternoon to the students.
Still good morning.
Yes. And it's more of a morning in Jamaica, where I was going to
that's
say
right.
good morning. It's now just about 10 o'clock there in Jamaica to the guys at the Mona campus there. In Barbados, the Cave Hill campus. And in Trinidad, on the East Corridor, the St. Augustine campus.
And you know, I'm particularly happy to see the Cricket West Indies Academy
Yeah.
and the combined campuses and colleges playing in this year's tournament. More players playing first class cricket with good talent, and more so exposing the university. Not that you have to be a university player to play the game, but you're asking the brightest minds to contribute to it, as this one is stuck down towards the long leg region for a single.
In last year's tournament, Shamar Brooks, who I figured would have gone a far way in his career, disappointed me with his talent His favorite batsman was Carl Hooper, and you could see why. He captained the CCC last year.
He was such a fine player.
Yeah.
And that's a problem that has plagued us in the West Indies. So many players you see on show looks good, and you feel this one, has the touch to go forward, and they just fade away. Not even in the Barbados lineup.
I think the West Indies team is the most, I'll get back to that. Ball outside the line of the something we shall play. Is the most team, is the team that has the most under 30 players who are not playing anymore. I remember Adrian Barrett retiring at 24 after fantastic test debut 100.
Yes, I remember that in 115, I think.
Yeah, he's with the 360 commentary team now.
Yes, I listened to him. And I know Matthew is going to enlighten us here. Is Adrian Barrett a pastor now?
Yes, he is. 7 days Adventist.
41 for the loss of 2. Johan Jeremiah 19. The fourth over of play has been completed. Henry back for 10, and so too Damil Evelyn. He's back in the pavilion. So it's 41 for 2. The players are going to refresh themselves with some water and maybe juice. We'll take a little break and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Providence venue that's covered with hazy sunshine. As we said, no threat of rain. And Pomal will continue. That's the Demerara River on the east bank of Demerara. That's a bond on the east bank of Demerara.
What beautiful mangroves we're watching there, Sean.
Yeah. So Pomal starts after the break, and that's a lovely cover drive. It's going to go close to the boundary. Could Joseph get there? No, he can't. And it's 4 runs. Glorious shot.
Yes, I agree with you. And this is the way that Paris normally plays. Beautiful shot on the half volley. And once he beat the short extra cover, I think the fielder out on the extra cover boundary had no chance whatsoever. He got the power. The placement was immaculate. Now they're going to cover that gap there because you're having a short wide mid-off. Kevin Sinclair is there. And you're having the cover. So some protection there now. Not a bad ploy. You're having that man in short catching position at short wide mid-off.
Too short. And should have done better with it. He's got the man on the square cover boundary. Almost the cover boundary sweeper. Just about a couple of yards in. Change the ball. So there's protection on the boundary.
Yes, and I think he was outdone on that previous delivery because of the little extra bounce. This one kept much more lower.
Real good servant of cricket, Pomal. Well swept down to the boundary for 4, convincing shot. And Pomal giving away too many boundary balls. Too full on that occasion. Nice shot.
Yes, and he's a strong boy, this Shaqiri Paris. And once he picks the length and he played the sweet shot, he looks good. It was a cracking sound of leather hitting willow. Had 4 written all over it. And Pomal is just paying the penalty here. He has not settled down. And look there. Sir Clive Lloyd. That's an icon, not only in West Indies, but the world. The man that held. I'll tell you after this. The 1975 and the 1979 ICC One-Day International World Cup in his hand twice, and was on the verge of doing so in 1983 when India stole it from him.
Yeah, the biggest upset of the century in cricket.
And that's a good delivery to end the over here by Pomal. The score 51 for the loss of 2. Well, with that boundary, the 50 actually came up, and that's a good sight to see.
Yes, they've recovered nicely, but a wicket or 2 here would give Guyana firm control of this first session.
Yes, and the Kaichor waterfall, the highest single drop waterfall in the world, 741 feet, tumbling into the Pataro River. What a magnificent scene.
Yes, and that waterfall is 5 times the height of the Niagara Fall, that's on the border of Canada and America. And it's higher than the Victoria Fall in Zimbabwe.
Yes, and we are known for a number of beautiful, magnificent.
And that's not the only fall. There's the Orunduk Falls, and there are lots of other waterfalls, and that's the Super Cat.
Yes, and he's having the left hand on the jaw. He's thinking there, thoughts of wisdom. What a fine gentleman. Sir Clyde, soft-spoken, always respectful. I think he's going to head that academy, which is going to be put into place by the government of Guyana on the East Coast at LBI. That's going to come into reckoning.
So Sinclair starts his first over, bowling before Look Not more of a bowler that depends on the older ball, gets a lot of turn. That's a short ball, but a dangerous shot. And with the pace of Sinclair, that allowed him to just lay back and almost steer it down towards the third man boundary for 4, the left-hander.
You called it right, Sean. That was much quicker. Look at this one. And, well, he got the thick outside edge. It was lucky for him. It went all along the ground. Has to be careful here. Johan Jeremiah. He's gone on to 23 from 48 deliveries. Imlak hunting another wicket here, calling on Kevin Sinclair.
So like in the old days, he'll be the harper, and Luke North will be the box.
Yes. Clydie, may his soul rest in peace.
Again, dangerous shot, played it off his stumps. Not a big turner of the ball.
Yeah, the good thing is that he's not going against the spin, he's going with the spin. And with Kevin normally being very, very tight. But he's a youngster, Jeremiah, has good eyesight.
Too short and slapped away, and that's gone for 4. Too easy.
Yes.
And took advantage of it.
And that's good batting here by the left-hander. Innocuous delivery from Kevin Sinclair. And he played the perfect shot, bisecting the short extra cover, undercover, and got the boundary.
Even in Pakistan on those raging turners, I think he bowled it too short and too fast. Moti also surprisingly bowled too fast in Pakistan. So an expensive over comes to an end, 2 boundaries in it, and at the end of the over it's 59 for 2.
Yeah, so the CCC, they're fighting back here between these two, Paris and Jeremiah, 27 and 15 apiece. Joseph 1 for 19, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed 1 for 14. Virasamy Premal, a little bit again, like I said, on the expensive side, but he can change all of that within a few overs.
Guyana known for its eco-tourism. The Kaito Falls, of course, we just saw. There's the Mount Roraima, the Pacaraima mountain range is the highest mountain in South America. Kamal starts again. And when you go on top of that mountain, you could see 3 countries. You see Venezuela, you see Brazil, and you see Guyana.
Yes, I think the beginning of those mountains just straddle the borders of those 3 countries.
Yeah. And steered away.
Good looking shot, allowing the pace of the bowler to do the scoring for you. Gets another single. The partnership so far 30 from 40. That's between Paris and Jeremiah. Paris has been looking good. His contribution has been 16, while Jeremiah's contribution has been 14.
So when you look at the outfield, it's pristine
Yes.
and very fast, even if there's rain all night. It's the fastest drying international cricket venue in the world.
That's a beautiful delivery by Premal, given generous flight. Hung in the air for a long time. Well played, Jeremiah.
That's maybe arguably the best ball he's bowled for the day.
Oh, coming forward, short of catch it, but he kept it down well with the presence of the man at forward short leg. Did not blur what he was going to do. Deliberate shot, well played, another single.
There are many times when you bowl unplayable deliveries and you don't get any wickets, and you get a wicket with a long hopper full toss. But that's just the luck of the bowler and the bad luck of the batter.
Well, the thing that happens in those scenarios, you might bowl the best delivery, is that the batter is more careful against those delivery, and when they feel that they can score, yeah, they become vulnerable, thus getting the wicket as well.
I think in Trinidad they say that you were drunk in honey.
61 for the loss of 2. 17 overs gone so far.
Guyana's won 13 titles since 1966, and 7 of the 9 in this franchise era, which began in 2014-15. And the last time they won a title, it was CCC. They beat at their home ground at the university campus. They beat them in 3 days to take the title, and that year, last year, 3 teams went into that final round with a chance of winning the title. Sinclair outside the line of the leg stump, bad line again, and that's going to go close to the boundary. will be pulled back just inside, and the batsman amble for two would be two leg buys. Yes, two leg buy signals umpire Mokan in his first class debut. And in that match, the Leewards and Barbados also, if they had won, they would have won the title. But Guyana, knowing that rain would have fallen on the Saturday, finished the match on the Friday. In 3 days, that's short. And punched away. That hit, who was that, Nandu?
Well, he's on the turf. It's some agony there. Is it the knee?
Yeah, maybe just below the knee. Yeah, just below the knee. That's a hard hit when a ball hits you there. And a leather ball is not a soft thing.
Well, we shall surely monitor. That's, yes, it's in the knee. And that little patch on the, just below the knee will tell you where actually he fell. As we're watching the ball going straight to him there. Yes, it's cannoned into the knees. Well, Matthew Nandu is a strong fella. He's going to overcome that. But I'm sure he doesn't want to get injury at this stage. He's been striking the ball real good.
Yeah, himself and Chandrapal, who seems back to form with that unbeaten fourth in the last game. Not a bad delivery down the leg side. And when you bowl round the wicket, you tend to push the ball. If you're not a prodigious turn of the ball, it slants into the left-hander pads.
Yeah, so Kevin has to regroup here at the moment. Not looking the Kevin Sinclair that we know. Got much better line delivery this time. Richie Loknott, he spins the ball.
Yeah.
And that was so refreshing to see. Now this is going to be cat and mouse chase out towards the boundary. Primol is going to win the battle just about now. But that's another good looking shot.
And the oldest man in the field catches the ball easily. He looks fitter than most of the players. Works hard on his fitness, Primol.
Yes,
Most of the Albion players work hard on their fitness.
You mentioned Albion. That ground is not going to be long from now to be completed. Total resurface of the Albion Community
Yes,
Centre.
it's going to be a multi-purpose stadium. In fact, one of the modern stadiums. Another one at Palmaria. When we talk about the longest straight road in the Caribbean, it starts at Palmyra and goes way up on the lower quarantine.
Sean, look at that. Our youngsters on that scoreboard, they're doing a fantastic job.
Yes. 67 for the loss of 2.
And you're talking about the 19 public road.
Yeah.
From Palmyra right up to around where number 1, I think.
Yeah. That's the longest straight road in the entire Caribbean.
And it's called the 19 road because it's 19 miles in length. Albion, of course, the home of cricket in Berbice.
There's going to be a refurbishing of the Anna Regina Community Centre into a state-of-the-art stadium also.
But it's a brand new one, I understand. It's and it's amazing. Palmyra is going to be completed this year. And I saw a photograph that His Excellency, the President of Guyana, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, posted up. An aerial shot. It's looking spanking.
Played with the turn, Primol bowled short. Got some spin there, but in total control.
And so far, this has been a sound and solid batting by Jeremiah.
It's 32. As you said, he's looking very, very solid.
So let's paint the picture. We're talking Albion, Palmyra in Berbice, Anna Regina in Essequibo, and in Linden as well.
Yeah, they're building 2 stadiums in Linden. One in Matuka, I think, or somewhere around there. That's going to be the football ground. And Mackenzie Sports Club.
And with the bridge across the Wisma River, the bridge across the new bridge across the Demerara.
It's going to be a 4-lane.
Yes, river. Connections take place. Oh, that's a fine shot off the back foot. Pierce the gap between backward point and the cover and out towards the boundary for 4. Loknath and Nandu gives up the chase. That's a fine looking shot. Well played.
A bad delivery again from the veteran Pomal. Too short. And now he's going to post the man on the sweeper position as the groundsman.
There's some drizzle.
Yeah, the groundsman getting ready with the covers.
It's not anything heavy,
No.
but it's beginning to become persistent at the moment.
Pomal again, flattened short, and played with turn into the onside. So another expensive over by the Guyana spin twins. 73 for 2.
Yes, and these two guys are growing in confidence. Shakiri Parison, 17 from his 24, and Johan Jeremiah, 37 from 64.
And it's good to see the 6-4 because that shows the length of his innings. He's faced 64 balls and he's required to bat long in this format.
Yes, and like I made the point, I think there's where Barbados Pride didn't call it right. You can't be bowled out on the first day of a 4-day game.
Again, a bad delivery outside the line of the leg stump.
Now Kevin Sinclair is badly straying in line here. He must get that correct.
Because he's bowling chest on, and when you bowl chest on, you bowl the arm ball better, but you got to put it in line. Start it on off stump.
Yes, and he's virtually bowling with a new ball. How many overs old is this ball? 20. The off spinners or the leg spinners will want a ball that is a little bit older, but they have come accustomed to bowling the new ball.
Because in white ball cricket, he relishes the chance of getting the ball to skid on. He's very good in limited overs cricket, 1 day and 2020, where you need not to be penetrative, you need to be more economical, defensive. But when you bowl that way in a 4-day game, a team can bat and then eke out the runs, and all of a sudden they're 400 for 4. And you bowl 20 overs with 30 runs.
Yes, it's a long version of the game. So there is time to build innings, build partnerships. Now he's going to come over the wicket now, the right arm off spinner. Good. Slower through the air this time and looks much better. Challenging the batter.
When you bowl the ball slower, it grips, it has more revolutions on it, so it grips on the track and bites and turns. But the faster you bowl, the less it grips. Nice delivery again.
Beating all ends up.
Yeah.
Pushing forward. And the ball just beating the outside edge and going through to the keeper. Has to be careful here, Paris.
Again, another good delivery with the turn, long toes, long on. But you've got to be persistent and consistent if you're a spinner. Patience and consistency gives you wickets.
74 for the loss of 2. Paris is on 17. And Johan Jeremiah, he's on 38. So the skipper taking the fight to the opposition here. And Shakiri Paris playing his role too, starting a little bit shaky, but just growing in confidence. With Guyana Harpy Eagles called correctly this morning at the toss, and they are bowling first. Henry, he's back in the pavilion, along with Evelyn. The two of them didn't last too long. Pramal, none for 24 from 5 overs. So he's bordering at a run rate of 5 that he has given away so far. We'd like to correct that. Put pressure. Can't have pressure on one end and runs flowing from the other. Lovely looking shot. Paris driving away. Just a single, but looks real good. Very comfortable.
Yes, a tall man using his reach to his advantage, stretched out and got that ball on the half volley. An easy single. Pomal was the regional's leading wicket taker. Broke that record last year. Good
delivery. Well played, Johan Jeremiah. And we were talking about all these stadiums in Ghana that are now being built, state-of-the-art facility. Most of them is going to house 10,000 people. I know for sure the one at Palmyra. Albion is going to be another 10,000 one. And there's another one that's going to go up at Lenora.
Yeah.
So the groundwork is being laid, massive investment of sports in Guyana, in every field. Not only cricket, these are multi-purpose stadiums.
Yes, sports facilities, the budget, it was the highest last year, and this year it's even higher.
Yes, this year is 9.4 billion, I think.
Yeah, for sports.
You have a youngster who is our sports minister, Honorable Charles Ramson Jr. He understands youth and development. And he's been across this entire country. He has been on the coast, he has been in the hinterland, he has been among bushes, looking for place to be cleared, to set up facility. He's been all over the place.
Good left arm spinner for Everest. Says paddled around. Just a single.
And the good thing, Sean, that all these facilities are lighted with international lights. So those, games can be played on the lights when people come off their jobs, get out in worthwhile activities. It augurs well. 7-7 for 2.
Yes, and most of the community grounds I've noticed in Trinidad, well, all of them that I've seen have lights. Not only for sports, but people can come in and walk around, and that's what the Guyanese culture is so slowly becoming. A recreational for the older people, sports facilities for the younger people, and community development.
Yeah, well, I think the development of recently has been very, very rapid. When you look at the scheme of things, what happened previously and what's happening now, Trinidad and Tobago, they got oil very in the olden days, so they built those infrastructure. Guyana, of course, have touched oil not long ago, and already coupled with the development in so many other fields, the agriculture field, the mining field, in other minerals, the dairy industry, bauxite, all having a boom here. And intellectually too, more than 20,000 scholarship paid for by the government of Guyana. So the development can be seen in every field. Off the back foot.
Slapped away, down to the boundary for 4. He would only go to retrieve the ball from the boundary, Chandra Paul, and that's too short again by Sinclair. This is bad bowling from the Borbishanoff spinner who plays for Rose Halter.
And the partnership has come up with that boundary to 51 from 71, with Paris contributing 19 and Jeremiah 30. Has been a fine partnership between the two, just pulling themselves out of a hole that they found themselves in the first half an hour of play.
Jeremiah doing an excellent job for CCC, leading from the front. He's played some lovely shots.
Yeah, very impressed with him. Coupled with his half century against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And that's hit deliberately up and under, over the mid-on position. A lot of left hand into that shot, the left-hander, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. So expensive over again. So far, it's not even finished. 1 ball to go.
Yes, very expensive. And 2 sparkling boundaries there we have seen. And we have our good friend Basu. He'll be coming in to join me at the end of this over.
And I tell you a little story about Basu. There is Clive Lloyd. I promised to introduce him to Clive Lloyd. I hope he remains there during the lunch break.
Well, he's a celebrity too, so who we introduce to who? We shall see a little later, Sean.
Swept away. That's swept on length.
Yes, good looking shot once again. So very healthy over here for the combined campuses and colleges. At the end of it, it's 86 for the loss of 2. 22 overs have been bowled so far in this morning.
So Basu, who says he's a West Indian, went to the mall and saw Clive Lloyd and didn't tell him anything. And he really wanted to see Clive Lloyd. So I promised renewed that I'll introduce him to Clive Lloyd.
All right, I guess you still have time to do that,
Yeah.
even at the National Stadium. I hope he doesn't tremble and become nervous when he reaches the
Well, he
great
said
man.
he was afraid to talk to Clive Lloyd.
Yeah. '87 for the loss of 2. Pramal continues. Good looking drive. Should take a single. Sean Devers has gone to get his cup of coffee. Hello to our dear friend Basu. How you doing, my brother?
Good morning, Inderjit. Good morning to all. Good afternoon, good evening. We are very locked on around the world. Quite an even morning's play so far, I would think. 88 for 2 now.
But with a half-century partnership between these two, Jeremiah and Paris, I think that the CCC just beginning to win this period of play.
Yeah, they lost 2 early wickets and were a bit on the back foot. And that seems to be a little bit of a problem for CCC this year. The fragility. That fragility of their batting lineup. Johan Jeremiah, nonetheless, by the scoreboard outside, they have him on 50 already. Our scorecard has him now getting to 50. But he's gone past 50 and he's looked pretty good.
Yes, he has looked the part. Has been a fine half-century by the skipper, leading from the front of just 81 deliveries. And this time beaten outside the line of the off-stump Shaqiri Paris. A little quicker delivery and just was not up to it, but he preserved the wicket. 89 for 2, 23 overs gone so far. In the first hour, we'll just get back to Jeremiah. 81 balls, 8 fours, a strike rate of 61.73. So he found the boundary boards very, very often. And what a pleasant sight we're seeing on the screen here. The complete view of the National Stadium at Providence. It's amazing. One of the best venues around. Ambassador is saying in that first hour, 41 for 2, the Harpy Eagles definitely took control. But in this second hour here, it's the CCC.
Yeah, we mentioned Johan Jeremiah, you mentioned that half century, and he was the mainstay, one of, in their first round encounter against the Red Force. So he's continued with good form with the bat as Richie Looknot, a young man who did pretty well in Guyana's first round encounter against Barbados.
Yeah.
Coming off the back of a handful of wickets in that encounter.
It's a different day, it's a different match. And first delivery gone over the top of long on, and that's a maximum. Johan Jeremiah celebrating his 15th style, banging the first ball from Richie Looknot over long on for a maximum. And we look at it on the replay once again. Veerasamy, well, that was a previous shot played for 4 through the offside field.
We'll get back to that one.
Caught in the slips there.
Yeah, indeed. But he's looked comfortable.
Yes.
Hasn't he? Johan Jeremiah.
As he has looked the part. And it's a good talent we're witnessing here. I am impressed. This one a little bit wider of the line of the off stump. Very often you see teams being beaten badly, come back, and they just go down. Well, we've seen a great fight here from the CCC. Another single. Milking the bowling here.
And that's one of the challenges with the CCC and the academy. Unlike the other franchises and territorial teams, they don't necessarily always have a group of players like a Guyana. It's easy for Sinclair, Shamar Joseph and Tevin Imlach to come back from international duty because they've been around the team on a consistent basis. Last year before that, with Jamaica, you have the likes of Jermaine Blackwood, who's always around the team, Makino Minley, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You have a core group of players like a Jason Mohammed. So it's difficult for CCC and the West Indies Academy, where they always have, they tend to have a turnstile of players. Now we see Akeem Jordan. He's moved on from playing for Barbados and he's now playing with CCC. And then you see the likes of Joshua James, who would have played with the academy last season, end of the over, 96 for 2, and he's gone back home to his home territory, Trinidad and Tobago. So you look at a guy like Matthew Nandu, who's played with the academy and played with CCC, and then come back home to Guyana. So it's difficult for them. I don't think they'll be too disheartened by that first round loss. It is a long season. It's 7 rounds of matches. We're now into round 2. The 25 season of the West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
Yes, it's going to take some time for these guys, and they will gel as the tournament progresses. And you made the right point. You know, they're not a bunch of cricketers in one territory. These guys come across the Caribbean from Grenada, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago. Good to see Jonathan Rampasad in that 14 squad as well, the Guyanese. So it will take some time for them to gel as a team, for them to work together. It's not going to happen overnight. The mere thing is that their presence is here in regional cricket tells a story that, you know, we're bringing some of our best minds together. Shamar Joseph is back. And a good delivery to start, right on target. Joseph, his first 5 overs just cost him 19 runs, and he picked up a wicket as well. So he's in the second spell here.
I tell you, one of the things that works to the benefit of the combined campuses is the support staff that they have. We talk about this season, the West Indies Championships, where legends are made, and we have some stalwarts of the game in the region that make up that management team of CCC. The likes of Keno Mason and Pedro Collins. Of course, Pedro Collins playing at the highest level, representing West Indies at the highest level. So they do have, if not for anything else, a level of experience in their management team that these young players can fall back on and then look to push forward as the tournament goes through.
Yes, and the team also have an analyst as well, so they're not joking around. This is good. This is a false shot. Looking for the cover drive and maybe just misjudged the line of the delivery. Much closer than he expected, Jeremiah, and dragged it down towards mid-on.
I tell you, it's refreshing to see Shamar Joseph with the red ball in hand. And to see him up close and personal, actually. I don't think I saw him last season because I didn't get the chance to call many of Guyana's games last year. But tend to see Shamar Joseph at a distance on television.
Did he actually play it last year? I doubt whether in the regional 4-day. His last 4-day was in 2023 as he cover drives, through extra cover, out towards the boundary. That's a great shot by Jeremiah. That's gone away for 4, and the youngster continue to impress here at Providence. What a fine shot. That has brought up the 100 for the combined campuses and colleges. They're 100 for 2, and we're in the 25th over. So the scoring rate has been healthy. They're scoring at 4 runs and over, and that's refreshing to see.
Yeah, that's one of those odd occasions, Shamar Joseph over pitching, and a guy who's faced 88 deliveries in Johan Jeremiah, he's not going to miss out on a half volley like that. Much better from Shamar Joseph.
And a little bit quicker as well. No, Shamar is one of those jovial fellas that you will come across. He is the guy, if I should put it this way, they say, the man with the smile that kills. You know, with the ball in his hand, he has transformed that into a real competitive athlete. Away from that, he's this jovial fella. He's going to crack jokes, you know, laugh and talk and do odd things. He's a wonderful human.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him.
Well, beaten all ends up too good to cannon into the stumps. And that one made a little bit of a height in him, not too much. But then he was looking to get on the back foot. Quicker delivery, beaten for pace.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him not with a smile on his face. Shamar Joseph.
Yes, 101 for the loss of 2 at the end of the over. And he did mention in one of those interview, Basu, that one of the jobs that he enjoyed the best was when he was a security guard. He said he slept a lot. Slept a lot while being a security guard. He enjoyed that moment. He knows how to crack a joke. Shamar.
He does.
West Indies needs him. And, you know, all of us are looking forward for him to stay fit. But when he begins to take wickets, he's going to take them in a bag.
Yeah, and I think for all intents and purposes, as Richie Lucknott continues from the VIP suites end, I think that's what we're looking for, especially in this round. In this round of matches, you're looking to see a Shamar Joseph, how he goes about his business, a Jaden Seals, when he does represent Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, 2 young fast bowlers who have promised so much. It's going to be a joy to see the 2 of them in tandem.
Of course, the spearhead of that senior team, Alzari Joseph, presently plying his trade in white ball cricket. But once that is completed, you may see him fall back into the Leeward Islands team later in the tournament. We wait to see if that indeed happens. You mentioned to me this morning about Kima Roach and that injury. I'm not sure if he's going to feature for Barbados.
No, he's not in the mix there.
Of course, those are the players that we're looking at, because later on today, in fact, in about half an hour's time, there is going to be a press conference from Cricket West Indies, and in that press conference, they're going to announce the fixtures for the senior men's and women's team for the summer and beyond.
And that's good to know that they're doing it early as well. Some test match coming up in the region. I think as Australia is going to tour here.
Yeah, so Australia is going to be here June, July. That's going to be the first tenure under with Red Bull for Darren Sammy.
Yes, and that's good to hear. I think that, you know, a lot of people will be glued there to listen to that schedule. A big swing of the bat, shout of catch it. It's going away down towards the backward square, a boundary, and the return will coming now. That's from Tage, out in the middle, and they get 2 more runs. And I think there's going to announce the schedule as well for the emerging players too.
Yeah, indeed, because there is at the end of the over 104 for 2. Johan Jeremiah moving on to 63, 22 from Shaq Paris. A wicket apiece for Shamar Joseph and Ali Mohammed. There is an A-team tour that's expected later in the first half of the year. The women's team is expected to go to England later on in the year. The women's team is also preparing for a World Cup. They have their qualifiers that's going to come up sometime later in the year. So there's a lot of cricket. You also have all the Rising Stars tournaments that usually get going around March, April with the Under 15 Rising Stars Boys Championship. So we expect a lot of good news and cricket all round and cricket all year round in the West Indies, which is a refreshing sight.
Yes, and it was good to see the West Indies women clean sweep of the Bangladeshi girls. Good looking drive off the back foot, winning their one-day international 2-1 and sweeping the T20 series 3-0. Hayley Matthews, Deandra Dutton continue to be the star, and Joseph, it's amazing how that young lady has come through as well.
I was telling someone that I looked at the women, and you can see, especially with younger players like a Cherry Ann Fraser and a Janelia Glasgow.
Yes.
I'll come back to it.
Short, rising delivery there, and well played too by Jeremiah. Was away from the body, and better sense prevailed. He didn't went to play the uppercut.
There's that extra yard of pace that we know Shamar Joseph can extract. But I was looking at the women, and it just seemed to me that Janelia Glasgow and Cherry Ann Fraser, they had a stint in Australia late last year, and it just seemed to do them a world of good. You can see they have come on quite a bit from, let's say, earlier in the year last year. And that's, as much as we mentioned Hayley Matthews and Deandra Dutton, it's almost expected that we know what we're going to get from them.
Exactly.
And to see, as you said, Kiana Joseph, Cherry Ann Fraser, Janelia Glasgow, Zeta James, to see them come on the way they have, because at some point, Hayley Matthews and Deandra Dutton are not going to be there.
That's
It's
right.
just a reality of life.
Yes.
Affy Fletcher, for example.
Well, she's a lady that has been living a long life in cricket.
I can't remember which series it was, and I saw Affy Fletcher's age come up on the screen. And I wait a minute, Affy Fletcher is 37 years old. I could not be, because sometimes you get around the girls and you never realize that they're that far in their career. Of course, Affy Fletcher has been a servant and probably one of the best leg spinners in the world.
Yes.
And so very underrated in my book.
She's a wonderful cricketer, Affy Fletcher. The spirit in which she plays the game. There's young Ashmini Munisar from Guyana, and your girl from Trinidad and Tobago, Ram Haraka. You know, they're a bright prospect, they're talent. So it's not lost for West Indies whatsoever. They have not qualified for the World Cup. They will be playing in the preliminaries. 6 teams will be participating, and only 2 will be joining the top 6 in that. Let's wish our girls all the best that they qualify in that final 2 to make the World Cup.
I think that going through those qualifiers may very well suit them well, almost like it did with our men's white ball team when they didn't qualify. It just seemed to spark something in our men's team under Shai Hope that you know we didn't qualify, and subsequent to that.
Appeal for a catch at the wicket, tumbling save. Well, not says the umpire, there was no baton to that one, but it was a nice take by Tevin in black. Well, they say, Basu, when you reach the end of your rope, you tie a big knot and you hold on for dear life. They want to qualify, they have to play in the preliminaries. We wish them all the best. Not a nice position to be. You want to ensure that you're among the top. And just look at the men's ICC championship. They have not qualified for that either. 2017 and 2025 will be are the years that they aren't qualified. That's a good-looking straight drive. Took some pace off it here. Shamar Joseph off the bat of Paris. Can't score. The over has been completed. It's 27 without, in fact, 106 for 2. 27 overs gone. And another big surprise, a team that has always qualified for the ICC championship for the first time, Sri Lanka, they haven't qualified. So that the nature of the game, as far as countries sometimes who dominate for a period of time, it's happening. These things do unfold. 106 for 2. It's been a good recovery here by the combined campuses and colleges. As the right arm off spinner Richie Loknott continues from the come box end. That's the ground. Good delivery, nicely floated, took some pace off it. And here is where he was very, very effective in the first match he played against Barbados Pride. Tossed up and nicely driven through the offside field, through covers. Gets another single, Jeremiah, and he continues to blossom. He has faced 98 deliveries, nothing wrong with that. A model of concentration and some high-class shots too. So he knows how to build an innings. Paris, on the other hand, more flamboyant, exploring the possibility of a single. Jeremiah and sent back by Paris. Can't score in that position at short cover. Now he's going to come over the wicket, the right arm off spinner. Onto the back foot this time. Good delivery. And Loknott is just beginning to get into that groove when he picked up those 9 wickets against Barbados Pride. And he's hoisting this one in the air. That's going to come over the ropes, over long on. That's a great shot off the bat of Paris. It's a maximum. Well played, youngster. Tossed up. He went after his man. You can see it here on the replay. Got himself into a fine position. And no big spin in the ball. Blasted it over long on. The second time that Loknott has been smashed for 6. The first ball he bowled was smashed over long off, this one over long on. Tossed up again. This time all along the ground. Single down towards long on. So he's just beginning to look much more freer here. 113 for 2, Jeremiah 65, Paris on 28. 1 for 26 and 1 for 14, Joseph and Ali Mohammed. So as we head towards lunch on day number 1, let me remind all our viewers and listeners that the Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss and they decided to ask the combined campuses and colleges to take first strike. Within the first hour of play, they lost Damiel Elvin and Sadiki Henry. But since then, at 41 for 2, these two have been locked together. And they're looking good. Lovely weather condition, not too much of heat from the sun. Some cloud cover way towards the east of the ground. No immediate threat of rain. Nice, refreshing wind across the ground. Short. Onto the back foot, it's going to beat third man. That's, oh, what a brilliant piece of fielding here. On the boundary line by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Well, he was running away from the boundary area. For a moment I thought it would have beat him into the boundary, but he sprinted like a hare, got there, played a little dribble as you will do in football, and saved it from goal. Saved some runs for his team. It's so important that fielding is of the highest order. I was mentioning a little bit earlier, the Guyana team is a very fit team, so that will tell the hard work of what the coaches and the players would have done among themselves. Good pitched up delivery, well played towards mid-on, Paris. They have been in camp, they had some practice matches, and the results are showing here. And when you're defending champions, it's important that you come out and you show why you're the defending champions. And they're doing that. They're going through a little struggle here to pick up another wicket. But you aren't seeing heads bows, shoulders looping. Yeah, nicely turned off the body. Easy for him to pick up a single, Paris. So when the boundaries aren't coming, the singles are coming.
these two would have shared in a significant partnership in their second innings versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force when they had to follow on. They ended up losing by an innings and some plenty runs. Don't want to remind them of it, but they look quite comfortable. Just about 5 minutes. The body from Shamar Joseph, nicely tucked away. Just about 5 minutes before that luncheon interval. And Jeremiah and Paris will have in the back of their mind that we want to get to that lunch interval without further loss.
Yes, and I think that's the thing that they will be thinking here. It's not that you're closing shop totally. You're not going to do anything silly. If a boundary ball comes, I think they will go after it.
Yeah, that's how they've played for the entirety of the morning. Have Paris and Jeremiah when they came together at the fall of that second wicket. To get to 118 in the first session, that's really good going. You mentioned it just a while ago, Inderjeet, that they've been going at just about 4 runs to the over. And this does not look like a team that just lost by an innings and some plenty runs.
Yes, this partnership has been a very lively one. And I guess all of us here like what we are seeing from these two. It's just not all the Harpy Eagles picking up wickets and picking up wickets. They picked up wickets, some brilliant bowling by them. But here is a fight back. And a fight back that is well constructed. This quickest bowler on the side. And that was the quickest ball he sent down, but it was innocuous. It was short, it was wide, way down the leg side by Shamar Joseph. 118 for the loss of 2. So at the hour of 12, we will be listening to that announcement made by the Director of Cricket, Mr. Miles Bascom, at his office in Coolidge, Antigua. He'll be talking about the red ball schedule of the senior West Indies men and women's team, along with schedule for the emerging players, maybe 18 tours and some other tournament. And that's good. It's coming early in February. The whole year beckons on us. Good delivery here by the right arm off spin of Richie Loknaut. And Loknaut prior to this, 18 runs. He's in his 4th over, no wicket. So he too is going at 6 runs and over. Just bidding to be that bowler he was against Barbados Pride, the right arm off spinner. Now he will understand the difficulties of 4-day cricket. It was absolutely splendid for him against Barbados Pride. Another team, another players, another pitch, another day. Sweetly timed and played very easily. Seemed to have a lot of time to play his shot to Joanne Jeremiah, and that was well played.
That's about the 3rd or 4th time for the morning that one has struck Kevin Sinclair, and we all know how animated he can be. Young Kevin Sinclair, quite the character, but he's one of those fielders. He doesn't mind the blows. He puts his body in the right places and gives all 110% every time he's in the field.
Yes, Kevin is a live wire wherever he is. The youngster has been doing tremendously well with Compassion. He has his own charity organization going on. He's helping so many kids, so many other cricketers and people in different walks of life in Guyana. So he's not only getting the finances, but young Kevin Sinclair is giving back, just like Ronnie Sarwan, Shimran Hetmaya. All these boys, Romario Shepherd, they're giving back to society in Guyana. The over has been completed. The bails have been removed. That's lunch on day number 1, the first session with the combined campuses and colleges. 119 for 2. A fine fight back for them so far. Paris is on 32. Johan Jeremiah, he's on 67. The off-spinner just completed his 4 overs, 19 runs knocked off him. So that's lunch. We'll take a break. Do join us at Providence in another 40 minutes or so.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujan, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it, really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the 2 boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rowe's Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'd take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. Gonna go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and in that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learnt the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'd take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 overs to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away, and we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards long on, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd played, I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Well, I want to welcome you back here to the National Stadium in Providence in Guyana. It is round 2 of the West Indies Championship 2025 edition, where legends are made. Of course, you can see on your screen there just a little snippet of where the points stand at the present moment. And the Harpy Eagles, who are playing CCC today, sit on top of the table. Of course, just 1 point, 1.5 points separating number 1 from number 4. It's early days in the tournament, and just getting underway as well. There's your schedule for round 2 of the championship. Guyana playing CCC here at Providence in Guyana. Leeward Islands and Jamaica have already gotten underway across there in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and in about 20 minutes time Barbados and the Windwards will get underway in Kensington Oval, and the Windward Islands and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will get underway at Arnersville in St. Vincent. Those are the 2 pink ball matches for today. But as it stands here now, CCC were invited to bat first this morning. Tevin Imlach, the returning captain for the Harpy Eagles, won the toss and he elected to field first. Picked up a couple of early wickets, but CCC managed to get 119 for 2 at the end of that first session. Johan Jeremiah, their skipper, is on 67, and with him for company is Shaq Paris on 32. Wickets apiece for Ali Mohammed and the returning Shamar Joseph. And alongside me as we get going in this second session on day 1 in round 2 is Andy. Good afternoon to you, Andy.
Good afternoon to you, my brother, and hello to all those who are tuning to the broadcast, wherever you're picking up us from. We come from Providence Stadium here in Guyana.
Kevin Sinclair it will be then to continue or get us going on the way. He's coming in from the media center end. And Johan Jeremiah is on strike. A bit of a stifled appeal as skipper Imlach does the retrieval, but going way down the leg side.
Yes, and I think skipper would need to start with inning here after the break of the lunch session.
Yeah, it's always one of those tricky periods, isn't it, Andy, where you come back out after a break and you almost have to get going once again, get the brain switched on again, get the feet moving, get the hands and the eyes all in alignment.
Yes, so far he is doing pretty well. He is leading from the front.
And Inderjeet and I were speaking about that in the last session. He was one of the mainstays for CCC in their last round encounter against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He, along with Shaq Paris, had starts in that game. There's a little glimpse of the man Shamar Joseph. He's at short third.
Shamar back in action.
First runs off the bat. Shamar Joseph not able to pick up cleanly, and CCC are on the way with a run after the lunch interval. Yeah, it is good to see him back. Shamar Joseph had a bit of a niggle that kept him out of the team that went to Pakistan, and so easily he could have probably been playing white ball cricket somewhere around the world with all the different T20s and T10 leagues around. But it's good to see him here with the red ball in hand. And of course a packed schedule for the West Indies men's senior team coming up. It will be Versami Purmall. He's going to replace Richie Locknath was at this end earlier in the day, and Kevin Sinclair. So Versami Purmall, wily old veteran, is going to get us going from the media, well, where our media position is for this game.
And the veteran Versami Purmall is on target. His first deliver after lunch.
Slip on a forward short leg in place. So you look at the score, Andy, 120 for 2 now, 31.2 overs gone. How do you assess how CCC have gone today?
Well, partnership that is currently
pulled there, but no contact made. Straight into the body.
Yes, the current partnership that is ongoing, I think this is setting a very good foundation for the batter to come after. And as long as they apply themselves and get partnerships, we could be looking at a total of 300 plus by the end of the day.
So the field spread a bit wide. There is a fine leg, a deep mid wicket, and a long on, as well as a man on the sweeper boundary at point, backward point.
But with that being said, I think one of these two batters would need to carry on and get a big score. The skipper, Jeremiah, is looking good so far. Also Paris. Both of them would need to carry on and convert the start into big scores. Jeremiah already half century. He needs to convert that now into a century. Paris is looking good, approaching a half century.
Yeah, just a little hold up in play here. Umpires having a word with Captain Tevin Emlak. Not entirely too sure what about. But we're on the way once again. And you're absolutely right. We've seen through the first round of games a few players getting centuries, a few players picking up 5-wicket hauls. And it would be a feather in the cap of Johan Jeremiah should he manage to get that remaining 32 runs that he needs for that landmark. Still quite a bit away.
Very much impressed with Johan Jeremiah so far.
Struck at the pad, is it?
That one is a bit a bounce and turn there for the veterans.
So the end of another over. We've had 2 overs now since the lunch interval, and it's 120 for 2. So Kevin Sinclair will continue from the media center end. Slip on forward short leg. Short extra cover and a mid off. Man on the backward point boundary.
They're straying a bit in line here on the leg side. Probably not to the best of his rhythm so far in this game, Kevin Sinclair.
And I'm looking around the field, and I'm not entirely too sure that I agree with Tevin Imlak's approach. I understand that you have a batter who's faced 119 deliveries in Johan Jeremiah, and one who's faced 50 deliveries in Shakir Paris. But I just think that maybe Imlak has the field spread a little too wide, and maybe a couple close in fielders and force the batters maybe to play a false stroke.
I agree with you there. I agree. I think you need to be a bit more attacking at this stage.
Quicker one there from Sinclair, almost sneaking through.
Sinclair is putting the ball in some very good areas here, having Jeremiah coming forward.
Sweeping. And he'll beat the man at deep backward square. And he'll get a boundary here. Will the young lad.
Just as I was saying, he's putting the ball in good areas. I think he strayed there a bit, and that one was swept along, all around the carpet for a beautiful boundary there.
And that boundary will bring us to the end of the Sinclair over. 125 now for 2. And Johan Jeremiah moves into the 70s. You can see young Ali Mohammed just going through some stretches in front of us here at long on. Quite possibly he may be coming into the attack shortly.
Yes, I think skipper Imlak would look to make some changes, see how early he could break this partnership that is building.
Driven nicely by Shaq Paris, but there is a cover out there in a long off.
Cover drive, he leans into it, timing the ball beautifully there. It's Paris. Just torn there for the veteran Veritami Kamal. Jeremiah not looking too comfortable after lunch, facing up against the veteran Veritami Kamal.
Versami Pumal right on spot as you would expect from him. Had a bit of a long toil in that first encounter versus Barbados. Bowled some long overs. Had a few long spells, did Versami Pumal. It was quite a while before he actually got his first breakthrough in that first encounter against Barbados.
He's already in his 9th over here. So far none for 30. This one has worked nicely off the legs. Just for a single. And comes around from the deep backward square. Kemal Savory, the man who would have led them in the first game. Score moves up to 127 for 2. And Jeremiah on 7-3.
Struck powerfully through the covers, but there is a man at the deep extra cover boundary. And there'll just be one more added to the total.
It's the end of the over. Score moves up by 1. 128 for 2. The end of 34 overs. Johan Jeremiah on 7-3. Shaq Paris on 35.
Lovely view there of the cathedral in downtown Georgetown, Guyana. So many lovely places to see here in this beautiful country.
A lot of development and transformation also taking place currently.
Yeah, and that's been interesting for me to see when I came here. I see all these big cranes, and there's that bridge just driven. There'll just be one man at the long on boundary does the fielding. See these big cranes putting up this big bridge that's going to go across the Demerara. We had a chance to walk along this street here yesterday, and we walked right past that construction site.
It's always fascinating to look at construction operation and such a massive infrastructure of this concrete bridge, brand new concrete bridge that will be going all the way across the Demerara River.
It looks big from where we're perched here, but when you walk alongside, from just on the road next to where they're putting it up, it seems even that more monstrous. But it is lovely to see all the development that's going on in Guyana. Just run Shamar Joseph down there at a short third.
I think Sinclair is bowling a bit too quickly here, trying to that's the end of it. Over. Yes, the score is 129 for 2. Over number 35 completed.
Here's one of the places in Guyana that I definitely would like to visit before I leave here. I hope time would permit me. There's a lovely Kaicha Falls. Largest single drop waterfall in the world, the Kaicha Falls.
If you're lucky to go there, my brother, make sure you walk with your camera. Powerful drive there by
I understand that you have to take one of those smaller aircrafts to get across there, but once you land, there are a few hiking trails that you can take to get up to that vantage point where you get to see the waterfalls. There, I was told that there are a number of places as well. In the air, and just short of that fielder coming in at long off, it's a Shamar Joseph. Had no chance of getting there in the end, did Shamar Joseph. A lofted drive here from the man Shaq Paris, and luckily for him, it landed in no man's land. Back live. Johan Jeremiah continues to tick over the strike.
And I think this is something that is very key in this partnership. We're both able to rotate the strike frequently and make use of the odd boundary balls that present themselves. Back play, the back foot, the defensive shot there. Probably previous shot played is still in his mind.
Lovely forward defensive to end the over. At the end of another over, 131 for 2. CCC continues to tick over on their scoreboard. And Johan Jeremiah quietly goes about his business along with Shaq Paris, 74 and 37 respectively. Just a sputtering of fans here at the National Stadium in Providence. The die-hard fans, if you will. Kevin Sinclair from the media center end.
Jeremiah equal to the task, coming bat and pad close together.
So it's almost like something is about to give. The bowlers coming back out after lunch, right on spot. Here's that sweep shot again. Will he beat the man? No, he's hit it straight to the man at the backward square.
Fielders and the bowlers looking a bit disappointed that the veteran Verisamy Pamal didn't put in a bit more effort to make that a catch. It was in the air for a while. Probably if he would able to reach there, never know what could have happened. But a man of Verisamy Pamal played so many games.
Just the easy single, ticking over the scoreboard. And it's almost like the onus is on the Harpy Eagles here, that they have to make something happen.
They're looking pretty much relaxed.
Scoring looks quite easy for Jeremiah and Paris at the moment.
Yes. It's just like they're going through the motion. Nothing is not really.
Tempted big shot there.
Probably they're hearing us out in the middle.
I did see it. Something is about to give. That's the end of another Kevin Sinclair over. 133 now for 2.
Johan Jeremiah on 75. 25 away from what will be well played century. His partner, Shaq Paris, 38. Veteran Verisamy Pamal, and would have played so many games in Guyana. A lot of experience. Ball in action there. Paris coming forward and driving to Chandra Paul in the covers.
Edged and just past the outstretched hand of the man at slip.
Anderson.
Can that go down as a chance? Just short of him actually. So I don't think we can put that down as a chance. But there's the evidence. Again, I'll come back to it.
That lovely shot. Piercing that gap between the man at mid-off and short extra cover into the boundary for 4. Jeremiah continues to look very impressive here as he moves up now to 79.
And just on the evidence of the outside edge taken. Just on the evidence of that outside edge, the delivery before, maybe there is some onus on Tevin Imlach to get a couple closer fielders in.
Yes, I think they need to put a little bit more pressure on Jeremiah. He's looking pretty relaxed and scoring freely here. That's the end of the over. Score is 138 2.
So a reminder again, it is round 2 of the West Indies Championship 2025 where legends are made. Just a snippet of what the round is going to look like. A couple of games going on, just getting started. Pink ball games on the way. bit of turn here from Kevin Sinclair.
He's straying a bit too much down the leg side. Just need to pitch that ball just about wide outside off stump. Get the batter to play.
Driving nicely. And this one, there's no one out there. Into the extra cover boundary now. And 4 more runs to Shaq Paris, who's looking comfortable at the moment.
I think that one went all over the rope. It's a 6. It would have cleared the ropes there. That was a lovely looking shot from Shaq Paris. The ball was pitched up wide outside the off stump. It was given the full treatment here from Shaq Paris. All over the ropes there. It's a quick deliver. Inside edge, the bat beat Shamar Joseph giving chase, not able to stop that one. Went over the boundary for 4 this time.
Yeah, getting too much on the legs, as you were mentioning just a while ago, Andy. Kevin Sinclair is a little bit too straight in his line, and that's easy pickings once Paris got bat on it and got it past Kevin Sinclair at a short fine leg. He's now within 1 of a landmark is Shaq Paris. And we'll have to wait another delivery to see him get to that landmark. But coming at a good rate as well, 49 from 69 deliveries. Just a couple runs away from the CCC 150 as well. Driven can't pass the short mid-wicket fielder, so he'll have to wait another over, will Shaq Paris, to get to that landmark. At the end of the over, 148 now for 2. Evelyn and Henry, the batters dismissed so far for the combined campuses and colleges. Wickets to Ali Mohammed and Shamar Joseph.
And as we were saying earlier, I think skipper Imlak need to apply some pressure on these 2 batters. One approaching an half century and the other looking very comfortable, just 21 away from what would be a century. I think Guyana Harpy Eagles need to be a little more tight in their bowling and put some pressure with the field placement.
Here's Pumal to continue. Just a hint of a drift with that breeze that comes from the east. And a bit of turn, a bit of grip off the surface as well. And if you throw your mind back to the Harpy Eagles' first round encounter against Barbados, Kevlon Anderson was on 101, was looking comfortable. Easy single down to a long one. It'll bring Paris on strike, who's on 49. And Matthew Ford wasn't too perturbed by it. And the first ball he bowled to Anderson in the over after he got to his landmark was wide outside the off stump. He left it, and the next ball right on spot took the outside edge. That was the end of Kevlon Anderson. Beaten on the outside edge.
That was a very good delivery.
I think
that's the line Pumal need to bowl here to Paris. Keep him in check.
Paris drives, can't beat short mid-off in Kevin Sinclair. So I think you're absolutely right that they do need to make something happen, because there's that old saying, there's a ball with your name on it. Backward drive, back foot drive through point, and that will bring Shaq Paris to 50. Raises his bat in acknowledgement of the few spectators, as well as the staff, the support staff of CCC and his teammates. And it will bring us to the end of an over. It also brings up the 150 on the board for the combined campuses and colleges. So after scoring at just over 4 runs to the over in the first session, the CCC have continued to score just about 3 3/4 to the over. As we've mentioned, they've continued to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yes, Shakpar is getting to a half century. Guess he will look to build on that start and carry on to see if he could get a very big score here alongside his captain, Johan Jeremiah, who is on 80. So there's a bowling change, as we was saying earlier. Ali Mohammed, who was doing some stretches and warm-up, he will be operating from the northern end. And that will be the commentary box end here at the Providence Stadium.
Yeah, it's quite unusual, isn't it? We're usually on that end of the stadium, and just when we came here, they said, hey, the VIP rooms are open. See if you all feel comfortable over there. Of course, they're doing a bit of work in the media center as well, fixing up a couple of things over there. But here is quite comfortable. I like this view, actually. Ali Mohammed right on spot to start. This view, I can see the Demerara to my left. I can see the cranes and that big bridge that we talked about. I can see the mall. I think I have more to see from this vantage point.
Yes, that's so true. I love this view as well.
So Ali Mohammed coming back, his first 7 overs, just the 14 runs and that wicket, that early wicket. He was quite good this morning, wasn't he?
Yes, it's pretty impressive this morning. Ali Mohammed, one of those youngsters from the regional under 19, who have come through the ranks. And he was the captain of the Guyana team that won both the 3-day and 50 over title in St. Kitts. And the man who was actually captaining the CCC was part of that tournament, Johan Jeremiah. So it would be nice to see the battle between Johan Jeremiah and Renalo Ali Mohammed.
Always lovely to see when they go through those Rising Stars tournaments and then make it into their senior teams. He was good, was Ali Mohammed, in that first game against Barbados, picking up some wickets there. And then, of course, we can't forget that cameo he played at the end of the Guyana first innings. That cameo, in fact, ensured more than anything. It was set up by the captain and Kevlon Anderson batting that they would get first innings points. But Ali Mohammed, that blitz at the end ensured that they stamped their authority on the game and picked up those first innings points. Those bonus points they got actually is part and parcel of why they sit atop the table now.
Correct. That was a very good delivery there by Ali Mohammed. One that pitched in very good length and line. I think to see a few more in that area.
Spanked. It's gone all the way into the red stand. The umpire will raise his arms and Shaq Paris seems to be in the mood here.
I think what happened here, previous deliver was a bit fuller, and this one he tried to pull the length back, probably trying to get it a bit up, but Paris was equal to the task, just hoisted that into the red stand for a maximum.
So that maximum will carry Paris on to 56 and the score on to 156 for 2 now. The 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship as Versami Pumol continues and it just takes the outside edge of Jeremiah as bat, but played it down into the ground, so no chance of a wicket there. 12 overs, 41 runs of Versami Pumol. It's been a bit of a toil for him today again. Take the single down to long on. Shamar Joseph down there, and as Shamar Joseph does the cleaning up, Sean Devers has slid into the chair next to me. Good afternoon, Sean.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Basu, and good afternoon to viewers wherever you are across the world, especially in the Guyanese community, 83,000 square miles of wonderful country.
I was trying to remember that statistic, how big the country was.
And most of Guyana is in the Essequibo, that's the largest county, and the Amazon jungle is there in Essequibo.
Such a huge country is Guyana.
And it actually takes about 15 minutes when you end of Guyana to go to Trinidad. The overall flight is about 4 to 5 minutes.
At the end of the over, 157 now for 2.
Well, in case you've just joined us for whatever reason, let's greet you with the news that Guyana won the toss and CCC batted first. They lost their first wicket with the score of 9 when Joseph, who's back from a shin injury, got the wicket of Evelyn. He was caught behind by Imlak. He made 5, and then the 2 batters, Johan Jemaya, the captain, and Siddiqui Henry took the score to 30, adding 21 before Henry was leg before to a ball that came back to him, and he was leg before by Ali Mohammed for 13. And since then, these two have gone together and fashioned a wonderful partnership.
You mentioned that young man, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He will continue from the media center end. 8 overs, 1 for 20 on the day so far.
Yes, the spinners have not really supported the 2 fast men. The pacers bowled very well, but the spinners bowled too fast and too short, give away too many free balls.
Would you have started after lunch with your seamers rather than going to Versami Pumol and Kevin Sinclair right after lunch?
Yes, I would, because they would have had 40 minutes rest and they would have recharged their batteries. But Ali Mohammed is now from the northern end,
looking to cut was Johan Jeremiah, and so easily could have played that one down into his stumps.
Yeah, too close to play that shot. Inside edge found and agonizingly close to the off stump. Luckily for him and CCC, it missed the off stump. All is well that ends well.
Well, where would you say, though, Sean, that the balance of power lies at the present moment? 157 for 2, 42 overs into the day's played, day 1, round 2 encounter.
Wide delivery. In fact, so wide that umpire Gaspar signals a wide. I would say certainly that CCC is large and in charge in Guyana's backyard. But a wicket here could change things up so much. Guyana on the back of a victory in their first round match against Barbados. CCC losing their first match. Last year it was these two teams that played the final round when Guyana won the title at the University ground in 3 days, beating CCC with a day to spare. Outside the line of the off stump again.
You think that Imlach probably made the wrong decision at the toss this morning? He mentioned at the toss, the Tevin Imlach, that he wanted to go into the field first because there was a bit of cloud cover this morning. It's still around that cloud cover. We did have a bit of a sprinkling of rain in that first session.
No, I don't think so, because the fast bowlers utilize those conditions pretty well. Remember, it was 30 for 2 with Elvin out for 5 and Henry out for 13, both fast bowlers picking up a wicket. But after that, that was inside the first hour. These two came together and they've not been separated since.
Yeah, they've looked solid and comfortable. They've ticked the scoreboard over regularly. They've played the ball on merit of Jeremiah and Paris, and easy does it, you think. So much so that I think, and I was mentioning that to Andy, I look around the field and I feel like Tevin Imlach is a little relaxed in his field placings.
By lunch, the partnership was already 8-9 with Jeremiah on 67 and Paris on 32 as the over comes to an end, 158 for 2.
Gentle breeze coming across the Providence National Stadium, the National Stadium in Providence, Guyana.
And you see the golden arrowhead fluttering away.
That's the flag that is perched just to the, well, it depends on where you're sitting. It's
That's
perched just between between the groundsman shed and the red stand.
Yeah, the red stand is on the west, the orange stand is on the east, the green stand is on the northeast, northwest, and the media center is on the north. Where we're commentating from is on the south, as Pomal starts again. So Paris is on 56. This is his second 100 at this level. His second
half century.
Third 50 at this level. In fact, that's his fourth 50. And Jeremiah, he's now gotten his highest score. His previous highest was 80. Yet to get 100. Both batters yet to get 100. Could today be the day for that? Short and dangerous shot, too close to cut, but he timed it well. They're looking increasingly confident as their innings progresses. Both batters now in full control. Nice flight.
In the air and into the hands of the waiting Shamar Joseph at long on. And the wonderful innings from the young man Shaq Paris has to come to an end at 56. Looking to loft one over long off and can't clear the tall figure of Shamar Joseph.
And that delivery was flighted, was slower, teased the batsman to go for the drive. And in the end, he hit it straight to the man at long on. Excellent delivery there from Pumal. He's now 640th wicket at this level.
Yeah, there's the evidence of that flight. And probably just a little bit too close to Paris for him to really free the arms. And a gleeful Shamar Joseph down there at long off. So what do I know? All the talk about the field is spread too wide. The wicket has indeed come via a catch at long off.
Well, I agree with you to some extent. They were too defensive. Once the runs were coming, they were defensive. But that position for a spinner, to my mind, is an attacking position. The long on for the off spinner and the long off for the left arm spinner. When I bowled, my long on was there to prevent boundaries, but also to take catches.
Yeah, so 158 for 2 now becomes 158 for 3 with the departure of Shakir Paris for 56. And Kyle Corbin makes his way to the middle. He'll join his captain, Johan Jeremiah, who is still there on 81 and soldiering on. Still 2 deliveries to go in the Versami Permol over. And even with 600 plus wickets, sometimes it's a toil that you have to go through before you get your wickets. He's bowled 13 and a half overs before getting his first breakthrough in this encounter.
It's good to see a younger captain this year. Jeremiah only 25 years. Last year Brooks was the captain. Short, and Corbin is back, punches it into the offside. The pitch is playing very easily though. It's much slower than the pitch that was prepared for the Barbados game.
No run, and that dot ball will bring us to the end of another over. Successful over for Versami Permol, a wicket maiden in the end, and the score is now 158 for 3. So they've created the breakthrough, have the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and you were just saying a wicket changes the complexion a little bit. There, of course, there's that old saying, Sean, add 2 wickets to any score and it looks different, the game looks different. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed from the media center will be hoping that he can do the same thing that Versami Permol just did and create another breakthrough for his captain.
Sun in an intense battle with the clouds. As Mohammed bowls outside the line of the off stump again. No pressure on the batsman to play on that occasion.
A couple of slips, short extra cover, deep backward point and a long off and a deep third.
Outside the line of the off stump again. He's trying to employ the tactic of bowling wide. He did that against Reefer in the Barbados game, enticing Reefer to go for the drive off of the wide deliveries. Not so far.
Yeah, just the two men on the leg, just the two men on the leg side, mid on and short mid wicket. Driving and just past the outstretched hand of the man at cover. But the deep backward point will prevent any further damage. Just the run.
So Corbin gets off the mark with that shot. Ali Mohammed wouldn't mind that shot though. That's the plan, to bowl the ball there, make him drive.
In fact, it's not Corbin, it's Corbin is just coming on strike. He's still to get off the mark. That single to skipper Johan Jeremiah moves him on to 82.
So outside effects microphone picking up the urgings of Norman the Juice Man. That's what you call him here in Guyana.
He's been here from the start
Yes,
of
he's
play.
the biggest fan. Lovely shot. That's through the gap. And it's going to go for one. They'll explore the idea of coming back for two, then quickly abort it. And rotation into strike again.
So Kyle Corbin now off the mark. And you can see a bit of a change with Corbin on strike. There is a couple extra fielders closer in now that Johan Jeremiah is on strike. He'll go back to that plan of bowling wide outside the off stump. A very heavy set offside field. And Jeremiah continues to be watchful. He's played well, has Johan Jeremiah.
Yes, this is only his 10th first-class game from the Spice Isle of Grenada. Produced Devon Smith, Raul Lewis, Junior Murray. End of the over, it's 106 now for the loss of 3 wickets.
Lovely aerial view there of the Guyana National Stadium in Providence.
Yes, and you get the background there of the Demerara River.
And again, a sputtering of fans here.
Yeah. That's the green stand. A couple of fans also in the red stand.
Sami Pumal continues. Those would what you would term the diehards. You spoke about Juice Man in the last over. Those are the die-hard fans.
Well, not only first-class cricket Norman goes to. He goes to club cricket also, first division, second division. He's Guyana's biggest cricket fan.
Just one, it'll be, in fact, he's picked the gap, has he? Yes, he has, and it will be 4. For a moment I thought that the mid-on would have gotten around, but he didn't. And Kyle Corbin is into the act.
Yeah, quicker delivery, ball with the arm. Corbin pounced on it and timed it to perfection into the onside, past the mid-on, who's inside the 30-yard circle and down to the boundary for 4. Slow delivery again. That's how Pumal needs to bowl most of the time. You've got variation, quicker deliveries and arm balls and so, but you've got to concentrate on bowling the ball flighted most of the time, bringing the batter forward. And especially on a pitch like this, you can't afford to bowl short. Pace nor spinners.
Driven but can't beat the short extra cover.
That's a much better delivery. Give him a little hang time, brings the batsman forward.
He's
shot.
picked the
Well
gap
timed.
this time. So the end of another Versami Permol over, 164 now for 3.
And 28 run third wicket stand broken by Pomal after lunch. Just at a period of time when Guyana seemed to be going flat, their shoulders were dropping. In cricket, you have to expect at some stage or the other the opposition is going to have a big partnership unless you bundle them out like what was seen in Pakistan on a raging tournament. But in conditions like these, once you're a good enough batsman, you should be able to get a partnership going. And you've got to continue to attack. Because you've got to get 20 wickets to win a match unless the team declares.
So Ronaldo Ali Mohammed from the media center end. And I know you and Inderjeet would have mentioned it in the first session that we've come across to the western end. We've come across 2 pitches on the square to the western side, so it's more. It is the pitch that is most center of that square of pitches at the National Stadium.
And in the last game, Ryan Hines, my good friend from Barbados, he was the Barbados coach, but he still is, and he was commenting on the quality of that pitch. He said that was the best pitch he's seen in Guyana ever.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with him because it just seemed to have a little bit in it for everybody. You put your head down as a batter, as Kevlon Anderson did, you get a century. You bowl in good areas, you pick up a fifer as Matthew Ford did.
Well, the ICC mandated that all the pitches be resurfaced for the World Cup. And this one was resurfaced. There was one at the police ground, Everest and GCC. Those were the practice venues for the World Cup in Guyana. But you don't want every pitch in the Caribbean playing the same way.
Beating the outside edge. This time he's found the spot.
Yeah, back in the days when you come to Border was a batting paradise. Trinidad, the Queen's Park Oval was a spinner's dream. Kensington Oval was for fast bowlers. Jamaica was like a glass. You could see a face in it. It was for fast bowling too. So you don't want all the pitches around the region be the same. And those pitches produced quality batsmen because you had to know to bat on different tracks. Fast bowlers, spinners, and during the 1980s, during the Shell Shield days, the quality was very, very high. A match at Border involving Barbados and Guyana was like a test match, and the crowds were there. Nowadays, there's so much distractions. You hardly find people coming to first-class cricket. But delivery again from Mohammed brings the overturn in. At the end of it, 164 for the loss of 3. So 2 batters so far getting half centuries. In the previous game, I think 3 batters from CCC got 50s. The skipper, He's in sight of what would be his maiden first-class 100. But most times you see, many times, not most, that when a batsman is set, he just throws his 100 away. Ball is back and bowls a quicker delivery, goes by to be taken by Imla. Solitary slip and a forward short leg. Two attacking fielders and Pomal bowls short and try to hit it too hard. Looking to punch it off the back foot. Corbin can't score. Lighted delivery brings the batsman forward. A little bit of loop in that one too.
So just coming up on the first hour of play after lunch. Just a few minutes away. Umpire Ryan Banwari is already on the boundary line. And there you go, Blue Waters, the official drinks partner of Cricket West Indies. So it should be safe to say that after this over, we're going to have that drinks interval.
And congratulations to Imran Mukan, his first-class match standing in the middle.
Watches it go by, does Kyle Corbin. And umpire Banwari walks onto the field. So yes, that will be drinks after lunch. The first hour after lunch completed. 164 now for 3. The only wicket to fall in that hour, that of Shaq Paris for 56. A well played 56. Might be a bit disappointed that he didn't carry on. But while the umpires and the players avail themselves of some drinks and the ground staff remark the creases, we're going to take a bit of a breather, and when we get back we'll have more action for you. CWI Cricket West Indies Championship 2025, where legends are made.
And thank you very much for joining us back here at Providence. The first hour after the lunch session produced 45 runs for combined campuses and colleges. Of 18 overs, they lost a wicket in that period. Shaquille Paris, who scored his half century, looked real good. He was the lone wicket that fell in that session. I think that the combined campuses and colleges, they're doing a pretty good job after finding themselves 30 for the loss of 2 in the first hour of play. They have come back nicely. Hello to you once again, Andy.
Yes, indeed. I think that was a very good recovery between the captain, Johan Jeremiah, and the young man who I think, unfortunately, played that shot. He was drawn into that shot and lost his wicket. But that partnership between the two of them really set up a nice total here for the combined campus and colleges.
So 164 for the loss of 3, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Not a bad start. After the little break, short lifting delivery outside the line of the off stumper. Damil Evelyn, he made 5, it was 9 for 1. Sadiqi Henry made 10, 30 for the loss of 2. And then Paris, he went for his half century, 158 for the loss of 3. Since then, Johan Jeremiah has been joined by Kyle Kerbin. And here's a drive, good looking shot off the back foot. The boundary area is protected there, so just a single. But this has been a fine innings by Johan Jeremiah, 83 of 164 balls. Certainly looked the part.
Definitely, he's leading from in front here as the captain, and so far very solid. And looking back at some of the strokes he would have played, elegant looking shots all along the ground, and that beautiful maximum. Really looked a batsman in form.
Yes, and I love the way he's constructing this innings. A little pacey delivery here by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Yes, and Ronaldo is working up some pace here.
Well, Andy, let me cut you here. We're seeing Sean Devers, one of our commentators here. I think he's trying to introduce Sir Clive Lloyd to Basu. Well, oh! Yes, Basu actually met Sir Clive Lloyd. He was feeling for his heart, left side, right side. I understand he got numbness in the feet. I was walking like a drunk man after he finished seeing Sir Clyde.
Well, probably it's the first time he's reaching the big cut.
Yeah, edging and just beating the outstretched left arm there of the field. That's Kevin Sinclair. On away to the boundary for 4. He's feeling at second slip. Let's see that one there in the air. Valiant effort. Just couldn't get there. And it whistled past him for a boundary.
I think Kevin Sinclair was a bit too wide in that position there. And probably he reacted a bit late after that ball would have peeled off the outside edge. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed introducing the edge of the bat there from the new batsman Kyle Corbin.
Yes, and look, I'm saying this, 169 for the loss of 3. You've just picked up a wicket. Corbin has just come in after this. Good drive, that's gone away for 4. You know, you want to see a little proactive attitude out in the middle there. A new batter, put some pressure on him. You know that Ronaldo Ali Mohammed normally get the ball to swing. Just for maybe another 2 overs, maintain that second slip position. Where you're having 2 slip, but put in a third one. One should be feeling closer to the first slip there. That would have been a regulation catch where second slip is normally planted. And he's working up some good steam from the top end. That's the northern end. 169 for the loss of 3. Andy, let me ask you this. You looked at Kevin Sinclair and Virasamy Pramal. They bowled together for quite a number of overs there. Some loose deliveries, some good delivery, a mixture in between. would have been bowling, the two of them in tandem, taken into consideration. Richie Lochner, the off-spinner, picked up 9 wickets in the previous game.
Well, looking at what was transpiring between Kevin Sinclair and Pomal, I'm a bit disappointed in the way the skipper went about that period. A man like Richie Lochner, 9 wickets on debut at this very venue. I would have brought Richie Lochner from one of the end, either bowling with Sinclair or Pomal.
As well. Most likely he should have been bowling with Pomal. That's a good delivery by Veerasamy Pomal. The thing is though, Pomal 16 overs, 1 for 46. It does not suggest that they've been scoring heavily against him, but I think he has bowled quite a few deliveries that went for boundaries. That was a dangerous shot by Johan Jeremiah, but he's seeing it as big as a breadfruit here in Guyana, and he went on the back foot close to the stumps and he got a single.
Well, that shot that Johan just played, I would have listened to Pomal before the first game, and as a spinner he was saying when the batsman is playing you off the back foot, they are comfortable. So you were saying Johan is seeing it as big as a breadfruit.
Yes.
So probably Johan is comfortable playing off the back foot.
Yeah, because most of the time spinners are expecting the batter to come and reach the spin of the ball to smother it. You get it on the front foot. And he looks comfortable on the back foot, seeing it well.
So too the new batter, Kyle Corbin.
Yes, and Kyle has looked the part. He's a very good, he's an elegant player. We've seen him played here a few shots. Yes, and with the fall of that wicket, you can hear through the microphone there. That's the Stumps microphone. They clap in and they're supporting each other, Harpy Eagles. For a period of time, they were down.
I think they very, very flat.
Yes.
Ordinary in the field.
Disappointed with the way that Kevin bowled. I know he's just from Pakistan, jet lags and that sort of thing. Will take him a little while to settle in. I think he was too quick. Well, we normally see him over the years too quick, but this time straight a lot down the leg side and wide of the off stump. 170 for 3. Jeremiah on 84. He's sniffing 100. What a joy if he gets there.
Yes, certainly. I would be pretty much happy for young Jeremiah. Being a man from Grenada and from Guyana, I would still be happy for him.
Yeah, the round 2 fixtures we're seeing there, Barbados, they're taking on the West Indies Academy. That's a Pride against the Academy. That match starts at 1, well, started already 1 p.m. day night ping ball game. And TNT Red Force against Windward's Volcanoes, 1 p.m. too. So 2 matches with red ball this evening. That's interesting. Good to see that our boys are playing back red ball.
Indeed, I would love to see this battle between Ronaldo Ali Mohammed and Johan Jeremiah. The reason I'm saying this, in 2017, these two youngsters would have played in the regional under-19 tournament. Johan represented the Windward Island, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed was the captain of the Guyana team.
That was in 2017?
2017. So happy to see them transition from the under-19 into first-class level.
And 8 years after, they're playing big boy cricket now. First-class cricket.
Correct.
Well, that's how it happens in the region with the different group playing and so on. Did you had a chance to listen to the director of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Miles Bascom, talk about the upcoming schedule for West Indies and women's red ball tournament?
Yes, I follow him. I do follow him. And a very packed schedule there for West Indies.
Yes, certainly. I'm just wondering to know if our friend Basu and Sean did discuss that. No, they didn't. maybe a little bit later in our stint here, we are going to look at that announcement by Mr. Miles Bascom. Exciting times for West Indies cricket, and it's good to see a schedule is coming out early, so you can prepare for it.
Correct.
He's going to take it on the rebound there, given out, caught by Anderson at first slip position, and a fine knock by Johan Jeremiah has come to an end, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed gets his man. And like you said, Andy, the 2017 battle continues in 2025. They have gotten another one, 170 for the loss of 4.
Yes, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed actually outfoxing the set batter Johan Jeremiah there. I think he was a bit too ambitious, driving outside the off stump, probably a bit too hard and not making proper contact. Just leave Anderson to do the rest in the slip.
Yes, and he has gotten the breakthrough for his skipper, his team, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, ecstatic about it as well. Well, shouldn't have played that shot, but he's already committed to it. Nevertheless, it's a pity, that he did not go on to score 3 figures, but looked real good, Johan Jeremiah, while he was out in the middle. Look at that one. Big drive ball, moved away just a little bit, doing enough for the catch to be taken by Anderson. Popped it up and took it on the second attempt.
Yes, and if you look at that replay, you would see Jeremiah would have lost his shape just about when he was into the stroke, and probably losing his balance that caused it. Look here.
Yes, you could have seen the shake of the knees there, maybe realizing at the last moment, I shouldn't be going for this shot. He still went through it, and Ali Mohammed has gotten a breakthrough. 2 for 28, he's in his 13th over, and he continues to pick up valuable wickets.
Yes, and Ali Mohammed inclusion in the Guyana Harpy Eagles 4-day team this year, I think has been boosting that bowling lineup in the pace department here. Very good backup for Shamar, Niall, and Isaiah Torn.
Demario Richards takes his first delivery, shoulders arms, allow it to go by into the gloves of Kevin Imlak. Demario Richards is the wicketkeeper batsman in the side. At the youth level, you recall Demario Richards?
Not at this point, but I'll probably go back and check my records.
Yes, it's good to hear that still a manager, or should I say former manager? Former manager, keeping his records. And that's excellent. Records are important. Good delivery. Ali Mohammed stands there, and look at Demario Richards, a successful over for him. At the end of it, it's 170 for 4. We have had 51 over Sendong so far. Jeremiah 84, top scoring. Paris making 58. Those have been the 2 major contributors to this total of 170. Yeah. That's a lone gentleman, but he's not bored. He's concentrating on the game there.
Someone called Super Cut.
What's it?
Super Cut.
Yes. Is that Sir Clive Lloyd in that red stand there?
Correct.
No. There is a little resemblance there. I guess that's the kitten. It's not Sir Clive. Yeah, Sir Clive is normally on the top balcony there, where he's having a good view of the game. Premal will continue, and he'll be bowling to the right-handed.
They look very
Carbin.
resemblant.
Yes. I think I will tell you what actually separated them. Undriven. Sir Clive, he likes to socialize. He's going to mix with people, talk cricket. This gentleman chose this opportunity just to be by himself, and sometimes it's good. You never know.
That was a smart piece of work by our cameraman there, giving us some tests. Those who don't know Clive Lloyd.
Yes, and it's good to see Sir Clyde here. He's been here every single day for the last 4-day game against Barbados Pride, and back here today as well. He lives cricket, he talks cricket, he dances cricket, plays cricket, Mr. Cricket. Wasn't a bad ball by Premal, but nicely worked away into the onside field, and they pick up the single.
I think he's looking to bring him forward. Probably he's targeting the middle and leg stump line.
Once again, drawing him on the front foot. And this is much better bowling here from Virasamy Permaul. We've seen how Paris went after him, along with Kevin Sinclair. He scored runs freely. And so too was Johan Jeremiah. And this is good to see. Permaul is just pulling back the length and asking the right-handed Kyle Corbin to stretch, reach the spin, smother it, or go over the top if you want.
And if you look back at the two dismissals, both Paris and Johan, I think it was uncalled for. Loose shot and cost them their wickets. Bounce and turn. That's the end of the over. The score is now 172 for 4.
Not a bad over at all by Virasamy Premal. 2 for 28, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Shamar Joseph 1 for 30, and Premal picking up the other one. Those are the wicket takers. And no threat of rain, cloud, clear conditions. Normally at the top there's a battle to see which will win, whether the condensation will precipitate into water molecules. It's not happening today.
This morning it was a bit overcast, as we could see. Sun is making his way out through those dark clouds. Good to see the sun is shining here at Providence.
Yes, like it did on the last couple of days here. What's the weather in Essequibo?
This morning it was a bit overcast on my way crossing the Essequibo River. We had some rain. Good afternoon to my fellow Essequibians, wherever you're picking up this broadcast, whether you're in Pomeroon, on the Essequibo coast, Bartica, Wickenham or Leg 1, or even on the East Bank.
So with the loss of those two quick wickets, Shakil Paris, along with Johan Jeremiah, we've seen the batters a little bit more cautious here, and rightfully so. They're relatively new out in the middle. Now he's flirting with terrible, terrible danger there, the left-handed Richards. Why you want to cut at that ball close to the line of the off stump? Could have been an edge.
And that ball came back a bit after pitching, and Richards is looking to probably cut that one through backward point. And as you rightly said, he's playing with danger there.
Looks a much better player here. Judged it nicely. Opens the face down towards cover. Can't score. That shouldn't bother him at all. He'll need some time, Richards. He's just faced the 6 deliveries. I've seen that a release from Cricket West Indies talk about a new scouting system which is actually data driven. has already taken effect in this 4-day championship, a route that they're going, setting up scouts to scout across the region for talent. And it is data driven, which means data will be collected on every aspect of the cricket and on cricketers, documented and presented to selectors.
That's very good. Very good initiative by Cricket West Indies.
Oh, this is nicely turned off the body. And I'm happy that this is actually coming about because, you know, this is something we discuss as commentators over and over in the last 2 decades. But it came from the voices of little boys. Now I guess the big guys are talking, you know, and Cricket West Indies is going to implement this. Of course, it calls for money because these people definitely they're going to be paid as professionals to do their job.
Let me see. Good afternoon to Cricket West Indies President Dr. Kishore Shallow, man from St. Vincent.
Yeah, so the over's been completed, 172 for the loss of 4, and under his tenure here, we are having this implemented in the region. You have senior talent managers, and there's also territorial talent identifiers, which are known as TTIDS, and a network of scouts across the region.
And if I'm correct, our very own Ronnie Sarwan is one of those persons who will be scouting players for Cricket West Indies under this program.
Yes, absolutely. One of the best that has ever graced the cricket field around the world, Ramnaway Sarwan. Such a talented cricketer, gutsy, great determination. Premal continues. Locked in defense here. So the senior talent managers, Jamal Smith, he will be representing the male cricketers, and Anne Brown John, that's another a strange name, primarily involved with the females, and then there are 6 TTIDS. Henderson Brooms from Barbados, Ronnie Sarwan from Guyana, from Jamaica, Delroy Morgan, the Leeward Islands, Spencer, on driven, nicely fielded, brilliant work here by Tejanrai Chandapal, attacking it nicely, running and keeping Kyle Corbin in strike. Looks a joyful bunch there, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yes, I was about to say that. In Bas, when I was commentating before lunch, we were speaking about it. The Guyana Harpy Eagles need to be more attacking. We need to see that energy in the field. We need to put the pressure on the batters. And that is what is happening here now.
Yes. The senior talent manager, the final one is Gibran Mohammed from Trinidad and Tobago, along with Craig Emmanuel from the Windwards.
A few of those names would have played regional first-class cricket.
Yes, but you're looking at somebody with a track record that understands cricket and understands exactly what they're looking for. I'll tell you about the 4 scouts after this. So it's quite a team. Nicely floated by Virasamy Pamal, and Kyle Corbin is equal, comes forward, defends 172 for the loss of 4 at the end of that over. The 4 regional scouts from Dominica, Fornix Thomas, I think he's the Dominica national coach there with the boys. Stacey Ann Adams, St. Vincent, Anthony Gray, Trinidad and Tobago. Hello, my big fast bowler, if you're listening. Yes, as the Kaichor Waterfalls is placed on the screen. What a time to call the name Anthony Gray. This is 741 feet. Anthony Gray, 742. Wow. A tall fella, my friend. Yes, always a pleasure working with you, Anthony Gray. Good to see that you're one of those scouts. Know you're going to do a great job along with your team. And then there's Shane Jefferson Kitts. And they will also assist in the identification of talent. Glad to see that an entire team is put to work and their job line is clearly specified. And they start with this year regional 4-day championship.
I think that this is a step in the right direction by Cricket West Indies here. And definitely, it's just a matter of time for this to bear fruit.
Well, once again, he's flirting there. Has the edge been found? The Harpy Eagles, well, they're hovering out in the middle. Disappointed here. That umpire says not out. That's umpire Patrick Gostard, the Jamaican, standing tall and holding his ground.
I think it's umpire Javid.
I've caught out of the box there. Well, he is the third umpire.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. I should have recognized Javid. So he's actually making his debut today.
Yes, Javid is making his debut.
Yeah, how can I miss my Maikoni man? He was born and grown up in Maikoni at a place called Novar. Migrated to Georgetown when he was 6 years old. And then he moved when he was 12 to the east coast of the Marara at non-parallel.
And if you look back at the replay, they're very close to the inside edge. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles players all went up. And probably, this is just my opinion, because it's young Javid, they want to put some pressure on him there to see what he would have done.
He withstood it. Looking for a single here. No, there are butterflies in the stomachs of these two here. And, you know, we always say around the Caribbean, pressure can burst pipe. They have maintained the pressure. The singles are coming with the frequency it did when Jeremiah and Paris were out of the middle.
Yes, lovely bit of feeling there by Tej and Ryan Chandrapal just now. And Tej is the lone man covering that area from short mid-wicket right to wrong backward square. And he has been doing an excellent job there in the game.
Yeah, he looks somebody who is particularly happy with himself. And that's good to see. Good. Testing delivery again by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Continues to bowl well. There was a space in time when I think that young Tej was a little bit reserved. Sometimes we're humans. We do not know exactly what goes through the human brain at times. But silently, I think Tej looks so different this year. He's been stroking the ball. He's been coming off the middle of the bat. His shot selection has been impeccable. And he's looking back that old Tej that we know. And that's good signs.
Yes, happy for Tej. And that period that you mentioned about Tej, for me, I think Tej was under a bit of pressure to deliver. For those who always want him to deliver, probably maybe his father, his grandfather, all mentor, who spent a lot of time working with Tej in his cricket. And maybe he was not delivering enough at that time, so he was probably just within himself.
Yes, he looks much comfortable. You saw him when he played here against Barbados Pride. Looks the part, didn't score big. The second innings, he was left high and dry, not out on 40 odd, and looked good. Right on target. This has been a good spell here. And look at that. Richards almost going on a 100-meter sprint there as Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Look at him. And it's all little by play going out.
Yes. And I think after that lunch interval, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed looked totally different player out in the middle.
He's running
bowling with some pace. He's running very hard. And he seems to be firing at all cylinders out there.
Yes, he's not firing with this one at all. Something went wrong. Maybe the fluid didn't flow as it should. And he just stopped in his approach and has to walk back. Not a long run, but it's a very strong wind. So he's running in with the wind behind of him. And he's been bowling well. 2 for 28. He's in his 15th over with one delivery remaining in this. Good defensive shot to end the over at the end of it. 172 for the loss of 4. And umpire Javid, I think he was slated to make his debut in regional first class cricket after the Harpy Eagles returned from Jamaica for the final match here. But it has come a little bit quicker. Now he stood outside there for an over, And now he has to come in because umpire Patrick Gostard is making his way out in the middle. So how do you judge him? Well, he was a stand-in here, but officially on that next match.
Javid is a fairly young, progressive umpire, and I would have observed Javid working at different stages, youth stage, locally, and he's doing pretty well so far. Happy to know that Javid is from your area.
Yes, you can't keep Maikoni away. That's a blessed place. Beautiful girls, handsome men, wonderful people. Can you say the same for Essequibo?
We are the Cinderella. We have the most prettiest girls.
Hello to you, Essequibo, such a wonderful county, the largest in Guyana. Good delivery by Premol. You see, this is what a little bit of success can do for you. Premol, you wonder, is he the same bowler that struggled a little with his variation? Now he is almost impeccable.
Yeah. This is the Premol we know. Coming back after lunch. Shot.
Yeah, outfoxed there. But I think he did the right thing. Maybe if he tried to pull the bat away from it at the last moment, the edge would have been, a little bit thinner and with a solitary slipper. But he was searching wide outside the line of the off stump. Will be ill-advised to go there. Not on Corbin. Pressure.
As you were saying, pressure bust pipe. You could definitely see Corbin is not comfortable with Premol, and he's looking to get away from that strike.
Yes, Corbin, 35 deliveries for his 10. Yes, that's another good delivery there. If he wanted to get to that one, he had to come down the track, reach it, where it dropped on the pitch. But the mindset is not that. The mindset here is preserving his wicket. And sometimes it can work against you. Yes, and they're going to hustle through for the single, gets it. That kind of break the shackles for the moment. Bring some relief there, Andy.
As you were saying, Premol bringing him on the front foot. I think he came forward, he played that one with soft hands, which allowed the ball to take a longer time to get to the fielder coming around from backward point, making it that easy for the single there.
Yeah. So, this has brought the left-handed Richards in strike. 1 from 15, should not be bothered. Just look for the singles where you can get it. If you have to defend, you have to defend. Play every ball on its merit. The mid-wicket posted out on the ropes now. Wow. Some good spin here for Premol. Good delivery. Right on target. Another fine over by Virasamy Premol has come to an end. 173 for the loss of 4.
Yes, and as you were saying about Essequibo, let me say hello to my fellow Essequibian in St. Martin, Roy Passat, who would have messaged me and said he's happy to hear an Essequibian doing commentary.
He's listening to you.
Yes.
Glad to hear that. How was the Buster cricket competition you had recently?
Over the weekend we had the Senior Buster T20 Cricket Festival, and that competition was won by the North Essequibo Cricket Committee. Congrats to Neelan Cadogan.
That's Guyana's fast bowler.
Yes, he was the captain of that team, and very impressive. President 11 team, pretty young team. They were the runner-up of that tournament, and they would have upset one of the favorites, South Essequibo.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's the nature of the game. I'm glad that Buster has come on board. So, 3 slips we're having now. And look at where they're staggered. The first slip is way behind. Second slip a little bit in front. The third slip a little bit in front as well.
This is something that myself and Bas spoke about before the lunch period. Shamar Joseph was bowling, and there were only 2 slips. And we were asking, why not putting another slip and attack the batsman? We have Ronaldo Alimore operating now, 3 slip. This is very good. Very good captaincy from Kevin Imlake. Keeping the pressure on the new batsman.
That's right, and we did make that point too in our earlier stint. But he didn't get the timing. It was a little bit off there by Kyle Corbin. Raymond Perez. It's a live wire in the field, Raymond Perez, always busy. Happy to see him retaining his place in the Harpy Eagle team. Very elegant player.
Yes. And out in the middle there in the field, we have 4 young players from the 2017 batch, the regional on 19 level, that is currently in that Guyana Harpy Eagles team. I will call their names just.
As they go for the single, you can go as well, Andy. Let's hear that.
I will start with the captain, the man with the ball in his hand, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah.
The West Indian player. Kevlon Anderson.
That's
man
3.
who scored the century in the first round. Raymond Perez.
That's 4 of them. 1 to go.
Richie Loknath.
That's nice. The manager remembers. And it's coming off the edge, but all along the ground. He wasn't comfortable there. The left-hander, Richards. It's been a little bit of a struggle for him since he has come out into the middle. But he has managed to defend his wicket thus far. What were you, the feeling here, the way that he's playing? He's not looking comfortable.
And I think Ali Mohammed is going to keep the pressure.
That's a drive. That's a brilliant shot. Rockets through the covers and out towards the cover boundary for 4. That was a gorgeous looking shot. Well played.
Just as I was about to said there, he's going to keep the pressure. I think he was a bit too full. And Richards was equal to the task, coming onto the front foot and stroking that ball beautifully over the ropes for 4.
Yes, he's 26 years old, Richards. 8 matches, 380 runs, a highest of 66, averaging 27.1 in first class cricket. 250s. Wow, again beat outside the line of the off stump. Too good to either get to the stumps or even take in an edge there. 178 for 4.
Yes, very good delivery there by Ali Mohammed.
Yes.
Well, that came back a long way after pitching.
Yes, and he scored just 2-0 against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and not looking in any touch whatsoever. Struggling to get back the ball, doesn't know when to be on the front foot, when to be on the back foot. But sometimes these things do happen to you. Jeremiah, 84, 56 to Paris. 5 is to the next batter. That's Evelyn. And Henry just making 10. So, and he has gone to wet his words a little with some water. And Sean has returned. Hello, Sean.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. Indeed, good afternoon to you, wherever you are. Pramal will continue.
Yes, and Pramal just beginning to look the Pramal of old. Struggled a little earlier, but his captain maintained faith with his ace spinner.
Yeah, well, he's the most experienced spinner, so you'll expect him to have a few bad days. But they say form is temporary, but class is permanent.
Yes, always happens that way. A slip and a silly point in place now. Your thoughts on putting in the silly point, Sean?
Well, that would be a deterrent for him to go for those booming off drives. With a man in front of his face there on the offside, he'd be more careful.
And that's a lovely looking shot. Through extra cover out towards the boundary for 4. The tall, stately right-hander Corbin driving through the line of the delivery and getting the boundary.
But that was too full. That's why he drove it so. He should pull the ball back a little bit so it comes forward, and then the back pad on the offside will come into play. He's got to slip also for the one that turns.
Yeah, the last delivery there was floated a little bit more almost on the half volley and given the treatment it deserved. A diving effort down at short extra cover.
But that's a good field, though.
Yes, you want to pick up wickets at the same time. You want to ensure you block those scoring opportunities.
That's better. Bringing the batsman forward.
As an off-spinner, Sean, over the years that you played cricket for Guyana, the under-19 level, the different age group, first division cricket in Guyana, you placed the man in front of the bat at Silly Point on a number of occasions?
No, my captain for Malty Nose, Neil Barry, would tell you that if you put a man at silly mid-off, I got the backward short leg, the forward short. If I put a man at silly mid-off, that would intimidate me to bowl faster, because I don't want the batsman to drive and injure the silly mid-off. That's just a mindset. So no, I didn't have a silly mid-off because it prohibited me from flighting the ball and spinning it,
And
encouraging the batsman to drive.
I get that. And you having a short extra cover in place. Onto the back foot this time, standing tall, a shorter delivery. Versamy Primal completes another over. 21 overs, 1 for 54. And the score is 182 for the loss of 4. It's amazing, this lovely game of cricket that has millions of people, well, more than a billion people in this world glued to this game. Let's talk Caribbean people, almost everybody. There's some real strange names for field placing in the game of cricket.
You got a fine leg. I wonder if it was a man with a fine leg first field in that position. But I know for sure the silly mid-off, you got to be silly to be fielding there.
But not necessary. It's a silly position. They call it silly mid-off, and it takes a brave man, you know, to go into those positions. Some people relish the opportunity to field at forward short leg, silly mid-on, silly point, and silly mid-off. Keith Stackpole, former Australian player, he's living testimony. Alvin Kalicharan in those days smacked a short one. He actually got blind in one of his eyes, Keith Stackpole. Yeah, dangerous position to field. And there's some people who will be there tantalizing the batter as well.
And they say cricket is a non-contact sport. Richie Lucknow back into the attack, replacing Ali Mohammed.
None for 19 off his first 4 overs, so he's back on a second spell from the top end, replacing Ali Mohammed.
Going round the wicket to the left-hander. Slip and a forward short leg in place. No silly mid-off.
Yes, and I think gone are the days when we used to hear things like the square leg umpire.
Yeah.
We prefer now to say the umpire standing at square leg.
Or the umpire could be at point once he's in a best position to see.
Yes.
Once he's square on, this is short and doesn't find the gap. Demetrius Richards.
And you hear the bowler bowling with 3 slips. You're wondering what kinds of slips there if you don't know cricket. Oh, that's a gorgeous looking shot. Well played. But just a single. There's protection down out on the boundary region. And they get the single.
When you bowl from round the wicket to the left-hander, the angle takes the ball more often than not into the pads. So it's easier now to play the ball on the onside, like what
Richards
just did.
So Corbin is back in strike, and he's going to do battle with the right hand off spin. Let's see where he's going to pitch this one, Richie Lucknow. I think his captain need to persevere with him a little, give him that confidence.
Quicker delivery, and the on-driven. He's one of the bowlers that bowls slower, so you'd expect him to be going after the batter and the batter going after him.
Yes, good competitive cricket.
Another quicker delivery. This one runs off the outer half of the bat. And some slight miscommunication between the two, but all is well that ends well. At the end of it, it's 183 for 4.
Yes, if you're not comfortable coming through for the single there, tell your partner early. So I think that is what the non-striker did. I think there was a single on, but then they didn't judge it properly, so they did the right thing. So stayed their grounds. You don't want to get run out of this period of play.
Yeah, umpire Imran Mukan takes Pamal's hat. I actually played against him. Imran Mukam, he was a left-hander. So obviously I got him out.
Was he famous for batting or
yes,
bowling?
He was a batsman.
Okay.
Yeah. And also a school teacher. Played for Burmine, the club I played for, but then he went to police when I played against him.
Yeah, and I saw his dear brother. I think it's the elder Mokan.
Yeah. And his father was one of the better match referees in Guyana. So they come from an umpiring factory. Yeah, so, but the two brothers played cricket.
Yes.
And he retired in 2006 and got into umpiring, and now he's making his first class debut.
That's
playing with the spin out towards the mid-wicket position, and just a single.
And Sean, some people in life will make a lot of sacrifices based on the goals that they set themselves. Here's a man coming from the quarantine coast, driving all the way, you know, first class cricket, inter-county cricket, and it's a spade off for him. I'm so happy for him, you know, in his first match at regional level.
And he's a very nice person if you get to know him.
I remember a younger Indrajit doing cricket. Got into such a bad habit.
But you're still young.
Thank you. Clip. I used to say things like clip through mid-wicket, clip through backward square, and you know, he umpired some of those games, and he did mention when he was walk passing me, he said clip here, clip there, stop the damn clipping.
And most umpires don't like you to refer to the pitch as wicket.
Yeah.
The wicket is the stumps and the bails, according to the laws.
So true.
Many commentators, including me, would say that's a fast wicket or a fast track. It's a pitch.
Yes, it's a pitch. That's absolutely correct. But I think what happened in the scheme of things that, you know, those who know the game cricket,
Yeah,
when you
those
talk
are cricket jargon.
Right, exactly.
My editor took out googly and thought I was saying Google.
That was the days before Google as well?
No, that was when there was Google. She thought I meant Google.
Yeah, 185 for the loss of 4. And Pramal, what courage, what strength, what great character. Persevere over the years, 18 years at regional cricket.
Yeah, 2007 against the Windwards. You'd always remember that day in the Spice Isle of Grenada.
The Spice Isle. Wonderful place, Sean.
Yeah, lots of nutmegs and spices and cloves.
Yes. I guess our friend from Trinidad and Tobago will use the nutmeg in so many delicacies in Trinidad and Tobago.
I want to say good afternoon if you're listening to Pastor Stevenson Worm. I think he is in America right now.
Ah, you mentioned that name. I promised to send him something via email. I remember. Thanks, Sean. He's launching a book not long from now.
That is heading down the leg side. More enthusiasm than anything else, the appeal.
Yes.
Putting pressure on the debutant, but he stands firm.
Yes, maybe saying to Pramal, this is my job, boy. Can't outfox me. Definitely going way down the leg side there.
And when Ryan Narain came
the photographer?
in. No, the umpire. What's his name?
Ryan Banwari, you thought? Oh, Javed Prasad?
Javed Prasad came as a stand-in. They put pressure on him too. And he got a taste of first-class cricket, even though he was not making his debut. That's the 2 overs I think he did when Gustad wanted to go for a comfort break.
Yeah.
But he made a good decision there in his 2 overs.
Stood his ground, and that is what you need. The thing is this, you know, I don't think anybody can question the motive of the umpire. Sometimes you question their ability to judge.
Yeah.
You know, what's happening in front of them.
And that's what Colin Croft said. Get back to that. Outer half of the bat. Went all along the ground. And there's no run. Colin Croft said the umpires in the 1980 series in New Zealand were not cheating. They were just bad.
Well, Colin is a very good English student.
And he also said that the umpire he accidentally ran into was standing in his way because he's coming from a wide angle. But delivery played back towards the bowler, well fielded there.
As you cannot blame Colin for making his statement on whatever he thought transpired on that day.
But the man who led the team is sitting right over there. That's a straighter ball played against the turn, and they're looking to on drive, hit the outside edge, and easily could have gone to extra cover or mid-off.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery, totally bamboozled by the off-spinner Richie Loknott. It's a pity that the man down at extra cover, you know, should have come in a little, because listen, this pitch is not one of the quickest way the ball is going to hurry off the batter. It will take a little bit of time. Put him in a catching position.
Quicker delivery again, straight to ball. That's maybe the flipper. And it rushed on to the batter. And all is well, that ends well. 185 for 4. That's a good over, testing over from Loknott.
Yeah, 61 overs gone. Brilliantly bowled, especially those last two deliveries. So sometimes you, as a skipper, you need to show a little bit more faith in your bowlers. He's been given a second spell here and do look the part. I think with the way things are happening, it's just a matter of time before he picks up a wicket. But these two boys, Corbin and Richards, they're fighting through a very difficult period in this game.
Yeah, they've taken the score now from 170 quietly, 15 runs on the board, then you get 20, then you get 30. That's how you must bat and look at your target, incremental, small incremental targets. Pomal, and that's hit down towards the man at the leg slip position. So there's a solitary slip, there's a leg slip, and now there's a forward short leg. Mal spinning the ball into the left-hander.
And that's why he's concentrating on a middle stump line.
Yeah. Well bowled again. Sometimes the quicker ball works, sometimes it does not. I remember bowling to Ridley Jacobs in Jamaica, and I bowled a quicker ball. He hit the outside edge of the bat and went onto the side screen for 6.
Now there's the long on and the backward square out on the boundary, almost at a square leg position, just a little bit back. So he has to choose if he decides to come down the track.
That's another thing I want to see more of, batsmen using their feet. In the old days, a lot of the batters use their feet. Well, batters wasn't the word in the old days.
Batsmen.
Yeah, batsmen. But that word now has come into play. It's not describing the person who's batting, it's describing not the gender, it's describing the person who is batting.
You know, I think they put it to be a neutral word.
Neutral word.
So batter could be either
female or male. It's not gender-based. Short and pulled away. But they'll only get a single. There's protection in the deep. And partnership continues to build. It's 16 now.
Yes, and it's good to see them battling. They have not, done anything really to throw their wickets away, except maybe with 2 dabs outside the line of the off stump.
I think Paris kind of threw his wicket away. That was the first nicely flighted ball from Pomal, induced them to try and go over the top. And he succumbed, caught at long off by Joseph. So the over comes to an end at the end of it, 186 for 4.
And as you can see on the screen, Jeremiah 84, that is sub score. Paris 56 until he actually threw his hand away. Corbin 17. He's still there battling. 2 for 33, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
That was a good delivery though from Mohammed to Jeremiah. Set on 8-4.
Yes.
And you get the ball leaving you and you edge it down to the slip fielder. That would have been a good ball. So I don't mind a good ball outing a batter because bowlers need wickets too. But I don't like to see wickets going freely. Batsmen gifting their wickets.
And he just opened up the body, strokes it away through the covers, and away she goes to the boundary for 4. That's a very pleasant shot by Demario Richards.
Because Luke Knott pulled the ball down, bowled with a flatter trajectory, and he's now beginning to bowl a little too fast. He bowled wonderfully against Barbados, and maybe the influence of the senior spinner, Sinclair, and he wants to bowl like him because he's played Test cricket. But even in Pakistan, the commentators were saying that Sinclair, and to a less extent Moti, bowled too fast. Warrican bowled with the right pace for that track.
Well, Warrican did study what he had to do.
Yes, and he learned that your pace is important. The slower you bowl, the better for you in a turning track.
But that was precariously close to the top of the off stump.
Yes, and that one was flighted, slower.
Yes,
that's the way he bowls. Don't change his style. You got 9 wickets in the first match with that same style. That's why he's still in the team. Because if he'd not got 9 wickets, Sinclair would have been in and he would have been out.
Maybe.
Cricket delivery, that's ordinary for a bowler to bowl 1 or 2 cricket deliveries.
Yes.
Past the edge and then bowl the arm ball.
Yeah, sometimes you're short and wide outside the line of the off stump, you pay the penalty, but you have to wheel and come again.
Yeah, and yet nobody deliberately wants to bowl those deliveries. It just happens.
Yes,
so the end of the over, 190 for 4.
7 overs, none for 24 for Richie Loknot. Look at the entire scorecard that you can see on your screen there. Batting to come, Akeem Jordan, and he can bat O.J. Shields, Abhijay Mansingh, Avinash Mahabir Singh as well.
Yeah, I so want to see Avinash Mahabir Singh bowl.
So at 190 for the loss of 4, that's tea time here at the National Stadium at Providence with CCC 190 for 4, 63 overs gone. Richards is on 12 and Corbin is on 17. We'll take a 20-minute break. We'll be right back.
...2024, the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who were some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him at matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game to, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. He had another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederick, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup. And that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to show. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list A level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us, and something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
One.
top.
Oh, Roti can be one, man.
What do you mean? What you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No homo.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there? Jaden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I'll absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Shamar Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Well, hello there. Once again, we are back here at Providence for the final session of play today. The first day in Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship, the second round action here at Providence. And I can say to you, as you see on your screen, combined campuses and colleges sent into bat by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 190 for the loss of 4. As we look out into the middle, we see the umpires, they are there, and they are followed by the Guyana Harpy team. The fielding side out in the middle, picking up some valuable wickets in that pre-session at 190 for the loss of 4.
Yes, they took 2 wickets in the session, and they went to lunch at 119 for 2, and after tea now 190 for 4. So Guyana slowly getting back into the game when that 128-run partnership was flourishing. The Guyana seemed to have dropped their shoulders, waited for something to happen, but a wicket energizes the fielding side, and that's what happened. So after tea session, the last session, vocal encouragement from Matthew Kissoon.
Yes, it's good to see Pastor Matthew Kissoon, in our presence this afternoon. He has come visit us, a man who's always been on the cricket field, and we have shared the commentary like on so many occasions.
Yes, and we were talking about the number 1 fan, Norman the Juice Man. He's always there supporting the team. If there's a crowd of 1, he's the one.
Yes, Norman. Kyle Corbin is on 17, and Mario Richards on 12. Kevin Sinclair, none for 42 from 9, almost going at 5 runs and over. He will want to just restrain himself a little, just slow it up a little bit more. That's the only way you're going to get some bite and turn from the pitcher. Give it a little bit of an air, make the batters look up at you. That is what you want. The job of a spinner is to ensure you tantalize the batter, look up at the trajectory of the delivery, whether you read it from the bowler's arm or you read it off the pitch. You don't want to be too quick and short down the leg side like we have seen Kevin earlier this morning.
Yes, so certainly you're bang on target there, and he's got a slip. No other fielder in the close catching positions.
So here's the force ball after the tea session.
And good delivery, starts with a good ball, brings the batter forward. Nice pace. So there's a man on the deep backward square boundary. Wonderful ball. Went right through the batter.
It was a good job done by Tevin Imlach behind the stumps there, but he was well grounded. Good delivery, like you said, Sean, and beaten all ends up.
I was very impressed with Imlach's keeping in Pakistan. Kept very, very well.
And he should be a proud Guyanese representing the West Indies, keeping wicket. And I'll tell you this, because he's actually the 6th Guyanese to have represented or played Test cricket for the West Indies in the 97-year history of West Indies Test cricket.
And the last Guyanese keeper was in 1962.
Yes, so true.
Who was the keeper?
In 1962.
Morris.
Ivor Mendonça.
That was the GCC manager, Ivor Mendonça.
Ivor Mendonça. This is a glorious looking drive through the offside field, through wide mid-off, and out towards the boundary for 4. And we certainly, Matthew is going to ensure that we look at that on the replay. It was a fine looking shot. When you can beat fielders like that in the open field, it simply said how sound and solid was the shot.
And the last keeper to play in Pakistan, not Test cricket, was Milton Paidan. He played in the one-day team. So he was the last Guyanese keeper before Imlach to play in Pakistan.
That's a good comeback delivery from Kevin Sinclair. He ends the over. It's 194 for the loss of 4. Yeah, Sean, we were saying that the only 6 Guyanese have kept wicket for West Indies in its 97 years as a Test playing nation. And after 63 years, Tevin Imlach, he got that opportunity and made good use of it.
Yep.
And like you said, Ivor Mendonça in 1962 was the last.
The last test keeper.
Yes, test keeper. We're talking test cricket there. Civil Christianity, Clifford McQuat, and Ivor Mendonça, they were specialist keepers that
Rohan
played for the
Kanai
West
also
Indies.
kept for West Indies.
Yes,
But
Robert
he was
Christiani,
Yeah.
Rohan Kanai, they were specialist batsmen who occasionally
Right,
kept
yeah.
the wicket. So he is part of a history there. That's a field in which, Guyana's cricket has not contributed significantly as wicket keepers in Test cricket.
And you can have 3 batsmen, 6 batsmen in a team. You could have 5 bowlers. You could only have 1 wicket keeper.
Yes.
So that wicket keeping is a hard job. And it's harder to get into a team because you're the only one doing the job. Guyana's got 2 keepers presently.
And both are excellent keepers as well, Kemal Savory and Tevin Imlak.
And both are excellent batters also, because last year...
Shamar Joseph. Down the leg side and beautifully flicked away. Got enough of the bat onto it, Richards, and gets the boundary.
Yeah, too much down the leg side, angle it across the left-hander, and just had to get bat on it. And this outfield is lightning fast.
That was a short, bad ball. Does not line it well and paid the penalty. If we might go back in history, Civil Christiani, he went to England with West Indies in 1933 at the age of 19 as deputy to the Jamaican Ivan Barrow. Did not play until 1935. From all report, he kept superbly. Outside the line of the off stump. And he opened the batting with Charlie Jones as well, the first Guyanese opening pair in Test cricket. Died of malaria, that's a pity, in 1938 at age 24 years. 4 Test matches, 7 dismissals, 6 catches and 1 stumping. That was the first Guyanese to have kept the wicket for West Indies in Test cricket. The second was his younger brother, Robert Christiani. He was the first Guyanese to make a century in Test cricket. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Kept the wicket in 1 test against India at Eden Gardens. Deputized for Clyde Walcott, who had an injury. 1 catch and 2 stumpings. That's a quick delivery there, but a little bit too wide to force the left-handed Richards into playing any shot whatsoever. And the third, Sean, was Clifford McQuat. He was a specialist wicketkeeper and competent middle-order batsman. 2 centuries and 4 50s for British Guyana in those days before he made the West Indies team. Played against Sir Len Hutton team in 1954. 6 test matches, 9 catches and 1 stumping. Remember that famous bottle throwing incident at Boda? He was a part of it. We only read about that. Oh, that's a good delivery, short and lifting outside the line of the off stump and showing good judgment as well.
Yes, excellent judgment. Go on, any records?
Yes, and the 4th was Rohan Kanhai. His first test series in England in 1957. Kept the wicket in the first 3 tests. Kept to the pace of Roy Gilchrist and the spin of Ramadan and Valentine, those little palms of mine. Frank Alexander kept in the last 2 matches as well. And we'll just tell you about the last in a moment. Shamar working up some steam here.
Loose shot. Going to cut and then deciding what he should have done after he'd done what he'd done and left it alone.
Yeah, couldn't resist this time. Ivor Mendonça, 2 tests against India in the Caribbean in 1962, deputizing for the injured Jackie Hendricks. First test in Jamaica, listen to this, first test in Jamaica, he scored 78 batting at number 8, 4 catches and 1 stumping. Second test in Trinidad and Tobago, 4 catches and 1 stumping. Never played again, you heard it right, never played again, was replaced by the Barbadian David Allen. And then Tevin Imlak joined the crew. Outside the line of the off stump, stylishly driven off the back foot, out towards the extra cover boundary, and that's 4 good-looking runs to Richards.
That's a superb punch through cover. Again, it was just back of a length, and he was quickly on top of it and punched it through cover, and that's 4.
Yeah, and the partnership is now worth 32 between these two, and they had some problems. There were lots of shouts. There were lots of hesitancy in running between the wickets.
And that boundary brought up the 200 also.
Yes, certainly. 202 for the loss of 4. So we can count them. 1, 2, 3. Spectators
there
in the
was
green
some-
stand.
There was some controversy with the dropping of Ivor Mendonça. He was actually the manager of the team that went to Grenada in 1998, when I was standby for the team, and I was almost going to play, and then they wanted a fast ball because at that time Hooper, who was the off spinner, had pulled out, and Chandra Paul had pulled out, and then in came Drummond Neblet to make his debut against Junior Murray.
Good delivery, pulling him forward. Yes, Sean. Nice to hear you recall those days.
Yeah, I could recall Junior Murray, how much he made.
How much?
218, and Neblet said he would out with a bouncer.
I remember that 218 made by the wicket-keeper batsman. It was an attacking innings, brilliant double century.
Yeah, that was the highest score made by a wicket keeper. And he was from Grenada. Match was played at the Tantine Recreation Park.
Good looking shot, didn't bring him anything. Just exploring the possibility of a single here, Corbin.
But many thought that Milton Paidana should have gone on to play Test cricket. I think he was one of the best keepers Guyana ever produced from Borbies, Milton Paidana. Played, I think, 3 one-day internationals in India and Pakistan.
Has played a lot of cricket for Guyana.
Yeah,
Was a soldier as well, right?
yeah. No, a police.
A police officer?
Yeah, policeman. He played for police. In fact, in my first senior trials, I bowled 2 balls to Jackman that turned, and he came down and asked me if I could bowl a straighter ball. Get back to that. Nice delivery, just like that. So the over is completed, 202 for 4. So he said if I could bowl a straighter ball. I said yes. He said, but don't bowl it on the stumps. Bowl it just outside the off stump. Jackman came forward, missed the ball, and there was Spice, ball down. He took his shoes and rocked back the stump, pulled it back so it came backwards. So it only he and me knew that my first wicket in senior trials was not a real wicket. Because how would that ball turn back to hit the stumps?
You mean you were involved in corruption with Milton Paidana?
No, I was innocent to the corruption.
So 202 for the loss of 4.
And during the tea break, well, he used to do that. He used to spit on the bails. He used to flick the bails with his head, with his cap peak. So Jacko said, something is funny about that dismissal. And Pai said, yes, you batting on 8 or something, keeping us in the sun all day. You gotta go.
Yeah.
I remember those were the nice days of cricket.
Yeah. Here's Shamar Joseph once again.
Nicely turned into the onside. And gets a single.
And Sean, our commentary box is blessed with the presence of no other than Sir Clive Lloyd. What a joy to have him here.
Yes, I was telling you, I did my good deed for today because I introduced Basu to Clive Lloyd. He was so delighted. And he promised me he would come. And he did upkeep his promise. Good for you, Sir Clive. a delivery just back of a length, coming in towards the batsman, played it with that inward movement out towards Chandrapal at mid-wicket.
And kept it down nicely as well. Yes, and just wondering to know if Sir Clive is going to allow us to speak with him for a few minutes. That's going to be a real pleasure.
Yeah. So at the end of this over, I'll take my leave and you will get to talk.
And that's going
Sir
to be a
Clive.
joy.
Yeah.
So they continue with the 3 slips. The third slip a little bit further away in comparison to what's happening between the first and the second. So no doubt the thought here with Shamar, just trying to hit to the top of the off stump and getting the ball to go away towards the slip cordon.
Yeah, he's got the ability to bring the ball back also.
He does.
So that would be keeping the batsman mind working. If one is coming back, there's 3 slips, which suggests that the ball would be going away. So if he bowls it a little wider outside the off stump and bring it back, that could also be problematic for the batter.
But he was striving for that one. Just short of a good length and well played too. Standing tall, Corbin, and defending.
He's been around for a long, long time, Kyle Corbin. 21 from 73 balls. And he's been around in this match for a long time too at the middle.
Yes, he struggled at the start of the innings, but just looking much better. Was a little bit scratchy. Striving here for a little extra pace here. Not a top speed as yet, and that's understandable. Here's a youngster coming back after injury. A shin splint took some time, so you expect him is going to take a little while to get into the groove of things. Not too certain if he will be spending the entire tournament. He's slated for franchise cricket as well.
Well, you can't blame the young
No,
players.
not at all.
Short and punched away out towards the square cover. There's the man on the boundary, and Luke North sends the return. That's Ali Mohammed. So 2 balls to go. 203 for 4. 2 balls to go in the 65th over. And 2 balls to go for Sir Clive to come and sit with you.
Yes, certainly. So let's now see for the left-hander what's the strategy here is going to be. 2 slips.
Ball is on the line of the leg stump. Bad line. If you've got just 2 men on the onside and hit it for a single, so that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, it's 204 for 4. I'll leave you, and Sir Clive will come and join you in the G.
Thank you so much, Sean. Demario Richards, he's on 21, having faced 44 deliveries, and Kyle Corbin, 22. He has faced 75 deliveries so far. Beautiful golden arrowhead on the screen there. That's the lone flag that's found in the grass mound area. So Sean has left, and what a privilege to have with me in the come box no other than one of the greatest cricketers that has ever walked this planet that we call Earth. I speak of no other than Sir Clive Lloyd. Hello to you, Sir Clive.
How are you, sir?
I am fine.
I think if I'm looking for an agent, you've got a job.
Thank you. Down the leg side. Looking for the big sweep shot. Doubt whether he made contact onto that one, but we'll have to wait on the umpire. That's signal by. So, Sir Clive, I've seen you every single day here at the stadium looking at the game of cricket. What's the feeling like rolling back the years when you used to be out in the middle or even in the stand?
Yeah, it's, well, it is wonderful to see some of the younger players. and I can. Game, well, the last game I watched, and now I'm watching this one here, and they seem to have a bit of talent, I must say.
And coming from you, that's very credible indeed to hear you speak of that. You watch Anderson score 100 here?
Yeah. Yes, it shows that we have guys who can play and bat long and concentrate, which is important, and they're not getting carried away with the T20 stuff. So it was really great to see. This is a wonderful ground. It's sort of very pristine. It's pristine at the moment. I think it's a good square too. So it's not a bad place to sort of, get runs here. You can, if you apply yourself, you should do well.
Yes, so it's Kevin Sinclair, the off spinner, operating from the northern end. Good tight delivery here, can't score once again. Now, you said that you like what you have seen so far. You mentioned the talent that you have witnessed, the patience of some of our batters out in the middle, just after this delivery. You also mentioned that you're impressed with the facility that we have here.
Yes, I think once this needs refurbishing. It's been here some while, and a few things need to be done, really, but it is still one of the best stadiums around.
At this time, he has made the connection, and he has no chance there. Richie Lucknow, that's gone for a maximum over the top of square leg, a fine shot. Did that shot bring back any memories to you, Sir Clive, when you were out in the middle?
Well, I did sweep quite a bit. That is sort of a lap sweep, and but I'd like to see the spinners sort of toss the ball a little bit more, tease the batsman into some sort of a mistake. And when they've done so, giving the ball a bit of air, they've got wickets, but they're just not as consistent as they should be.
Yes.
I'd like to see Shamar sort of having a bat pan. Just make them think that you might bowl a couple of short ones or whatever. And I think he's got the pace. It's a bit unfortunate that this square really you don't get this sort of bounce that the fast bowlers should get, because he is quick. It's very good action. Very good cricketer, actually.
Yeah, you did mention about putting in the bat pad there. You did mention about flighting the ball by the spinners, and we all totally agreed with you. I mean, you were out in the middle. And just pulling back the length, but well played in the end by Richards. He gets a single. So, Clyde, let's talk a little about leadership. What I say to you here is what the world knows, Caribbean people knows, and always refer to your name when it comes to leadership. You just changed the fortune of West Indies cricket in that memorable tour of Australia. Does leadership comes gradually? Do you think people were born with it, or it was men who worked over the years to achieve what they want to?
Well, I think it's something you can become born a leader, they say. But I think I acquired things as I went along, because I was dealing with a lot of young players who were 18, 20. They weren't old players, they weren't experienced players. So you had to be like a father figure to them. And I was not a lot older than they are, and it's respect, and respect is something that you earn. And once you get that respect, and you give them the respect, they'll go through walls for you. And then, things like people saying, you calypso cricketers, I never liked that term. It just shows that probably you have, you don't have any substance, or substance for that matter, that you just playing it and hope for the best. But what I did try to do, and I think I succeeded in making us more professional in what we did. And batters, bowlers got, thinking about what they have to do and thinking of the people they represent, because we're West Indians, but not all think the same.
And especially you, a West Indian, of course, coming from the territory of Guyana, had to lead men on a field of play that came from the various islands. How difficult was that?
Well, it is, and because you see, Sri Lankans are they're Sri Lankans. They're not, very sporadic. We are all over the place.
Yes.
Trinidadian is different from Guyanese, Barbadian from, Antiguan, Jamaican. So it's to get them together, we had to, as I said, it's respect.
They will pick up a single here off the bat of Richards down towards forward square. Good looking single.
Yes, and it was probably a little difficult when we started, because I wasn't captain of anybody. I never captained Guyana before I captained the West Indies, captained my school team. So it was a learning process. And, and we got a good trouncing in Australia, and we learned from that. And what made me want to work harder is that, we beat 5-1 in the test match. We won in just over 3 days. So it gave us that impetus to work harder at what we were doing, because we're professionals. This was our living. And I was, you had to be tough when, but still, get your players playing as a team and thinking as one.
Yes, so Shamar Joseph, 1 for 43. Good delivery, solid defensive shot as well, down towards cover. And the over is being completed, 215 for the loss of 4. So, Sir Clyde, I want to ask you this. In Australia, West Indies battered and bruised. Sir Clive, you had these things playing on your mind in what you believe in, what West Indies cricket stood for. What is it actually you told your men that you were in charge of, that West Indies and they themselves and you had to do at that particular time in history?
Well, yes. Well, these guys had never played Test cricket before. So you're dealing with a lot of young people, inexperienced, and you have to perform too as a captain, because you got to lead by example. And it was not as easy as people think. When you're captain of the West Indies, you're captain of so many different people from different islands, different backgrounds, different cultures. So it's trying to get them together. I think I was trying to just improve on what Sir Frank Warren did. Getting guys together, get them to think as one, and and give our cricket the lift that it needed.
And they kind of groove into your little talk with them and that self-belief.
Yeah, well, I was captain for nearly 12 years, so the West Indies didn't have to think about a leader for 12 years. And we won everything that you can think of. In the World Cup, we at one stage, if you were 17 years old, you would not have seen the West Indies lose. And that is why it hurts me to see.
Big swing here. Yes,
to see what they're trying to do. At the moment, I was in the second division, and we were winners of the one day and test matches for quite a while. And so, to me, it was a letdown when you think of what we did during that period. We were with the cash cow for these other countries.
And where has this one disappeared? That's gone over wide long on. It's another maximum off the bat of the Mario Richards. That's a fantastic shot. Let me ask you this, Sir Clive. What is it in your era? This is a different era. Here we have a proliferation of cricket all across the world. Shorter format, T10, T20, franchise cricket, test cricket still is here, one-day international cricket. When you walked on that cricket field, what is it that West Indies cricket meant to you as a player and then as a leader?
Well, yes, it gave me my upward mobility. You were representing 5 million people and supporters from other parts of the world. And the point is, we did our best. We couldn't do, you know, we made West Indians walk tall. And especially if you're living in a foreign country like England, and you know for sure once you're winning, they never ask you too many questions. Really, you know. But the point is that they respected you. We made West Indians feel like they could be anything. You know, we weren't just flamboyant cricketers. We were thinkers, and we have a lot of things to be proud of. Not in all sorts of fields, medical fields, sporting field. We have West Indians that were leaders in a lot of things outside of Guyana and or other West Indies for that matter. We made them feel proud, and that's good. That's wonderful. The young people who went to school, they wanted to do well, because if they didn't do well, they felt like they were second-class citizens. So it was a global stuff that we did. And I was proud to know that I was part of that.
Yes, and we are all proud of West Indies cricket, especially in that period when we dominated the world. You guys, your names became household names, not only for the men, but even the ladies in the kitchen, those in the fields, those fisher folks going out to the Atlantic Ocean or the Caribbean Sea to make a living. That was what West Indies cricket meant to us. Was it the case too of an identity as a people to the foreign world?
Yes, well, they realized we only have 5 million people in different walks of life, and to be successful for such a long while, 17 years. Nobody
That's a
could touch
long time.
It is actually, yeah. And so when we went out to play, it's not if we will win, it's how much we'll beat them by. And we were that confident.
Yes.
And our youngsters wanted to join the team. They wanted to be, because it's nothing like winning. I remember I spoke to Kerry Packer once, and they were all talking something about, bad losers, and I said, losing, and I said, but Kerry, you guys are bad losers. He said, well, bad loser's a loser. Because you cannot just accept this losing bit,
Yes.
And he was right, because if I lost a one-day game, or when we were in the height of ascendancy and so on, I never went out. I just felt that I let the people down.
Wow.
And I stayed in and watched my television. I'm still an avid watcher of television. And yes, you have that feeling.
Yes, and you talk about you do not want to let the people down. You guys played for the people of the West Indies, or wherever West Indians were at the time.
And I'll tell you what happened. In 1975, there's a woman, a Trinidadian supporter for us. And when we lost, she sent a telegram, SCHOOOOPS. So I turned to Tony Koch and I said, Tony, what is this? He said, it's a suck teeth.
Stoops.
And from then on, I said, I will never get another one of those.
Yes. I was born in 1966, and when you guys won that 1975 World Cup, My dad was a cricket fanatic, West Indian by heart. And when those pictures begin to publish, I saw, well, not Sir Clive Lloyd then, but the hero of the Caribbean then. And he mentioned to me this famous words, and I always believe him. He said the most powerful man in the West Indies are not the prime ministers and the presidents, but actually the captain of the West Indies team.
Yeah.
You shoulder that responsibility. And when I saw that big photo, of Sir Clive bespectacled, collecting that 1975 World Cup, brought goosebumps and tears to the eyes.
Yes, it was a great moment because you never get another first.
So true, that was the first.
So the point is, it gave us that lift. People began to sort of realize that we were a force. And the point is too is that when we lost in Australia, I must say the umpiring was not of the best. I wish we had the DRS system. We'd have won a lot more matches and much quicker too. But the point is those were the times, and you had to play to that sort of situation. But whenever we did lose, the umpiring was always terrible.
Yes, 224 for the loss of 4. That's a good delivery by Shamar Joseph, picking off the edge of Corbin's bat, but fell pretty short of the slip fielder. No chance of taking a catch there.
You see, it's not cutting it. The point is
Yes.
that if you have that bat pad, the batsman is thinking you're going to get a short ball sometime. At this stage, if he bowls a short ball, you can, ride it or whatever. We got to be a little bit more aggressive.
We're talking about the mental game.
Yes, it is.
Just
you
even
feel
for
it.
the presence of the fielder in that
Yeah.
position.
You're giving some encouragement to the bowler to get bowl quicker and bowl, get aggressive.
Yes, we're talking to Sir Clive Lloyd. What a pleasure having him with us. The over's been completed. 224 for the loss of 4. You spoke about the umpiring in Australia of a poor quality. What about those in New Zealand?
That was not good either. The point is, it was not good. Because I remember one of the officials saying that our bowlers, their umpires are not accustomed to guys bowling this fast. I said, well, why don't we just call it an unofficial test?
Yes.
But,
yeah, and this year's regional 4-day championship is played under the slogan or the banner, Windies Championship, where legends are made. Do you think, Sir Clyde, that West Indies cricket will rule the roost again, and this championship will begin to produce legends in year to come?
Well, they played in Pakistan the other day, and they played in turners. I mean, the ball was turning from the first ball, but they managed to come back and win the second test. I think these are things you just have to run with it. That you played against a team that is doing a little better than you when you're thinking of winning test matches, and you're playing in their backyard.
Yes.
I think too it should never be 2 test matches. It should be 3 or 5. You cannot travel. We traveled 12,000 miles the other day.
I agree with you.
And played 2 test matches. It's nonsense. And to me, the longer game helps the shorter game. And I think that we have to sort of, we look in Australia the other day, they had 300 and something thousand people watching. They had a lot of people, well, a fair amount of people in Pakistan watching, and we beat them at their own game, at their backyard, and at turning pitches. So we have to give a lot of credit to the youngsters that played out there.
Certainly we have
and
to.
I hope they use it as that spur to greatest.
It was a fine shot for a maximum. The previous delivery, Corbin just leaning into the shot, a nice arc of the bat, and he collected the maximum. And a pattern is beginning to take, because it was only in 2024 January as well. We won that last test match in Australia.
Yeah. We have talent. And I don't know if this just, having just one selector is going to, I don't know. But we have talent. Because I've seen a lot in, these guys are young fellas. Some of them are, and pretty intelligent too. They've got degrees and so on. So if we can just get them all together, meshed together, we could be a force to be reckoned with. I was hoping that our see some of those shots, excellent shots.
Yes.
And a lot of them is played in this innings here and
against Barbados Pride.
And against Barbados. So I think it's just a matter of getting them together and playing the best team at all times, giving them the time to adjust to the higher type of cricket. We have to, and I think our women too. Our women should be playing Test cricket because I think they will be better if they play Test cricket. I've been asking that for a while, but they might be now. So I think that we have a good chance of having two very good teams, men and women.
Yes, and I do share that dream with you. We want to see West Indies cricket get back to that stage. 236 here for the loss of 4 wickets. And I've seen that Cricket West Indies. Personally, I will support this move, and I think everybody should. They have identified territorial scouts, their territorial talent identification, scouts going in and picking up data, studying those data so that selectors will be able to be furnished with a lot of information when they're selecting our teams.
Yeah. Well, yes, that's another thing too. I mean, we have so many great cricketers still around.
Of course.
Fit. And I think they should be picking our teams. We should have some of our ex-players going around with our Test team, just like the other people are doing, because you can call in somebody there. Well, what happened during your period? This is happening to me. What do I do? So you must have some. That's why we have coaches. Tiger Woods has a coach.
Yeah.
And so many of the other players. Sometimes you need somebody to talk to, to get over certain things. And cricket is a game, a lot of rules. We now have 4 competitions, really. And our youngsters do need to speak to some of the older guys, who got all this experience. And I think if we can get it together by having discussions as often as possible.
Yes, so that's a short, quick delivery, banged it in nicely. Didn't really get the response of the pitch, but the intention was to get it heading out towards the slip chord. And Sir Clive, maybe we talk a little bit of Guyana's context and the development, not only of Guyana cricket, because whatever happens here with the cricket will have a spill-off effect in West Indies cricket as well. I don't know if I'm going to trespass on something that has not been made in the open after this delivery. I understand that the government of Guyana will be building a modern cricket academy somewhere along the east coast of Demerara. Most likely it's going to be LBI. Is it true that you've been tipped to be the head of that academy?
Well, yes, they've asked me to get involved, the chairman of this academy. And it's quite a large, it's 40 acres, I think. So I went up there the other day, and now the West Indies board, I think, is looking for academy. I'm thinking that we were inviting other people to come to our academy if they want.
Yes.
And get the type of cricket education that they weren't getting elsewhere. But I'm wondering if we can match that with the West Indies Cricket Board and see how they, have a chat with them and see how they feel. Because if it's built in the manner that we want it to be built, we will have very, very good academy going.
Well, that's great news, like I said, not only for Guyana's cricket, but the entire West Indies team. Where are we going to produce the next generation of West Indian cricketers to represent us on the international scene? We have seen in Guyana, billions of dollars are being spent on infrastructure. Palmyra up in the quarantine area that's across the Berbice River Bridge, one in Essequibo, one in Linden. There's going to be another one at Lenora. These are all important structures. I think they will get full support from you, Sir Clive.
Yeah. Well, the point is, yes, you have to. We want to have the best facilities for practice, for games of this nature, and I'm one out there asking for more money from the ICC. You know, we were giving them for years. We were giving other people money, and all of a sudden, we have more accolades than these other places. We've won everything you can think of for quite a long while. And what happens? All of a sudden, 3 countries are better than the 10 that worked very hard to get there. If you have a Premier League in England, football, United doesn't get any more money than Liverpool or Arsenal or than Chelsea. They all get the same because there are a union there, and we probably need it more than anybody else because we're 14 islands. If we have cricket, we have to fly somewhere, and it's the height of the high season where hotels are concerned. So our cricket is very, very expensive, 70,000 to hold a board meeting, and
are we talking US dollars there?
Oh yes. And the point is that it's not that we are asking for. Who says that India, Australia, and England are the best teams around? The point is, I feel that we have to share the money around because when you come on tour, we want to give you the best hotels. We want you to have, the traveling to the grounds that we play on must have all the facilities that if you bring your wife and your kids, that they feel happy there.
And our cricketers must be competitive with them as well when they come.
Well, yes, and the point is, we need the best facilities to practice. We need the best officials. Right? The players are being well paid now, and that's good for cricket because we are always the bridesmaid when it came to the monetary side of it. But yes, we want to have a system that works for everybody.
Yes, and I've learned recently India, which is actually receiving 70% of all intakes by ICC, and Australia and England, they're receiving the largest chunk, and Caribbean, Zimbabwe, and some other smaller nations, Sri Lanka and so on, they're receiving far less. So I understand when you talk about that equitable distribution, it's not there. Do you think it's going to happen though when we receive, something tangible that can make us feel we can take cricket to the next level?
Well, yes, we have to, because who says that those are the best? When we were in the ascendancy, we didn't ask for any more money. For 17 years, nobody beat us at anything. We were the champions. We were doing well. And we did that on the money that was given to us. But all of a sudden, we have 3 countries saying that they're the best and they need to be elevated. No, I think it's wrong. I think it's very wrong that, then we have another situation where they're talking about the West Indies should be broken up and played as individual islands. Now, for you to sustain a test team, you have to have the population to do so. So it would be the end of the West Indies as far as I'm concerned.
A lovely looking drive as Nando's been introduced into the attack here. We saw a pugnacious shot through the offside for 4 through extra cover, 245 for the loss of 4. They want a 2-tier system. That's the suggestion coming from some people.
But give us the same money that the other 3 are getting. And then let's see how it goes, because then you can have better facilities. You can have training facilities. You can pay your players and your staff a little bit better. So it is something that, to me, it's very wrong, and I hope that they can rectify that.
Yes, and how often it is in that era when West Indies cricket was the talk and the envy of the world, that people like you, Sir Viv, and many of the other great West Indian players, when you tour the foreign world, you guys were gate pullers.
Oh, yeah.
Television wants to hear a Clive Lloyd playing. They want to hear a Sir Viv, a Gordon Greenwich, a Desi Haynes. You know, some people forget that very, very quickly.
Well, yes, but when you look at it, wherever we went, we were playing in Australia, every ground was sold out before you knew. And it went India. I remember we went to India in 1974, and I remember Patodi telling me that they'd paid our guarantee before the first test was over. So that meant that all the other games, it was icing in the cake for them. We went to Australia, we had Boxing Day test, 90,000 people in Melbourne. You know, the point is that we gave people money. And then all of a sudden now, because we might be in a little bit of a downtrodden situation, that we must want a second 11. No.
And the only thing we are asking for them is to just ensure that we have a fair distribution of the finances from ICC.
Yeah, that's all. We're not asking for anything, you know, that they can't give to us, because the point is the money is there. Good. And they just can't do what they're doing, and we should sit back. I think we now have to make a stand and let them know that, no, this is not good enough.
So we're having Kevlon Anderson operating from the northern end of the ground. That's a Yorker, well pitched up, well bowled, jammed on it at the last moment. So the Harpy Eagles looking to buy a wicket here with Anderson from the northern end and Matthew Nandu from the southern end at 245 for 4. 42 is Corbin and 40 is Richard. So both guys are eyeing half century here. You've watched them, Sir Clyde. Started scratchy, just beginning to become more solid.
Yes, as I said, I think they've got ability, no doubt about it. But I still want to see them. We've shown them that we can play spin, because we did very well, as I said, in Pakistan. But I want to see pitches with a little bit more bounce. So somebody like that, you know, Joseph will make it a bit uncomfortable for you, and see how you handle it. This is not going to be a great test for them here because of the bounce. But, you know, he hasn't bowled, you know, Shamar, when he was on, didn't bowl a bounce. I didn't see him. So he probably think it wasn't necessary, but this, you can miss time or whatever. So I would like to see a wicket with a little bit more bounce.
Let me ask you this. What is it that gives that pitch that little bit more bounce that you're talking about?
If you go to Barbados, and they have this black sort of surface.
Different type of earth?
It's black.
Black.
And when it's wet, and you walk on it sticks to your boots. It's very surface. And to me, if they can get some of that and mix it with some of the stuff we have here, and have two pitches, and just let's see what it's like when it's really rolled and done properly. We need. You see, the point is, I think it's Wes Hall who said to me that in the West Indies we have groundsmen, in England they have curators. So, because this is like, if you're preparing this pitch, we had a fellow called Sam Mohammed, used to be at DCC and he went to GCC. This was his garden. If he tells you that it's going to turn on the third day, it will turn. If it's got bounce, he tells it will. He knew about turf, and I feel that we have universities. I'm sure they have soil scientists who can, you know, sort of explain to how we can get those two things matched together, so that fellas like Shamar and when they come, you get a little bit of purchase. Michael Holding went to Australia in 1975. when he came back, he was a top-class bowler because when he put his back into it, he got the purchase out of it, and it encouraged him to bowl. This does not. We had a fella from Barbados, the little short fella, the fast bowler, who got, what's his name again?
We're talking about Mako Marshall?
No.
Oh, you're talking about the previous game? We had Machu 4?
No, the before. He retired about a couple of years ago. Short, he got chosen by Brian Lara because he was quicker than any of the bowlers, feeder led. And he came here and he banged it in and it came somewhere around here. And we will always produce fast. It's over the years we've always. Let's prepare some pitches where you can get some purchase. That's all.
And we're talking about maybe a mixture of the different types of soil.
Yeah.
Barbados, the black clay, Guyana, a different kind of clay put together, and with advice coming from our legends.
Jamaica, Barbados, and Jamaica were the wickets where you got a little bit of both. And some in the smaller islands. I'm trying to think where it was. Where the pitch is fairly
You talk about St. Lucia, a good pitch there?
St. Lucia's alright, but there's somewhere else.
And we have Warner Park in St. Kitts. Anguilla?
Anguilla could be that, yeah. Because it was during the Stanford days, and we were there, and the ball you got some help. And that's what we need. We can't have, you're the fast bowler, and when you bang it, you get it. No. And it teaches our batsmen too that when they go abroad,
yes,
that they'll be able to handle the ball that is short and rising.
And we have those local pitches that Sir Clive is talking about, and you rightly said it's enable our batters to grow up on pitches like those. You know what to expect. You improve with your pull shots, you improve with your hook shots, and generally you become that all-round cricket batsman that understand different conditions.
Yeah, and we grew up with some of the top class cricketers, fast bowlers. We had Charlie Steers, Pat Legall, and my first game against Barbados, against Sobers, Charlie Griffith, Prof Edwards, and David Wolford. So, if you made runs against those guys, you know that you weren't a bad player.
Yes, so it's a joy talking to Sir Clive. He's going to remain in that seat with the microphone on, and he'll be joined by Sean Divas, 247 for the loss of 4.
Yes, well, back here at Providence, we've got the great man himself, 2-time World Cup winner, and runners-up in the 3rd World Cup. How frustrating was that 3rd World Cup when Richards was going great guns and eventually West Indies lost to India?
Yes, it was something that you can't put anything to it, because the guy said if it was 263, we probably would have walked it. But when we lost that game, it sent some shock waves around the world, so on. But when we finished that series, we went to India and played 8 one-dayers and 1 all. They didn't win 1, so it's obvious that we just had a bad day at the office.
Yes, it's Anderson, makeshift medium pacer, bowling from the northern end in hazy conditions, almost overcast conditions. What do you think of the ploy of Guyana using 2 part-time bowlers in tandem?
Well, I think at this stage of the evening, they might be trying something different. But I wondered if we used Shamar, not enough. But there again, you see, he's injured. But if you're playing him, that means he must be fit. And when the guy was out, when we do the fourth wicket was down, I thought that he would have been introduced then, just to do something different. But they continued with the same sort of bowling.
Talking about fast bowling, who was the best of your 5-prong? Croft, Holding, Garner, Roberts, and Malcolm Marshall.
Oh, but they all had their different strengths. But Malcolm, when you think, it was one tremendous cricketer, great thinker. And on the Roberts, again, would think people out. Courtney Walsh, strong. You had Colin Croft, who'd want to bowl all day. Joel Garner. They all had their different qualities, and they did different things. They didn't just all do the same thing. So you probably had to adjust your stance to everyone.
And back in those days, there were not so many analysts and so on, but I heard that Malcolm Marshall was the computer analyst of the West Indies team.
Well, he was good. He was good. He was a tremendous cricketer. And the point is that if he came to you and said, "Listen, Skip, I'd like somebody else,"
and when he saw a batsman's flaw, he remembered it.
Yes, and he picked it up rather quickly. And he was good. Well, I don't know, he was great.
Yeah, so
he was terrific. We had guys, although Joel and Crofty came in late, but they soon sort of fitted in, you know.
Small brought back now to replace Nandu. Pamal, the leading wicket taker in first class cricket in the West Indies. 640 wickets. He's been there for 18 years.
Yep. I still would like to see him just toss it a little bit more.
Yeah, why is it that these young bowlers and the not so young ones in this modern era tend to bowl so fast? Is it they're
T20.
defensive in the white ball cricket?
Yeah. Everybody firing it in. And they don't have to bowl 4 overs and they're trying to get it. But they're not. But here you can buy wickets. You got a longer period, varies, pace, and as the fellow said, beat them with pace and deceive them with spin.
Yeah, and you don't have to be a penetrative if you're playing T20 cricket. All you've got to be is economical. If you bowl 4 overs for 10 runs, no wicket, that's very good. You're a star. But in long version cricket, you've got to take wickets. 20 wickets you've got to get if you want to win a match, unless the other team declares.
Well, that's why I think buy a few. But I suppose too these guys don't mind.
That's 50 for Keon Corbin. So another Bajan getting a 50 in the match against the last match which they lost. 3 batters got 50s. This one, 3 batters again has gotten 50s. But they're not going on when they get to 50.
Well, that's what I was hoping, that see somebody make a big score. In the last game, one guy did.
And the other one nearly did, 99.
90. And this is a good batting pitch, you know what I mean? And if you get to 50 or 60, you should be looking to get 100, or a big 100 too.
So Pamal, 253, that boundary brought up the 50 for Corbin and the 250.
Another thing, Sean, I'm wondering, after this ball,
Gone caught behind. That one was just back over length, turned in. And when we were saying that the batsers don't go on, just then, as the water card comes onto the field, down goes Richards, just 10 short of what would have been his 50, well set, and he's gone caught behind. CCC now 253 for 5.
Yeah. I'm wondering, seeing that it's free, why could we not invite schools for Friday afternoon and Saturday?
Yeah, that's a splendid idea. When there was the CPL, there was the non-Guyana matches, and even in the global T20, which we hosted last year, when the Guyana was not playing, especially in the morning games, the whole red stand was allocated to school children,
right,
especially on the East Bank.
Well, don't forget, when I was younger, you had this school stand on the eastern side of the ground at Border, and always filled. And we had half day when there were test matches.
Yes, well, that stand, you and Alvin Kalicharan, I was going to school, and at the end of the day, when you all were batting in that partnership against Trinidad, I was among those who had to pay more to get into the ground because you came with a helicopter and Alvin was there batting, and I think Alvin Kalicharan scored 184 and you scored 144.
Yeah.
So the next day, everything was increased. And now if you pay the players, people to come to first class cricket, they won't come.
I thought that the children should pay half price anyway.
Well, it's free.
Well, no, I'm talking during that
yeah,
that period. But now it's free. The schools might be able to, allow this, because Friday afternoon in most schools were the games afternoon, Friday afternoon.
So what do you see overall as a solution to bring back the crowds? First of all, of course, you've got to get the quality of players. And how do you get players to develop to the rate of being an international player? Because the difference from this regional tournament to the international tournament is a big gap.
Yes, because the 50 you make here will be probably 10 in test match. If you make 160, that shows you can bat and bat long. And so we have to impress upon our young players the importance of batting for long periods. So we need to play more of this cricket instead of the T20 stuff. I know it's going to bring money to the players and
but
so on.
shouldn't T20 help to finance long red ball cricket, long version red ball cricket?
I think we're not getting enough from the ICC at the moment, because don't forget, we're not one country. We're 14 islands.
Yeah.
And it's very expensive. Our cricket is probably at the most. If there's any country that really need more money, it's us. And but we have to tell our youngsters, those who are good enough to play the IPL, that when we train them and they get to that stage where they're going abroad to play, that if they do not play for us, our cupboard is going to be left bare, because it takes you 3 years to be a test cricketer. And if we lose all those cricketers, let's say we lose 8 cricketers or 9, and you've trained 30, to get that 8 back.
And those are the top ones.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like digging a hole to fill a hole. Good. So we have to impress on our players, like New Zealand have done, and all the other countries. The Australians still play IPL or CPL or whatever, and they still play for their country. England still, they could play wherever, but they still play for
So
England.
the basic problem of West Indian players going for their money is because of lack of financing from the West Indies.
Right, but that's why
ICC
one of the
has to be
situations, the ICC got to come to our help, because we did so over the years for all those other countries. We went to India in 1974. When we got there, we asked them for more money. They said, "Are you going to Pakistan?" I said, "Yes." "Well, if Pakistan give you some money, then we will give you some." When we went to Pakistan and we asked for more money, they said, "Did you get anything from India?" We said, "No." Well, I said, "We can't give you." So we were asking for money. Not now. In 1971, 73, in England, when Rohan was captain, we asked England for more money. And they said we hadn't won a test match for 21 test matches.
Back of a length from Anderson as he continues, and the new batter is Abhildesh Manik Singh. His father is a doctor, the West Indies doctor, and the total is 254 for 5, 79 overs completed. Sir Clive, what was your influence or motivating factor when you decided to go to Australia for the World Series test matches?
Well, the point is that we were winning, and it's not that we couldn't play for the West Indies. We were able to play, but they decided to ban us for life. And I remember quite vividly that one of our players, our board members, said, "I thought you all would have asked for more money." Colin Cowdrey said he thought that we would ask for more money. It's not that they didn't think that we shouldn't go. It's just Bob Willis, God rest the dead, and he showed them the contract, and I'm told that he said this, "I'm being offered this." And they were getting 150 US, or 50 pounds per test.
And what was the standard of that cricket there?
Very high, because they were all professional. You didn't have any amateurs playing, so the cricket was very high standard.
Is it true that when you lost one of the games, Kerry Parker came into the dressing room and said, "The flight is there ready for you
No,
to
it
go"?
wasn't that. It's just that some of these guys were slacking off, and I told them, I said, "Listen, you're paying these guys this money. I'm not so happy with the attitude of some of them." He said, "What? I'll have a word." And he told them, he said, "Listen, you guys might like nightlife. You don't know nightlife more than I do. But I must let you know that Qantas leaves here every day." And then guys sort of picked themselves up, and they realized that they needed to put in more of an effort.
Kamal continuing. We've got half centuries now from 3 people in the batting order, but none have gone on.
No, but I didn't finish that story with Bob Willis. And his fee was 150 test match. Moved to 1,400 odd per test match. So you got a 400% rise. Now, you don't get a 400% rise anywhere in the world unless you're really flush with money. So they had the money to pay, but some of them used it to their advantage, didn't it? That's how cricket was at the time.
I ask you who was the best fast bowler. That's a good delivery, just too close to cut. And luckily he didn't edge that. Vociferous appeal, more in enthusiasm than anything else. And umpire Mokan, who is in his debut first class match, turned the appeal down. Who was the fastest bowler you ever faced?
Well, I thought that Jeff Thompson ball. I don't think he knew his strength.
And those days you didn't have speed guns and all these things.
No. At one stage, at Perth, they had a speed gun, and Colin Croft was probably one of the fastest on that day.
2:55 for 5, 80 overs completed. We're heading down towards the home stretch of the first day of the second round match here, Guyana versus CCC. So, how quick was Wayne Daniel? I heard he bowled the fastest one delivery.
He was quick, very strong. I think Patterson was quick.
Yeah.
Very quick.
I watched that border when Patterson bowled a bumper to some Pakistani batsman and it flew over the head of the keeper and into the side screen. Well, you can't get 6 byes, so it was 4 byes. That was how frightening Patrick Patterson was.
He was sharp. And he had that action with his foot up in the air like Wes Hall. He was very lively.
Guyana continuing with Anderson from the northern end. None for 6 so far. No problem there for the batter. It goes by to be taken by the keeper.
I wonder what if Guyana probably would be with a very good leg spinner.
Well, there's a young guy who was in the practice match, Sankar. But the thing is now, in the West Indies, you have so many left-arm spinners, but you rarely find leg spinners. What do you think is the problem with that? It's the hardest art to master, or they're just afraid to be hit?
I don't know, because in Berbice we used to find the odd leg spinner. But there again, I presume the academy can produce some.
Because when you look at it, all of the good leg spinners come from Berbice. Started with Ivan Madre.
Yeah.
Then there was Nagamutu, Bishu. All of the leg spinners actually, Derek Kalicharan, who played in your team when you won the double.
Yeah.
That's a nice shot. Well, couldn't find the gap. Good stop there by the fielder. Anderson coming across his right and kept the score to 255 for 5. CCC batting against Guyana after being put into bat by Guyana. What is your thoughts on the decision by Guyana to bowl first?
Oh, well, I think it was the same thing with Barbados. Barbados batted first, didn't they? They think that if they can they have the quality bowlers to get the university side out under 300, and then we were looking to make a fairly big score and do the same thing that they did to Barbados. And they have the quality, they have the batting quality. The bowling is of a very high standard, and introducing Shamar into this give them a little bit more power. But I'm much impressed too with the fielding. Fielding has been very good.
And if there's one thing that T20 developed, it would be fielding.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, and the guys diving around. You saw Young trying to fall there at point doing saved quite a lot of runs.
Even in an era of T20, how important is 4-day cricket?
The point is, it is very, very good in the sense that you don't just go and want to have a hit. You can still build nice innings in a T20 game by pacing the field and so on, and your concentration is by far much better. Good. That's why I feel that if our women start playing more Test cricket, they will be very sound in concentration.
I think next year there's some plans to have West Indies reintroduced in Test cricket. The last time West Indies women played a Test match was 2006. Indumati Gordial and Candace Atkinson, two Guyanese, they were the last Guyanese to play a test match for women. And that's too long.
Yeah, it is. And all the teams who are up there in test cricket, Australia, India. I saw this girl Kerr bat, and I was very impressed. And yesterday, Sutherland, I watched her play, and she got 100, and she bowls too, so she's a good all-rounder. Her father used to be secretary of the board, or CEO, whatever you call it. But the point is, to me, I don't like, all our players are just coming in trying to whack it. When they can just,
And I was talking with Tony Gray during commentary in the Super 50, and I was mentioning that your era, those players, even Larry Gomes, would have dominated T20 today.
Yeah, but he got 100 in one-day cricket. Larry and I had some great innings, a wonderful partnership.
You had people like Collis King, Viv Richards.
Yeah. And the thing is, our test team wasn't too far different from the one-day side.
Yes, and you all used to bat the same way in every format.
Well, right, yes, but we didn't say getting a whack and just getting out. We can still play decent innings. You looked at when we had to make 316 a day, less than a day at Lord's. That to me was a great.
And in those days, the strike rate wasn't so high as these days for Test cricket.
No. Yeah. So we adjusted quite well in either form of the game.
So it looks like bad light will be stopping play.
But I noticed that they haven't turned the lights on in the last two games.
Oh, there's a new ball. So, 81 overs. So they're taking the new ball. And if Shamar Joseph bowls now, off they will go.
But if they should put the lights on.
But I don't know why in the last match they put on the lights. I don't know what's happening now. Maybe it caught them off guard.
No, but if you're playing but this is part of it. Why we have lights? We have lights, use it.
And now all the grounds have lights, so it won't be unfair to one team that playing in a venue that don't have lights. So lights should be mandatory if the time is sufficient to complete the match. So there shouldn't be bad light stopping play.
I still would like them to get some school children watching. They might want to play. They might be interested in what is happening.
And that's the whole idea of getting international cricket to your venue.
Yeah.
Facilities was the problem. Now this government is doing a wonderful job in building facilities even for squash and football and hockey. And when you do that, you now can host international cricket, football, squash, whatever. And the youngsters, that's rare word. Lucky wasn't called a wide. And that would show them live and maybe inspire them to be a next Clive Lloyd, a next Viv Richards, and so on.
Yeah, yes. I really think that what we're doing here is something that could lift our sport, really. And I think we've always had good athletes. My time, the long distance runners, we had sprinters, women and men. Good. We had some terrific athletes.
So Joseph, 1 for 4 to 4. This is his 12th over. Armed with the second new ball. And bowling to a partnership that's already over half century. They've had 128 between the captain and Paris. Now they've got a partnership between Corbin and Richards going over 150. Sir Clive, how do you see this generation being more interested in cricket with all the distractions? In your time, cricket was the main game, nothing else to do except you go to the movies, you go on the seawall and you play cricket or football. So how do you get these youngsters to come off of their iPad, their phones, and so on, to be interested in physical activity?
Well, I think they have to watch a lot more. That's what I'm saying. By watching and realizing how people are idolized when they perform well.
Loose shot again, no movement of his feet across, just switched at the ball and taken by Imlak.
Yeah, but don't forget, they have iPads, other parts of the world, and the people are still playing sport. We have to make it not just one set type of sport. We have to, you can have a choice of, let me try some squash, let me try some lawn tennis. Because we have women rugby in England, we have some strong women here, javelin throwing. There are so many things we have to make.
That's edged away, past the slip cordon and down to the boundary for 4. Fortuitous shot, but 4 nevertheless takes the score now to 256 for 5.
I must tell you that I'm not so looking at the slips. They look very close together. Especially the 2 and 3. They could just move a little wider. Look at number 3, nearly on the foot of number 2.
So you had 4 slips in your day. That's a good shot, and down to the boundary, consecutive boundaries, but this one was more in control. He played it off the full face of the bat, between the gap and into the gap rather, and 4 runs. So an expensive first over with the new ball for Shamar Joseph. It's 264 now for 5, and the runs continue to come. In your days, you had 4 slips, sometimes 5. You had Garner at the gully, and what is the real skill to feel at slip? You were an excellent slip fielder. I understand before I ever saw you feel, I understand that you were a great cover fielder. That's why they call you the Super Cat. But I grew up watching you feeling at slip.
Oh yes, I used to field cover Basil Butcher more or less at point. And anytime the ball passed him, he said, "Yours, youngster." So I had to tear down there, and you're senior guy and you'd want to. But eventually when we kept losing older players, I graduated and we went to slip. Then we had Kalichuran and Viv, so that part.
And what was the main criteria to be a slip fielder in your days? Because you rarely drop catches in slips.
Well, that's one of our strengths, really.
Because you had 4 fast bowlers, sometimes 5.
We were
so
very good
yeah.
slip fielders. And don't forget, if we had 2 days of practice, we dedicated the second day after lunch until 4 or 5 o'clock to fielding at different outfielding, slip catching. We had different times. So the guy, it's not that it was alien to them when they were fielding. Everybody knew exactly where they were.
They say proper practice makes perfect. So you had practice sessions.
Yeah. And you have a fast bowler like Joel Garner. Nothing passed him at Gully.
Yeah.
He was just terrific. So that was another plus on our side, that we had fast bowlers who could field a slip.
Yeah. Who was the best fielders at forward short leg in your time? Forward Bacchus? Yeah.
Desmond Hale.
What about Clayton Lambert? Well, Clayton Lambert came after you.
Yeah. He was all right. But these guys were good. He was all right too. Yeah.
But the best would be forward Bacchus.
Yeah, I feel it there in the 60s against England and so on. And I didn't mind that.
And who would be the best all-round fielder for the West Indies? Roger Harper?
Oh, he was very good. Very, very good.
What about
Bacchus,
Keith Arterton?
Arterton, yes, these were all good.
And you had so many brilliant fielders in one team.
Because, we didn't just think that, you just want to bat and bowl. Fielding is important to them, like it was for me. I enjoyed fielding.
And that's the thing now. A lot of the cricketers don't enjoy fielding. They just field because you've got to field. They enjoy batting, especially if you're a batter and you don't bowl. You just enjoy batting.
Yeah. You have to enjoy every aspect of the game.
Pomal wheels away, and this one is badly lined down the leg side, a little bit too fast. And using the pace, played it into the fine leg position. And he goes now to 53 with that double, Corbin. How important is physical fitness in a team? I know your team introduced Dennis Wade.
Yeah, it is.
How did you find Dennis Wade though?
It's when we were playing World Series cricket, and I spoke to Kerry Pack and told him that I wanted somebody to train us properly. And he brought in Dennis, and he just fitted in quite well. He was very strong in all aspects of the
Good
game.
delivery, didn't spin across. It came back with the arm, but not close enough to bowl him down. He left it alone.
And most of our players, he kept really fit. Michael Holding, you know. I remember Desmond Haynes. Desmond Haynes in Australia, and he was putting on a bit of weight. I think he was eating too much meat. And I said to Dennis, can you sort of take Desmond with us after we finish for the next week? And he told me, oh, Skip, I hated you for that, but I want to thank you, because he made the most runs and tore. But, you know, you have to, these are things that you have to pick up.
And how would you go about doing something like that without really offending the player?
Well, because he knew that after a while that I was doing it for his benefit. It's not that we weren't training. We were training quite hard. I did the same sit-ups they did at nearly 40. And I ran the 4 laps just like they did. So I would say, listen, I think you.
So you led by example.
Yes, yeah.
And that's important for a captain.
Very much so, yeah. On and off the field, really.
And what was your most memorable moment as West Indies captain, apart from lifting those 2 World Cups? Well, if the first one would be more.
Oh yeah, the first one was excellent. Beating England 5-0, and being, being better than Australia for the best part of 10 years.
Yeah, until Ricky Poynton broke that record, I think.
Yeah.
Consecutive wins in a test match.
Yeah.
And what do you believe that caused the West Indies team to be so dominant in the glory days from 1980 until 1995 when Australia beat them in Jamaica?
Well, I think we had this professional spirit, which we didn't have before. We trained a lot. We talked a lot about our cricket. We discussed everything. So one guy, an English guy told Roger Harper, who played for his club in England, County Club, and he said, I don't see Clive Lloyd gesticulating with his hands. And Roger told him, he said, all that was done in-house. So everybody knew where they had to go. They didn't have to be told where to go.
So Ali Mohammed is back, replacing Shamar Joseph with the new ball. Both of them opened the bowling in the innings. That's clipped away and down towards Luke Knott, and they get an easy 2. So Corbin is 56-8 to Mansingh, 265, 267 for 5. So that was the culture of the West Indies team then. Dedication, passion.
Yeah, and professionalism.
Yeah.
And if you didn't play your part, even if you were the 12th man or the 13th man, because we used to call those the reserve ground staff. So you had to make sure that when the guys came in, they had a drink. If it was lunchtime, the bowlers had meals there, so they were taken care of. And you know, because we shared everything.
And why do you think the different cultures of the Caribbean played for you? I remember a senior fast bowler, I wouldn't mention his name, telling me that sometimes there were fights beyond the boundary, physical fights, but when they crossed the boundary, everybody played for Sir Clive Lloyd.
Well, I don't know about anybody having a fight. I mean, it's obvious that if you have people from different, you might have words, but it was not a fist, because I would not entertain that sort of thing, because we were like a family, and everybody that joined was happy. I remember the only person that wrote me a letter after he played his first test, Larry Gone. I have it up to today. How much he enjoyed his first tour and so on.
And swish and a miss, that's a loose shot. Towards the end of the day, why would you want to play a shot like that?
Well, yes, that's what I'm talking about, you know. It's like if I don't hit a 4, that I'm not, because they get accustomed to this 20 stuff.
They want to feel the butt of the ball.
Yes, you know. And this is patience, really.
Yeah, patience, a battle of attrition, they call 2 innings cricket, especially first class and tests.
And I would think that when they, something would have come out thinking, you know, somebody would have sent out a glove and saying, well, listen, we want to get to 350 or something like that. So just keep reminding them that this is our aim.
So 4 batters now have crossed the 50 mark. And let's see if this one could get 100. From a Guyana's perspective, they'd want to see us back. Why do you think there's so few people in the stand? Not in Guyana alone, all over the Caribbean for first class.
Well, a lot of people told me that they didn't know about it.
Yeah, so it's
and then you're playing on working days. Why couldn't we start on Friday, Saturday, Sunday? I don't know.
I was wondering why they didn't start on a Thursday and get the weekend. But then I heard that Sunday was the traveling day because the flights are cheaper or something like that. It all comes down to funding, dollars and cents.
We need a Elon Musk here, we need a billionaire.
Yeah. So 3 slips, a gully, and Shamar switched to the southern end now. That's another loose shot. Goes away, but no movement of the feet of the batsman across. Just swayed with his hands alone with the bat.
I just wondered why he didn't bowl from here instead of up there, because he's coming into the wind, and he will get that outswing. I would like to see him like a year in county cricket, where he'd be taught how to bowl, his line and so on, length, and he, you know, it is not hot that he will be overworked, sort of thing.
Well, I was hearing some mutterings that he wouldn't end the season because he's got to go for some T20 league.
I don't know if that's the cricket that you want him to play. You want him to play 4-day cricket, the longer way you can think of what you're doing. You're not trying to get anybody out in this T20 thing. I want him, to me, the longer game would be.
And apart from David Warner, who came from T20 into Tests and produced, all of the other players had a grooming, a nursery, a foundation in long version cricket, and then they did well in T20.
Yeah. Well, right, yeah, but they're talking about a batter, but a bowler now in county cricket, it's not hot, so you're not really perspiring profusely. You would probably bowl a little longer, but I don't want him to be over bowled, because it seems that he has a bit of problems with his legs. What he needs is a trainer. to keep him fit, get him the right exercises after a game, that sort of thing. Massages, keep your muscles saturated. And these guys are earning enough to have them.
Yeah.
Just like a batter. I remember one guy in Barbados wanted Seymour Nurse to come and tell him what he was doing wrong. Seymour Nurse told him 10 o'clock. He said it was too early for him.
I remember when Adrian Barrett hired Gordon Greenwich to work with him.
Well, yes, and I don't think these guys are going to be exorbitant, but if people...
Wayward delivery down the leg side, appeal for a catch that might have come off the pad.
That's why we need that DRS system, because this is the second time 7 guys have appealed.
They might want to put pressure on the umpire. This is his first match.
Yeah, well you can force or middle. You still have to,
Yeah, but I was talking with you and Mr. Lloyd, the other Lloyd, about this same DRS, and it comes down to funding.
Well, yes, but the point is that we have people who would want to do this, but are we going out to... Because they think that this only should happen in Test cricket. No. These guys are running from a far away. Pretty hot sun. It's not too hot here now, but it's hard work. You want the best people doing the job.
That's a nice shot. Open the face of the bat, and it went flying down towards the unprotected third man position, and that's 4 more. So the partnership beginning to grow. Well, it's already growing. 84 to Jeremiah, 58 to Corbin, and 56 to Paris, and now Corbin is still there.
So I'm saying the short slip is not wide enough. Look at this, look. See? Now if he'd been wider, that would have gone straight to him.
And those things are natural, or you as a captain get understanding of these things?
You should be able to see it from down there. If you look into the slip, you should know if they're wide enough or not, because they're too close.
And is it the wicket keeper that influences how far the slips go back?
Yes, the wicket keeper tell you you can come back a bit or you can go up. Because if he goes up, that means that you need to come up.
Yeah,
too.
because the ball will bounce.
Yeah. Now look at it. Look at it, first and second.
Ball outside the
Second
line
needs
of
to
the
go a
off
little
stump.
wider.
So because of the lack of bounce on this pitch, that's why the gully has been removed.
Well, it all depends where you're bowling. See, there's no gully there. At 250 odd, I would still have that gully. Let him play the shot. But that's what the last guy got out when he got wide and had to go. Let them see that there's a little gap there and hope that they take that sort of shot.
And what is, oh dear, that one lifted and hit the glove. And that's why the gully should have been there, because that could have popped up.
Yeah.
Also a forward short leg.
That is why I'm saying have that bat pad. Because now in his mind the ball is doing a little bit.
There is Kelly Kunja, the physio for CCC, rushing out to see what's the problem. That was a sharp delivery though.
It was actually, yeah.
So in the dying stages of the first day, CCC have progressed quite nicely. They're 173 for 5. Corbin is on 58. Mansingh on 12. Good partnership building. 86.1 overs bowled. They took the new ball after 81 overs, I think.
Is it 90? Isn't it?
Yeah, 90 overs in a day. So we've got a fair ways to go unless the umpire stops play because of bad light. Do you think that in your days the batters could have called for bad light and now it's left to the umpire?
Well, it's obvious that the umpires do have their light meters, and you could go off with less reading. Might not be as dark, but you know for sure you have an idea that.
And your first reading is the entire match. Has
Yes.
to be that reading.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're talking as a match referee now.
No.
Because I know you were one of the better match referees also.
Yes, I had a very good time actually. Used to call me the hanging judge.
And what do you think is the biggest difference between your era and this era now?
Well, at least they play a few more shots, I must say. They're better paid, which is excellent. That's what we always wanted. But I want to see more of our players playing the T20 and playing for us, because we don't have the population that these other countries have. India, 1.25 billion.
So how do you balance that? Giving a player a NOC to go and play a T20. India don't do that at all, because they've got the Ranji Trophy. When you come back, you got to play Ranji Trophy. You got to play for India.
And they're well paid.
Yeah,
They're
because
well
they've
paid.
got the funding.
And I noticed England the other day just gave out 12 NOCs. Now, probably should we be doing that? But people say, well, you know, restraint of trade. You know, you can't stop people from earning money. But I still think the players should have. When is enough money? You know, some guys are getting 2 million, and 2 million US for one tournament. You're doing well.
Yeah, like Shaman Hetima is earning maybe more than most people in Guyana earn.
Well, and that is why I think then you giving back something to the game that is giving you a very good living, you know.
Nice shot, Perez in the way, and there is no run. Do you think T20 is hurting Test cricket?
Well, at the moment, it is, because why would I go from here to Australia to play 2 Test matches? 12,000 miles.
It's hurting West Indies
It's
and
hurting
the
cricket in well,
the lower teams.
It is hurting cricket in general. Afghanistan and all these guys.
But when you
going
look
there
at
to-
that England-India match, the stands are full. Test cricket.
Yeah. Because the people want to see Test cricket. It's not that they don't want to see it, but they're so filled with the one-day stuff. You don't have any space really, you know. So they play 2 Test matches and 2 Test matches there, and then you've gone off to play some T20.
Thank you for coming and staying so long. You've had a marathon spell. You're bowling at Colin Croft.
Oh.
I want to ask you a question after this over is completed. One last question. 275 for 5, 59 to Corbin, and 13 to Manik Singh. CCC losing the toss and Guyana putting them into bat. This is a controversial question. You don't have to answer it. If you don't want, you could leave alone. When the World Cup was played, did you deliberately drop Jeff Boycott because he was scoring slowly?
That was my excuse. Because I know he wanted to show people that he can play our quickies. But he didn't realize, I presume too late, that it was an overs game.
And in those
Shorter
days,
period.
the focus was not so much on one-day cricket. That was like a side dish. Test cricket was it. And then when one-day became something that you would play, the Australians didn't think that 2020 was worth anything. But now everybody's gone to 2020. They're even playing 10-10.
Well, I don't know. How do you pick a team for 10-10?
And how do you train all the time and just bowl 2 overs?
I don't know. It's not my type of cricket.
All right, we'll let you retire now.
Good. It's a pleasure. And I hope our guys can get these couple of wickets tomorrow and have a big score, because pitch is still playing good.
And you're speaking as a Guyanese there.
Yes.
Not the West Indies captain. Not like Basu, who says he's a West Indian man. What he calls himself? Strunter? Caribbean man. Black stallion. Well, Sir Clive, it was really nice having you spending so long with us. And we've asked you all the questions possible. And you've done a good job in answering them. This is a ball that's short and played into the offside for a single. So the partnership building, who's going to join me now? 276 for 5. So if you've just joined us, we greet you with the news that Guyana won the toss and decided to put the CCC into bat. First wicket was Daniel Elvin, was caught behind by Imlakov of Joseph in his first spell. And he went for 5, it was 9 for 1. Joseph now in his third spell. And this is nicely played. Bad work there by the oldest player in the Guyana side, where Sami Pomal, and the 35-year-old goes back and just allows the batsman to go back for 2. So total going up now to 278 for 5. Then we had also in the first hour, Henry was leg before to Ali Mohammed, one that came back, and that was a beautiful delivery, trapped him in front as he was on the back foot, and he made 13. It was 30 for 2. And then the batters, the captain Jeremiah and Paris carried the score up to 119 for 2 at lunch, with the partnership already 89, Paris on 32, Jeremiah on 67. And then during the post-lunch session, 2 wickets fell. Paris was out with a rare flighted ball from Pomal, tried to hit it for 6 over long off, mistimed the ball, and he was caught at long off, throwing away a 50. He's already had 4 at this level. He made 56, and it was 158 for 3. And then shortly after, the captain, 25-year-old Grenadian Jeremiah, got to his highest score and then was dismissed for 84. Well bowled by Muhammad Ali Muhammad, edging a ball to slip. So that was 4 wickets down. It's 5 wickets down now, because after tea, the only wicket to fall was the wicketkeeper Richards. He was caught behind off the bowling of Pomal for 40. 253 for 5. And these two now, as we are joined by Andy Ramnarayan, these two now have carried it to 278. Another frustrating partnership for the Guyanese. Good afternoon to you, Andy.
Good afternoon, Sean. And yes, we are winding down to close of play here. Day 1, round 2 action. Score of 278 for 5. A nice little partnership developing here between Mansingh and Corbin.
Mansingh, a leg spinner, now asked to do the job with the bat. Both batters with their helmets on. And Ali Mohammed and Joseph bowling in tandem with the second new ball. What do you think should be the ploy of the Guyanese, and what do you think the batter should do for the rest of the day?
Well, looking at Ali Mohammed operating from the commentary box, and I think he's working up a bit of pace, but I think he needs to work a bit on the line and the length with a bit more attacking feel. And I think we need to get Corbin, who is the set batter here, out as early as possible. The previous over, he was struck on his hand by a very good deliver from Ali Mohammed. seem to be in an uncomfortable state at this time. However, these two batters would need to apply themselves, bat out the rest of the over for the day.
Well, some people were, that's a beautiful ball.
bowled.
Came back and he's bowled him. Played no shot. And that was prodigious movement inwards. And bowled, befuddled the batter there. He's not sure what happened there. The ball must have, let's see in the replay, must have just clipped the off bail.
Yes.
And he's not sure what's happened, Man Singh.
Yes, Sean, that was a beautiful deliver bowl there by Ali Mohammed.
Yeah.
Ball at pitch and came back a long way and taking the top of the off stump.
Yes, so he was looking back, thinking that the keeper would have caught the ball. No edge, but clean bowled. Ball hit the top of the off bail. And what a way to go. Just when looking set, when you said they should have batted out the day. There goes the batter, Man Singh. 278 now for 6.
Yes, and as I was saying, Guyana need that breakthrough. But unfortunately, it is Man Singh instead of Corbin who is the set batter. Nevertheless, a wicket at this stage of the game, very good for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. This would put some pressure now on the CCC, as Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking to pick up another wicket or two from here to close the day off.
What do you think of Akeem Jordan playing for the CCC this year?
Oh, I think this will be a boost to the CCC bowling lineup. But Akeem Jordan, a very good cricket class before, and we all know what he could do, providing that he's given the time to spend some time out in the middle here this afternoon and probably come back tomorrow. Let's see how we handle Renal Ali Mohammed here.
Well, people were saying that in the first match, what went wrong initially is that Barbados failed to bat out the first day. And now it looks, yeah, that's a good delivery, first up. And Jordan plays no shot. And it looks now as if the CCC will in fact bat out the day unless a dramatic situation happens where a bowler get a hat trick or something. But I doubt if that will happen. So they will surely, maybe, bat out the day. How important is it to get wickets early tomorrow from a Guyana point of view?
Yes, taking wickets very early tomorrow is very important for Guyana Harpy Eagles. This will give them more time, and the batters would not be spending that much time out in the field.
That's exactly what Barbados did when Guyana were 315 for 3 overnight with both batters well set. I think Anderson at 80 something and Savory at 95. And they got the wickets in quick succession. Savory eventually becoming the 33rd batsman to out 99. Well, not the 33rd batsman, the 33rd time a batsman was dismissed for 99. And as soon as he got his 100, Anderson was also out for 101 or 104. So that is what, when you set, that is what brought Barbados back into the game. But then they are batting in the second innings. Richie Lucknott and company, they were batted disappointedly in the second innings. How do you see this match at the end of day one going?
Well, Inderjeet would have asked me that question in my first sit here, but I think it is closing into a predictable target that I would have said close to 300 over. They are almost 280, approaching 280, sorry, and it's 89 overs completed. So the score is 278 for 6 at the end of 89 overs. One more over remaining in the day's play. I think it's a fair day's play so far.
Ronaldo Mohammed, the best of the bowlers, 3 for 37. Pamal, 2 for 67, taking his wicket tally, I think, now to 640 first class wicket. Your thoughts on today's play?
Oh, overall, it was pretty good. I mean, we had a very good partnership between the captain, Jeremiah, and Paris. I believe one of them should have carried on to a century. Nevertheless, they both lost their wicket, playing, I would say, irresponsible shot at a time when they shouldn't.
Nice shot, pitched up, and Yorker length. Straight to mid-off. When you look back, did you expect CCC to put up such a fight?
Certainly not, Sean. From the first game and the score that they would have made in that first run match, I didn't see them coming this far to put up this total. But when I looked at them batting the first session and then after lunch, I predicted that they could get close to 300.
And that's a good thing, because there were lots of high scores in the first round. And if they get to a 300 score for CCC, who I think is last on the points table, that would be good for a West Indian point of view. 3 batters got half centuries for them despite their loss. And now 4 batters, I think, has gotten half centuries. So that's good from a West Indies perspective. What is not good is that batters getting well set and getting dismissed. Not the beautiful deliveries, but just getting out.
Yes, that is so true, Sean. Something I would have liked to see from Shamar Joseph coming down to these last over of the day's play. I think he should be challenging the batsmen, having them looking up a little. I guess the wicket is not giving him that support, but I would have loved to see a few short balls from Shamar.
I was now going to say, why was he on the boundary in the dying stages? Bring him up inside where the 30-yard circle would be. Put pressure on the batsman. You never know. The last over, he could be dismissed, and that will be a door opening for Guyana for tomorrow.
Definitely. So 3 more delivers remaining in this play. The second round.
If you were batting, what would you have done with the 3 balls?
Definitely, I will look to play those 3 balls and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, that's 1 out of the way, leave alone. And if you were Shamar, what would you have done?
If I was Shamar, I would have been charging, looking to have those men in the slip cordon.
Yeah, bowl your quickest 2 balls for the day.
Correct.
Even though it's a pitch that's not conducive for genuine blasting out batsmen like bumpers and so on.
But a man like Shamar caliber with his pace,
yeah,
he can make things happen. Very good delivery here.
So 1 more to go. 1 more to survive. 279 for 6. A good day though for the CCC team. Slightly in front.
Yes, sir. I think they played well. They applied themselves, and something that I admire with them, they bat in session. When they lost that 2 early wicket this morning, they build a partnership, they reconsolidate captain and Paris, and they put on that nice partnership. And just as the 2 of them look well set, they lost their wickets.
So 6 wickets down, and this is a ball that's hitting the pad, and that's the end of play. Let's see how fast the umpires can reach. The umpire Mukan has already lifted the bails, so that's the end of play for the first day. At the end of the first day, CCC put into bat their 279 for the loss of 6 wickets, with 84 from the captain, Jeremiah, 56 from Paris, 87 from, no, Paris made 87, and
no, Johan made 87.
Yeah, Johan made 84. Oh, that's balls. Paris made 56. and Corbin is undefeated on 62. So good day at the office for the CCC in Guyana's backyard. Your thoughts finally before we hand you back?
Yes, as I was saying, Sean, pretty good batting there from the CCC batters. 4 batsmen with half century, and as I was saying, partnership between the stages. You had the first partnership between Johan and Paris, and then you have a partnership between Richards and Corbin, who is still there, and CCC posting 279 for 6 of 90 overs, and Corbin will be looking to come back tomorrow and take it as far as possible.
So 4 wickets between the fast bowlers, 3 for Ali Mohammed and 1 for Joseph and 2 for Pomal. How do you rate the bowling performance? I don't think the spinners bowled that well today.
Yes, son, I will support you there. Generally, I think the spinners, they were a bit ordinary.
And bowled too quickly.
Exactly. Both Sinclair and I think Pomal, they were bowling a bit too flat. They were not extracting that turn from the wicket. Also, Richie Loknath, who took 9 wickets in the first match, I think he was a bit off his radar today.
All right, that's all we've got for today. Join us tomorrow at 10 o'clock for more action on day 2 of this regional 4-day first class tournament.